the Uber Eats, I suppose.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Ralph James Choppy still on vacation for the honeymoon. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Nice little chilly morning here to start off post-Easter.
Not so nice, but yes, it is chilly. I don't like whenever I'm not prepared at all. So I had to go back in and get this, and then I had to actually use the heater a little bit to actually defrost the windows, and I don't like that aspect of it. So, but other than that, yeah,
defrost the windows.
Yeah, it created like this. It was also like this combo of like frost and like dew, and so it's one of those things where I have to roll down and roll up the window a few times just to be able to see out of it.
Start with the breaking news as Peyton texted us this morning that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. They paused all the soccer after the Vatican announcement, and there's RJ Choppy in Italy as we speak.
Yeah, which there had been...
Crossing the border, he said, going from Switzerland, I'm revealing the group text.
I was going to say, does his aunt know he did this?
Going from Switzerland to Italy is like going from Highland Park to Garland. Shots fired. I'm out towards the Garland way, but apparently we're going downhill with Choppy's trip to the homeland.
Man, this is something where there had been a lot of chatter about Pope Francis potentially being sick over, I feel like, the last 3 months we kept hearing rumors about stuff, but... 12 years there in the papacy. In fact, he had just, when was it? Yeah, it was just last month was the anniversary of his 12 years. And so now we get the black and white smoke. We get to find a new pope.
What have you been noticing from RJ's trip? To me, the first thing that jumps out is the dress attire and clothing that he has been forced into, where he's wearing like dress shirts and jeans out and about because, they read some type of travel guide and said you can't wear your warm-up pants, you can't have the leisure wear, Peyton. You may get robbed, you may get pickpocketed, but there's RJ Choppy dressing up for the occasion every single day while walking and sightseeing.
Well, I told RJ before he left, I said, look, if you're going to walk around, don't dress up in jeans and everything. I mean, if you're going someplace that's different, but like if you're wearing jeans and you're walking for 4 or 5 hours, it's miserable, man. But the weather's nice. I got screwed with the hot weather out there. He's got nice weather, but he got the little crossbody fanny pack going. So
yeah, the purse.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, gosh.
And he was doing something the other day where Mackenzie pointed this out because, obviously we had gone to Italy, so we've gone through all this experience. But he was getting water out of a fountain, and he was like, "Oh, it's so pure here. They just spit out of the fountain." I was like, "That's just their water fountains in Italy, man. Like it's nothing special, but that's just how they do it."
Did he drink the water?
I think so. He was filling up his water bottle.
Okay, I'll try and get this picture, and then because it was in, I'll send it to Aiden, but that's Choppy's little crossbody purse that he's wearing. He's walking around. I will say, he has. The thing that stood out to me is how clearly aware and terrified he is of being considered the loud American. Because when he's here and he does his videos, it's very like
Choppy here.
No, not this.
Doesn't want more Choppy here.
He's sitting in these little cafes going, "Choppy here. We are in the like he's like whispering, like he's doing an ASMR video."
Yeah,
that's what I noticed. Is that he clearly doesn't want to lean into his normal character. I don't know if it's because he got checked on Friday by John and now he feels exposed and so he's changing things up, or if it's just he doesn't want to be seen as the loud American tourist. But that's the thing that stood out to me.
So there's RJ Choppy. Don't know whether there is a wall or not, but he's crossing on over from Switzerland to Italy. Was everyone else wearing jeans, walking around like high fashion, just higher class city?
Yeah, I think a lot of people that. It just depends where you're from, I guess, and your attire, dressing, moving forward. But it was just so hot when we went because it was fine to wear like khaki shorts, like you could wear that like nice shorts to wear. No one was wearing athletic gear, but jeans were. It was so hot, so you didn't see a ton of that.
I'm looking at two people directly behind him who are wearing like athletic pants, like track pants. So I don't know what in the world y'all are talking about, but he is walking around in blue jeans in this one photo.
Which he hates. I know he hates.
Oh, and then he's also got the hoodie, like the same exact one that he criticizes Leody Taveras for running around wearing on the field. It's like, well, you're not supposed to play baseball in it. That's ridiculous. And so, yeah.
He did say the Yankees were popular out there, though. He saw a bunch of Yankees hats and Celtics.
Yeah.
Does he mean Americans are popular? Or?
Different colored ones, like a red and a yellow. So there's their American sports representation. So Pope Francis passing away at the age of 88. Speaking of baseball, the series against the Dodgers ends with some controversy.
0-1. There goes the runner. The pitch is taken. The throw to second base is late. Langford in there with a steal. He comes off the bag, and he's tagged out. Now, the Rangers will argue that he was pushed off the bag, and we will see what happens here.
After review, the call on the field stands. The runner is out.
And there you have it. The game is over.
And Rangers Twitter not happy with this, Bob, right afterwards, as this ends the game and ends the series with the tying man on second base.
Rightfully so. You should not be happy because Wyatt Langford was safe. Look, I mean, I guess I would understand it if we didn't have a view other than the first couple ones that we had seen where it looked like, oh, okay, was there just a moment where the arm came through? Or, oh, I understand it was called a certain way. How are you supposed to be able to say, man, he's out because, or how are you able to say he's safe if the call on the field was out? No, not on this one. That's center field camera they have that Aiden's running right now. Anytime they have the glove on him, he's on the base.
Because the number one moment in this to judge is when his left knee goes up when the right foot comes off the bag. And was there any application of the glove on Wyatt? And now I'm looking and I'm like, okay, is it the right leg coming down with the glove tagging him before he comes down and makes contact, or did that right toe even leave the base?
So he's up off the base a little bit there, but when he comes back down is when you finally see like kind of the recoil of his glove touching his leg. And so he's already on base. To me, that's 100% clear he's safe from that shot. Now, all the other ones we had, I understand if you're like, it was called a certain way, you have to leave it that way, but that's clear to me. And I would imagine Major League Baseball has that view, but again, they love the Dodgers, and they're going to let the Dodgers do whatever they want.
And Aiden has this on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. They were speculating on TV. Was it going to be one of those things, whatever's called on the field, it's going to be too tough to reverse? And that's what they ended up deciding. But yeah, I think you have to rule this safe.
It is a little bit.
He's more safe than out.
The other part of this is also when I was complaining about this to you before the show started, and then I just eventually said, you know what though, you just score a run before the ninth inning, and maybe we're not losing our minds about this. Just score once, score one time before then. That'd be lovely if you could do that. But look, I mean, you were right there, with the Dodgers.
3 runs in the series in 3 games.
Yeah, that's not awesome. And the fact that DeGrom had issues on Friday night, gave up another home run.
Wow.
He pitched well overall, but he was not DeGrom, and he still he's having issues with the home run ball right now. So that's a problem. The fact that the offense just goes to sleep at random points again is a major problem.
More than random points, it feels like.
Yeah, it's just, I guess if you're not playing the Angels, then the offense goes to sleep. But I mean, it's another frustrating weekend. It was nice to see Adolis finally run into one, but I mean, if you don't get that Adolis walk off, you get swept.
What do you think DeGrom's ERA is?
Shoot, I have no 5.5.
3.32.
That seems ridiculous.
3.32. That is a loud buzz. Deservedly so, Pepe. But yeah, you'd think it was higher. You'd think it was a little bit higher based upon the way we're talking, but he's gone from 4 to 3. And the other day, 7 innings, 1 earn on a home run.
Now, I would bet. Okay, so yeah, see, I was about to say, I would bet his fielding independent pitching is way higher than his ERA right now. And it is. It's 5.29 because he has walked some guys more than he normally does. He's given up, what is he up to now? He's up to 5 home runs in 21 innings pitched this year. So he's having trouble with the long ball. He's had some issues with his typical command. He's not over that strikeout per inning that he's been throughout his entire career. Obviously way early in the season, so I'm not saying this is already done. But if you look at his entire career, right now through 4 starts, this is the lowest strikeout per 9 inning of his career.
The brightest spot, Tyler Mahle with a .68 ERA. The Tolo's asking, I think you did last week, will Mahle's ERA be higher than Jock Peterson's average? It's a .68 ERA, the lowest over a pitcher's first 5 starts of a season in franchise history, according to Jared Sandler. Jared will join us at 9, ahead of Rick Honeycutt's .72 in 1983. He has the best ERA in Major League Baseball, .68 for Tyler.
And that's lower than Jock Peterson's batting average, right, Sean?
No,
it's not. His .55. I mean, you're genuinely. I said last week as a joke when he was .86 or whatever his batting average was. I was like, I've blown .86 before. We're genuinely getting close to numbers people we know have blown before. He's .55. He's 0.55 is his batting average right now. What did you think this weekend, by the way? I know I heard Bassick on TV talking about he liked it. I think Sandler talked with G-Bag during the pregame saying they liked it. But what did you think in general about all right, let's boost his confidence a little bit. When he comes up this, for at bat this weekend, we're going to give him a standing ovation. Like a genuine, encourage the guy.
No. Too early for that.
Too early to
That's what they were suggesting?
No, they were. They were this weekend. When he would come up, they were giving him the ovation.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I'm not going to kill it, but a little lame. The Rangers are now last in Major League Baseball, tied with the Kansas City Royals for runs scored, 67 runs.
April 2nd was the last time that he had a hit, Jock Peterson. So since then he is, what's he up to? We're talking about he's gone essentially 40 straight at-bats without a hit.
All right, Todd Newton, tie goes to the runner. It's not even close. He's safe. Is this the same game? So you got the Tolos weighing in with Aiden in that Wyatt Langford replay. Bruce Bochy gave his thoughts after.
Well, from the dugout watching down the board, we thought it would get overturned. I haven't looked at it again, but it looked like his foot came down before he got the tag on him. But again, that's without looking at it, from some, I guess, a couple different angles. So didn't get overturned, and tough call at that time of the game, but still, we just got to start getting some runs on the board. We didn't get a hit today with runners in scoring position, and you're seeing tough pitching. You get it, but still, you got to find a way.
Yeah, got to score a run. Got to score a run, and I know RJ says wait till 30 games. I'm not waiting that long. We're 22 games in. Chris Young has to be thinking offense somewhere, somehow.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and he's Chris Young has always been such an aggressive general manager and an aggressive team builder that, I think you're right. I would assume he's already looking and going, where's the solution? Even if not now, I got to think ahead to where we're going to start seeing some moves. Obviously, you just got Wyatt Langford back. That's nice. Josh Young came off of the injured list, played really well. He's kind of in a slump now.
Marcus is 141. Berger's 179.
Look, if I could just get Wyatt Langford consistently healthy, if I could get Josh Young to hit consistently, and you get him, Seager, Langford, like, okay, well, then I think I'm cobbling together enough of a threat that I'm going to anticipate I'm not going to score just 3-4 runs an entire series, but it's not synced up to this point.
The Dallas Mavericks season is finally over, but Luka Doncic gave them multiple losses over the weekend, courtesy of a broken cell phone. What is wrong with the Dallas Stars? The regular season carrying over, the Monday edition of Sean and Bobby. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Simeon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Preterm?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right.
Aldama driving. Missed the shot. Oh, John Moran just broke the rim with that finish.
Well, so much for that BS medical report. Or as someone tweeted me, he got on that Good Morning Metroplex. It's Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out this week on his honeymoon in Europe. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it ended post-Luka just like it began, with Anthony Davis killing it, crushing it, and then getting hurt. Just like the Rocket debut at the AAC, the Dallas Mavericks season is officially over.
Yeah, that air ball on that three was just that. I mean, that's got to be one of the.
I had money. I got to stop. I got to chill for a sec. But I had money on Anthony Davis not scoring 35 points or more, and if I won that, I would win my entire bet because I hit on the others. And Anthony Davis beat me in the third quarter. By the third quarter, he had put up mid-30s, and I'm like, oh, at some point in the third, I'm like, maybe he'll get banged up. Maybe he'll get dinged up. He was holding the groin at halftime. He was trying to leave the court early. They wouldn't let him do it, and then he gutted it out. Props to him until the end, when inevitably he did get hurt.
Do you think him trying to leave the court early will cause Nico to trade him? Because he'll just be like, hey, man, you were not committed to the very end. That's not the Mamba mentality I'm looking for from you, AD.
Well, we got the GIF, meme, video, an all-time picture of Nico when Anthony Davis left. I knew when I took it what it was going to be, and that will be my nonstop Twitter reply to everyone over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, what was the NBA meme said it was the Scar look from Lion King?
Yes.
Just the just disgusted and bewildered, and
he doesn't open his mouth either, Nico.
No.
Never opens his mouth.
No. I mean, legitimately, unless it's a closed-door press conference with no recorders, I guess.
Does open in your mouth would mean you're eating and consuming things.
Exactly.
That
He
are bad
doesn't
for
do
you.
that.
Yeah.
It was...
They got their ass kicked the entire way.
Yeah, and I mean, it in a lot of ways, like, it felt like if Ja was out there, no matter how... And he didn't play great. Like, I mean,
he started off great.
He looked good early, yeah. He finished, what did he finish? 7 of 24? So, I mean, he didn't shoot efficiently, but it felt like one of those games where if Memphis came out, they had Ja at full strength, you figured they would probably win this game. But yeah, this was a considerable beat. Like 120 to 106 is not totally representative of how much I feel like they got their ass kicked in this game.
And defense wins championships. That's all everyone kept saying. That's all everyone kept typing, tweeting, and screaming. I thought defense wins championships. Defense wins championships. Well, there you go. PJ Washington with a horrible no-show in this game. They just got smoked from beginning to end. I thought Ja was the one who was going to drop 40. They didn't really need him in the second quarter because Desmond Bane was throwing up everything and hitting it. And the Mavs, they never really were close. But AD did ball out.
Yeah, he did.
Until he got hurt.
Yeah, he deserves a ton. I mean, yeah, 40 points in 37 minutes. He was really, really good. But, I mean, this is the reality of the roster that you have right now, too, which is it's not very deep. They all deserve credit for trying like hell, and that's great, but it's also like the same thing I said at the end of the season with the Cowboys when everybody started talking about, well, you got to say they didn't quit on McCarthy. It's like, all right, but not quitting shouldn't be the standard. Like there's got to be better, and this was a team that was in the NBA Finals just, however long ago, 11 months ago, and now they can't even get into the official playoff seeding. That's pathetic, and it's all on Nico.
We have the name of the Luka documentary. I believe that this is the best one I saw on social media. 77 Days. Doncic, Dallas, and the destruction of a franchise.
Pretty good.
That to me just hits. 77 days has to be it because the Dallas Mavericks have the season end 77 days after the Luka deal.
Very poetic. It was
Very
a poetic finish in that sense, but man, obviously
had a 70% chance of making the playoffs prior to the trade, according to ESPN analytics.
Boy, and if they would have somehow miraculously beat Memphis and they win their 2, and then they're into the playoffs, and then the Lakers put up that defensive performance that they did against Minnesota, where Minnesota went 21 of 42 from 3, and I think I saw the stat yesterday that 28 of those threes were classified as wide open. Yeah, I mean, like Nico probably would have been puffing out his chest a little bit that day, just going, huh? Okay, see what happens when defensively that's what you get.
Well, you would have run into the Oklahoma City Thunder, who beat Memphis by 50. But we are on standby for this morning. Tim McMahon says the State of the Mavs article is coming out. The one where he mentions why Cuban and Dirk are no longer really involved. So he promised it after they were eliminated. I saw him put out there that it's coming out this morning. I don't know whether it'll be before 10 a.m., but hopefully it is.
Oh, I'm just refreshing. Like, I've seriously got ESPN NBA front page open. I'm refreshing that. I'm now going to his Twitter. I need to have that open in another tab and just keep on refreshing it and see if I can find when he posts this, because I'm genuinely looking forward to the Dirk aspects of what he ends up describing, because I feel like he was sitting on something when he talks. It's not just the article, but I felt like there's something he feels that Dirk probably needs to get off his chest, and something that he wants to get off his chest that will feel bigger than I think just he's unhappy Casey Smith is gone.
Yeah, I'm not getting my anticipation level too high for the Cuban part. I think he's just going to get into the language of how Cuban was still supposed to maintain basketball control, but we don't know the Dirk part.
No, and that's the part that I think is that's going to be painful. If fans start reading that, I wonder how much blowback. You know, when that article came out, just the various articles have come out at different points. Whether
which one?
Yeah, I was about to say, whether it's here's the timeline of what happened with the Luka trade, or when we started slowly getting the transcript of Nico's comments to the media when it was closed door. Every single time a new article comes out, you just start, everybody's reading it, and you'll get somebody who, here's the screen grab of this comment, and here's the screen, and it just starts building like wildfire. This one has a chance to really snowball in them if there's anything in there that makes Mavericks fans feel like you are attacking Dirk Nowitzki.
And the pain happened all over again, right? Just when you think Friday night, okay, let's put this behind us. Well, Saturday, Luka's interview comes out with Malika Andrews, the sit down with ESPN, as his assistant brings out the shattered phone that he's still using after he found out about the deal.
I thought I would show you the souvenir from that night.
Oh, yeah, it's still there.
You hang up the phone the night you're traded, and you threw it?
Yes.
Do you have that phone?
Yeah.
You still use that phone?
Yeah, it still works.
A symbol of Luka's dedication and longevity to DFW, despite Nico over and over and over suggesting that Luka may have left. You don't throw your phone, you don't shatter it if you're fine with getting dealt, or you're always dreaming about the purple and gold in Los Angeles. That symbol right there drives the stake in even more.
Yeah, that was I kept seeing a similar tweet, but yeah, it was like, we don't know that Luka would have re-signed for the Supermax, and then it's like Luka, and then they hold up the still image of him just holding the phone with the crack in the screen.
I like the frugality, though. He's like, it still works. I'm using it.
Yeah, it's good. He's he's got to be frugal. He just lost $15 million on a house around here. So, but I mean, I've never seen a bigger just PR landslide than the one that Luka and the Mavs are going through right now, where every single turn Luka continues to win, whether it's from the very first day he got to LA, his very first game, and he goes, I'm buying a parking lot and letting Lakers fans park here and I'm going to donate all this money to rebuilding basketball courts in LA from the wildfires. He's winning there. He's winning in the don't say anything stupid in the wake. Let them keep digging a hole. And then when he does talk, leaning into the emotion. And then meanwhile on Dallas' side, they continue to just defiantly
and be cold.
Yeah, it's so cutthroat and like I said, cold's the word for it. That's a good word, because that's exactly what it comes off as. It just comes off as cold and heartless.
Here's Luka recapping with Malika the night it happened.
Well, I was actually in the bed, my TV wasn't working, so I was on iPad watching a movie, about to go to sleep. First thing I said, like probably 3 times, is April 1st.
What were you feeling in that moment?
Sadness, mostly. I was still in shock, like crazy shock, and I felt like my heart was broken, honestly.
TV wasn't working. He must have my streaming service. So he was trying to watch and consume in the bed with something else, and then it hit him.
My heart was broken. That's just, again, another. And I will say that while he's winning the PR battle, I said, man, he's doing this right and this right. I don't know how much he has to try. Like, there's nothing that feels inauthentic or performative about this with him. He is still, and I kind of wonder as a Lakers fan, are you like,
get over it?
Dude, you're here now. But I haven't seen that. I've seen a bunch of Lakers fans on social media, on Reddit, commenting in various parts of the internet where they're going like, I just feel so bad for Luka. Because everybody does. He never wanted to go.
Here is Luka reacting to the front office criticism that continues to leak. Well, it's not even leaking. Nico quietly, confidentially told the reporters, defense wins championships. No regrets over the deal. Luka on the criticism coming from DFW.
It's just sad in the way he's talking right now. I never say anything bad about him, and I just want to move on. The fans, my ex-teammates, always keep it hard. It's time for me to move on from that.
Have you spoken to Nico Harrison since you left Dallas?
No.
Have you spoken to him on the night that you were traded?
No.
Was your intention to finish your career in Dallas?
Of course. It's an easy question.
Oh,
that's what.
And he says it with the half smile, like, that's such a ridiculous question. He's not saying it to where you're doubting the truth of it. He's saying it like, yeah, let's get that out of the way. That narrative, let's destroy it.
Again, people, they had the screenshots of the cracked phone. The other one was the kind of little, almost, it looks like an eye roll almost. It's not. It's like him, like, emotionally catching himself for a sec. Where the question of, did you plan to spend your whole career in Dallas? Like, it was, for a quick second, it's almost like, yeah, like he got sad again and was trying not to tear up. It's just, it's such a brutal look for them every time they talk and every time he talks. It never gets any better. It continues to get worse. And this is just another, this is another touchdown to make it a 150-point lead.
Well, whether you're rooting for Luka, for the Lakers, for Luka, against the Lakers, Bobby referenced it, they get absolutely destroyed in Game 1 in L.A., by the T-Wolves.
Here's Dante off the inbound, drifts left, fires at the buzzer and hits the three. What a fine time for his first triple of the night. Dante DiVincenzo puts the Wolves up by 11 at the half.
Wolves radio with the call. The Lakers couldn't match the physicality. Their energy was not there. Luka went off at the start of this one. He ends up with 37, did he have?
Yeah, this game, he was offensively, he was great. He was their team in this one. I mean, he was 37 points, 8 rebounds. He only has the 1 assist though, and he did have 5 turnovers, but the 3-pointer was falling for him. I heard Windhorst talking about this recently, that Luka, since he got to LA, it feels like has not been the type of complete player that he was in Dallas. Like, he's settling more for just shooting the 3. And when the 3's going down, he's scoring.
Yep.
When it's not going down, he's having trouble.
Yep.
And that Dallas was the first game, that game back here in Dallas was one of the first games we saw of like, oh, that's Luka. It's getting to the bucket. It's taking the 3. It's trying to take advantage of a bunch of different things.
Yep.
This was a little more what we had seen, which is him putting up a bunch of 3s, but they were falling. And so put up a big performance. I still think LA wins this series, but yeah, that was a brutal showing from them defensively.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Look, my gut feeling was end of the Stars regular season, overreaction. They're not in trouble. 5-1 in Game 1. How much trouble are they in with Game 2 tonight? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm not saying this is your hand. Okay. Uber Eats has woes?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Tree Curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
O'Connor with Taves and Kiwi Ronson. Here's the trailer. Manson towards the net, deflects. In behind Otger for a 3-1 Colorado lead. Devon Taves heading to the crease area, gets the stick on it, and the Avalanche once again lead by 2.
TNT with the call. Peyton Russell referenced this last week, and it struck the stars again. For the 8th consecutive series, K-Twiz is sending this as well. Good morning to K-Twiz on the Twitter. 8th consecutive series in the NHL playoffs that the Dallas Stars have lost game 1. What? Since 2022, 0-7 in series openers under Pete DeBoer. 6 of them coming at home. And this is really a 3-1 game against the Avs. And then you got some empty netters. 5-1, they lose in game 1. And the game 1 curse continues, Peyton.
It's so crazy because then in game 2, I think I went back and looked it up. They're 5-2 in game 2s. It's like they can rebound, but they start these series off so poorly. And you saw it, the other night, Saturday night, the Avalanche had a 5-on-3. It looked like the game was going to get out of hand early. Great defense, and he got away pretty quickly. And the offense continues to stammer a little bit, man. It's difficult to watch this team play.
It was the game on Saturday night. I watched it and I was thinking, okay, this may just be my novice hockey eye. But as I'm watching this, I'm thinking, they're playing better than I've seen them play in some of these games down the stretch. This doesn't look as messy as some of the other stuff they've had. And, I was like, all right, let me look around. Let me listen around, see if anybody else sees it sort of the same way. And it seemed like that was kind of the consensus from people who watch the Stars consistently, is that they actually played better. They played a decent game. You had some flukiness, the first goal where there was controversy over the replay of whether it was kicked in or not. You had some decent looks, like Marchment right before the third Colorado goal had a good look that was just stopped. And so, I mean, look, they didn't look completely overwhelmed. Obviously, they get those 2 empty netters late, but it looked like a more competitive team than we had seen recently.
Now the pressure. It's like Luka and the Lakers. You're at home. You lose game 1. They come into your building. They steal the home court. They steal the home ice. And when does it start to creep into your head? you could dismiss it and write off the end of the regular season. Look, we had already clinched, right? We have injuries. We're mailing it in. We know what we're going to do. Judge us by the first 75 games of the season. But now you add in a playoff loss like this. And when does it start creeping upstairs? After you finish the regular season 0-5-2, in that stretch, they had 4 losses at home as well. They were 28-5-3 before it. And I think there's a back and forth when we've been asking people throughout the year. The Stars have to get where? If they don't make it to the Stanley Cup Finals, if they don't win the championship, is it a failure and a success? A failure? I think we all know. Even though Choppy will tell you a million times the NHL playoffs are wonky with the format and anyone can get taken out, you lose a first-round series, and that is a failure of a season.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that given how far they've gone, if they were to lose in the first round, especially after what felt like a team that was prepared to go on a deep run and then goes out and gets Miko, if they were to fall short, that would be disappointing. Now, it feels like everybody's kind of saying this is just not your normal first round matchup where you're getting Colorado and Dallas. Those are 2 really good teams. Typically, Dallas has not played great down the stretch. But yeah, I mean, for the 8 losses in a row now that they're in the middle of that stretch, and then the 8 game 1 losses in a row, it seems pretty unsustainable.
Pete DeBoer, after the loss.
You know, it's probably the best game we played in 3 or 4 weeks, that we were pretty solid. You know, it was one of those nights where, you know, it felt like we got a really good look. You know, they either got a save or we missed. And then, you know, there was a couple, it would go right back down. There was an opportunistic. I mean, 2 of them were basically, one was off a foot and one was off us. So, but you know what, you got to make your bounces in the playoffs, and they worked for their bounces tonight. We've got to work for some bounces around the net.
Pete does not sound angry yet.
You're supposed to cut off my mic during hockey segments.
That's right. It was me cutting off the mic. Pete does not sound too upset yet. So calm, cool. Game 2 tonight at 8:30 AAC.
Yeah, that's probably because he saw the money puck deserved to win meter and saw that Dallas was 57%. They should have won this game.
Then he should have been upset. There you go. You can't even troll correctly.
I mean, no, it means that they played well, so he's not worried. They played well.
Guys, on the fan text, I mean, there's some optimism from the Tolos. 214, Blackwood was an absolute monster and goaltender, which was true. You know, he had some amazing saves there all throughout the night. You know, congrats to him. And then the 9-7-2 game was 2-1 with 10 minutes left. It was a different game than, it's not a game that was carried over from the end of the season. So optimism from the Tolos here.
By the way, we were talking last week, getting ready for the game. I forgot to mention, I was listening to G-Bag, and boy, Wolchuk was teeing off a little bit on Otter. He's like, look, we got to stop just holding on to Game 7 against Calgary from a couple years ago. Like, he's got to start stepping up. He's got to be better.
Whoa!
And so he was a little fed up with Otter, but that was one of the. I will say that was one of the things that when I was reading around and like looked and said, okay, are people seeing the game similar to the way I was? One of the common themes you saw from Stars fans, it looked like over the weekend, was the idea that goalie was the area where you were supposed to have a bit of an advantage because he hadn't, been to the playoffs before. And that was supposed to be an area where, all right, you've got Otter's experience, things like that. And in the first game, you didn't have the better goalie.
Did you guys see the DeMar DeRozan incident? DeMar DeRozan at a sushi place in California, and this internet troll goes up to him with the cell phone out and the light on.
The flash.
And DeMar is sitting there looking at his phone, and this was rapid response time. I mean, it was a second or less. DeMar looks up, sees the phone in his face with the flash, immediately reaches out and knocks the phone out of this guy's hand. All of a sudden, in this troll's video, the next scene cuts to him in the ambulance with like a neck brace or some type of exaggerated look. And this loser is getting destroyed on social media, which I'm happy about, even though DeMar DeRozan, it's kind of like the Jason Kelce incident. I guess legally he may have an issue, but real world justice, that's what you do. Knock it out of his hand. Get your phone out of the man's face. Don't walk up on him. DeMar's like, hey, don't walk up on me like that. And people are like, oh, they forgot DeMar was from Compton. They forgot that.
Yeah, I wish we had, I wish there was
Drake knows.
I wish there was just more, basically more common sense with things like this. Now, obviously, Jason Kelce, for instance, didn't end up getting in trouble. We'll see if DeMar DeRozan gets in any sort of trouble. But there's got to be some level of nuance and not just so black and white with the reading of some of these laws to where it's like, there's legitimate reasons to snap on somebody and
there's laws getting ignored. It can happen.
Yeah, no, it definitely happens. But I mean, I wish we would see that a little more consistently, where there's a little bit more context or understanding of the context that's going into it. Just saying, like, yeah, at some point you've got to just respect people's privacy, though.
Well, this was an Ask Reddit question, I believe, last week. What's legally wrong but morally right? And this is 100% the same thing.
Yes.
Like if you're getting my face with your phone, I don't care what it is you have on your body. Like, I'm gonna smack it out of your face. That's the go-to. You'd rather me punch you and knock you out? No, I'm hitting the phone out of your face. If it breaks, go buy a new one.
Attention is that drug. Like, why walk up on someone like that? Even if I was sitting in a restaurant with Nico, you'd have to have people around me, or I'd have to be really drunk, like with Jay Glazer, to yell something at him. Like, I'm not going up to harass people out in public, especially when I'm sitting here in my 40s.
Nico's a little different. I might harass Nico in public because they can't throw me out of the restaurant, I don't think, like they can the arena. So
speaking of celebrity criticism, this trip to space, this female trip to space will not go away.
No.
We were watching it during the show, and I was like, okay, how many people are caring about this? This thing keeps being talked about, Bobby, even though it was like a 5-minute event.
No, this is ridiculous. So Katy Perry's been getting crushed for this whole thing. Just her in
for
general.
What? They were saying, oh, it's fake. It's a conspiracy. She was promoting an album. She got back home and kissed the earth. What are they upset with Katy Perry about?
It's all of that. It's the
she took a spot from longtime people on the space program.
So a lot of it is the issue of, like, she's taking selfies up there for her Instagram. Meanwhile, there's like a crew clearly documenting it. So it's just this like navel gazing. It's coming back down, kissing the earth, like, oh my gosh, land, we're home. And it's just eye roll inducing to a lot of people.
I mean, wouldn't you would take pictures though if you were up there? Same thing. You're in space.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, I would be taking pictures, but if you've got a hired camera crew to like document this whole thing, it's not necessarily like for your social media clout. So I get that. But yeah, they've gotten crushed for just their entire response to it. And then we recently got, over the weekend, people were flipping out over Gayle King. So Gayle King, who's up there, Oprah's buddy, which is that her whole bio? Is that her whole career?
Yes.
Just she's Oprah. I don't know what she did otherwise. But
she's on one of those shows.
She is now, yeah. I just didn't know before, like, what got her to where she was. But she had like gotten crushed this weekend because she was given some interview on a red carpet where she had talked about that, as an astronaut, which is a little weird to call myself an astronaut, but as an astronaut, and people are just starting to lose their S over the idea of just like, you guys are so out of touch and so unaware of what people think about you. This isn't anything that.
Because I thought Katy Perry was like beloved. Doesn't she have the most followers on Twitter or one of those things? I thought there was no hate towards Katy Perry, but then you go with Gayle King and Bezos, his wife. And by the way, Amazon they've really dropped off lately. I've never had more day delays. They told me a package got delivered the other day. I had like a Blackstone cover for the grill. They're like, how do you like it? I'm like, you never sent it. Amazon, it feels like the quality's dropped off a little bit. That's not a political statement.
I don't disagree. We've had a lot more stuff delayed or just canceled or like, oh, it's not in stock or whatever else. On Katy Perry's part, I don't know when it switched, but yeah, it definitely felt like it switched even before this.
Really?
Yeah, because her music, like if you notice, like when she's had a couple albums come out or a couple singles come out over the last couple years that have not blown up the way they used to. It used to be automatic. Oh, Katy Perry's got a new song that's going to number 1. Or, oh, that's going to be in the top 10. And it's really not that anymore. In fact, Daily Beast had a write-up the other day with the headline, why does everyone hate Katy Perry so much?
Oh.
Which is just, they're talking about basically star fatigue and her whole reaction to things. But I think she had a couple different controversies too, over the last couple of years in regards to just discussions she had about Orlando Bloom, who she's married to. Some of the Russell Brand stuff, I think there's some pretty rabid Russell Brand fans out there who she used to be with, who I think they feel like, oh, you're setting him up, or it's revisionist history the way you talk about that relationship that you had. But yeah, I mean, she is up there right now as I feel like one of the more consistently hated celebrities that are out there.
And in case you're just waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club, Pope Francis passing away at the age of 88. The Vatican announced that this morning. So there's RJ Choppy out there in Italy as all the soccer was paused after this news broke. Pope Francis passing away at the age of 88.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think in the past when we've had this happen, whether it be a death or like when Pope Benedict retired essentially. I'm trying to think how long the process typically goes. I think the voting process and things they do, it's usually like a 2 to 3 week thing if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, I mean, this will just open up an entire new election, quote unquote, where we're gonna have all the eyes of the world overseas for it.
Did you go to church yesterday?
I did not. No.
How do you decide when to go? Because there was a period of time where you were going to Chiafalo's church all the time, every weekend, it felt like.
I overslept is what happened. We all overslept. We intended to go. And then I woke up because woke up.
Take me through your sleeping schedule yesterday, because you responded at like 7:15 to a text I had about a breakfast place. And then I don't know.
I woke.
You're the latest sleeping mid-30s person I know. You'll wake up at noon. What are you, a freaking college freshman?
No, it's because I run on such little sleep as it is. Like, I'm usually just like, all right, power through. And then every now and then my body just goes, all right, you're catching up now. And like, you don't have a choice. So I'd woken up and I'd looked and I'd texted you back. And I was like, I still got time to get in a little bit extra sleep. And I would sleep, and then I was out for another like 3.5 hours. And so that's just it. It was catching up.
What had you stayed up to the night before?
It wasn't even the night before. I went to bed at a decent hour the night before. I thought I was going to be good. But like I say, if I haven't gone with sleep for a little while, it'll be these 12-hour sessions that I sleep.
Now, ever since I started working morning drives, so almost 3 years now, my sleeping on the weekends is nothing now. I don't have kids or anything, but I'll be up.
You cannot sleep in, or you can?
I cannot. No, I'm up by 7:15, 7:30 on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yes.
So it's awful. But I mean, I could go to sleep at 2 a.m. I'm still up, crack of dawn.
Honestly, what really screwed me up was the nap I took. I don't normally take naps like you and Peyton do during the day. So when I took that nap on Thursday or whatever that was, I knocked out for like 4 hours. And then that screwed me up to where I didn't sleep on Friday. So you remember I got in here on Friday. I was like, I haven't slept since 4 o'clock yesterday. I don't think I fell asleep that night till 10:30. So I was on like 30 hours without sleeping.
It is NFL Draft Week. Round 1 officially going down on Thursday. We'll be at different Pluckers locations throughout the FW. I'll be with Jake Rietma in Mesquite, and Bobby will be working all the selections at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. And speaking of college football, the big transfer has officially happened. We continue to get you set for the draft with a college football kegger next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yates is ready. He comes home. Adolis swings and belts one. Deep left center. Back goes Taylor at the wall. That ball is history. A two-run walk-off home run for El Bumby. They stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of Adolis Garcia, who is enjoying his trip around the bases. He flings the helmet away, pumps his right arm, bangs his hand on his chest, and leaps into the pile.
How'd he bang his head on his chest? Great call there from Eric Nadel, the Rangers Hall of Famer on Your Home for Rangers Baseball. One of the 3 runs scored in the entire series. 4 runs?
Yeah.
4 runs. As yesterday, they come up short with the Wyatt Langford controversy at second base, and the Dodgers go into Arlington and beat the Rangers. I'm going to ask Sandler this question at 9. Does this feel like a good or bad series?
Yeah, I think
because it's like a measuring stick, right?
Yeah, I think they're very close to these 3 games being all in their favor, and they were very close to losing all 3. Because that's a you're down 1 walk off that Adolis hit. Which, by the way, he hit it. He started pimping it a little bit. And you saw him like pick up the pace a little. Like that's not going quite as far out as I thought. And then he was able to trot after that. But it's it's a thing I think right now where you feel like we're not too far off from being competitive with this team consistently. Our bats just have to get there. It's just a question of.
But the question is, can the bats get there?
Yeah, that's the thing. Are the bats just asleep to start the season? Are you having trouble with consistency, or is this your offense and your offense is really bad? And I still think, look, you look at Adolis, which what's he hitting now? He's hitting 216. His expected batting average is 273 with how hard he's been hitting the ball. And I mean, even over the weekend, like you've got various outs that he had. These were outs that he hit 100.5. He had another that was 110.3, 110.2. So, I mean, he's still smoking the baseball when he's making contact. It's just they haven't been falling.
The staff was incredible. Rangers Nation with some numbers. A combined 1.35 ERA and a .70 whip against the Dodgers with Malley, Evaldi, and DeGrom. The Dodgers' effect, opening day attendance in Arlington was 37,500. The lowest attended game this weekend was 38,100, with the Dodger fans, in many instances, taking over there at the Globe.
Yeah, they're a big pull, obviously, and it helps when
these
Shohei...
Californians moving here.
It helps when Shohei shows back up for the Sunday game after initially he was supposed to be out the whole series, and then they get the surprise appearance. In fact, I've already shifted on Ohtani, so I'm not gonna start up again. But I will say that I was chuckling at the headline that was out there this weekend. I saw a Dodgers blog or something that said Shohei Ohtani was initially supposed to be out for the whole series. After the 4-3 loss, he let Dave Roberts know he was headed to Arlington. It's like
paternity.
It's probably exactly. Shohei Ohtani. That's what he is. But it's like it's always. I think it's probably more likely he just was like, all right, I'm actually good to go. I can come there. I don't think it's so much like we lost 1 game to the Rangers. Now I got to be there to save these guys for Sunday. But that's how it was being positioned. Was like, what a stud. Yeah. He showed back up for it. But yeah, I mean, just hit the ball consistently. That's the biggest thing for the Rangers. If they can wake the bats up a little bit, then this team is really, really good.
Rangers are off today, and then they'll be in California. I almost said Oakland, could be Sacramento. Vegas. I don't freaking know. They're taking on the Athletics. Starting tomorrow, 8:30 pregame. First pitch, 9 o'clock right here on The Fan. NFL draft is getting closer. College football note. Nico has made it official now. He is a UCLA Bruin, and it sounds like he's taken a loss. It sounds like an absolute misread and disaster, and you got a new LeVar Ball involved in the world of football and sports dads.
Yeah, look, it's
although LeVar Ball is being remembered nicely. Like if you look at the sports dads out there, Ja's dad, negative, Nico's dad, negative, and LeVar Ball looks like he's ended up being right. LeBron, negative.
Yeah, it's been much kinder to him. History has been much kinder to LeVar Ball than the present day was.
Yeah.
And look, he was a ridiculous troll at the time. This just sounds like
what do you say about Whitlock? He's like, how you busy having opinions, eating all those damn snacks you eat.
Yeah, the way what was his big claim? He said, like, I would have beat Jordan one-on-one in high school. Like, I mean, he was clearly
peanut butter skin.
He was clearly just a total troll. This just sounds like bad management for Nico. But
although LeVar didn't mismanage that shoe deal.
No. I'll be honest, I almost bought a pair of those shoes when I first saw the Laker colorway. I was like, I kind of want to get those. They look. I'm glad I didn't, but I almost did. But this just sounds like really bad management for Nico.
$1 million less, and then everyone's factoring in the state tax.
Yeah, when you look at the state taxes and the other things that are going to go into his deal moving to UCLA, he's probably going to come out of this one a little bit less like net money than he would have had at Tennessee. But, I mean, look,
his dad will spin it and say it was about the team around me.
Exactly. Yeah. And about, opportunity and, there's only so much you can do at Tennessee, but there's no way to spin this into a positive. It was a bad misread. It's a guy who seems to be getting really bad advice from a parent who it's like Baby Gronk. It's like he's being managed by Baby Gronk's dad or whatever. That's
Gronk's
Nico.
dad.
So
the New York Jets have a different version of events with Aaron Rodgers, where Aaron went on McAfee and whined and cried that he flew cross country on his own dime to go and have an hours and hours long meeting with the Jets to figure out his future. Well, the Jets told Tom Pelissero, no, he was telling them, I'm going to be in town. I'm going to be on that side of the country anyway. Why don't you stop on by? He stopped on in, and that's when they informed him, we're moving on. See you later. So it wasn't Aaron getting off his Malibu couch to fly on over just for this 15 minutes and then fly back home. He had told them, according to Pelissero, he was going to be around that way anyway.
yeah, I was going to say, at least that's how it's being represented by Jets sources. This would not be the first time that Jets sources were weighing in differently than various reports that are out there about their organization.
Who do you trust more? You have to pick one. Aaron Rodgers or the Jets?
I can read them.
I
Isn't
guess
that tough?
Yeah. Man, because like I feel like Aaron doesn't lie intentionally. But I feel like Aaron is such an egomaniac. Sometimes he sees things through a messed up lens that doesn't exactly reflect reality. And so he ends up telling mistruths, I guess would be the way. Whereas the Jets, I feel like occasionally will just flat out lie about something because it makes them look bad.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe I trust Aaron a little bit more. But I mean, gosh, yeah, that's pick your poison right there.
Deion Sanders says we are a now generation as the jerseys being retired for Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. Not happy with Colorado's spring attendance, but he said, look, I know that they're pleased, they're thankful, they are proud, but this is not going away. He said this is the only time in his life, and he just very humbly reminded us that every team he's played for, he thinks has retired his jersey. He said this is the first time it's been a negative with a jersey retire, and we all know why, because the last name is Sanders with one of them.
Yeah, and I mean,
we didn't even talk about that last week. Does Shedeur, even on his game alone, deserve to have his jersey retired? Did he lead Colorado to such heights that it's jersey retire worthy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he had enough of a prolific career that I would understand them putting him in. But yeah, immediately, like, well, you got to waive any weight. You got to put him right in. That seems a little extreme to me. I mean, look, what we've had one time in the history of college football, somebody be a two-time Heisman winner, and it was Archie Griffin. That was all the way back in 1975. He didn't get his jersey retired until 1999 by Ohio State.
But I don't know if that makes it right. Let's not just keep repeating things and making people wait forever and ever.
No, but I think, again, like we had talked about a little bit last week, it's not necessarily like here's a punishment. It's more just let's get away from the fog and the romanticizing your career. Let's, after some time passes, reflect a little bit and go, was this worthy? Did you deserve it? Or are we just falling? Like, I mean, there have been times where I think in the immediate aftermath of a Rangers player retiring, Mavericks, Cowboys, whatever else, that people instantly think to themselves, oh, you should retire his jersey, or oh, he should go up in the Ring of Honor. And then as more time passes, you have people going, maybe not. Like, for instance, it felt unanimous at the time. Everybody said Romo should go in the Ring of Honor. It felt like most Cowboys fans were saying that. And I think over time, more people have got away from it and gone, maybe. I mean, I loved Romo, but maybe he doesn't go up in the Ring of Honor. That's maybe not really a fit for him. And so I still think that getting away from the fog of those feelings is important to figure out, all right, is this really warranted?
Lane Kiffin taking shots at the University of Miami.
Boy, he is it's not even it's the University of Miami, it's Carson Beck, it's all of it. He is such a D.
Yeah.
Like he's unapologetic about it, it seems like, where he's just like, yep, this is me, this is my personality. But he got asked during press availability last week, he was talking to reporters, and he got asked about the amount that Miami paid Carson Beck. They paid him $4 million. And his response to it was, did they watch his game against us? Which that just seems rather cold for Lane Kiffin. But this is Lane Kiffin's entire persona. And it does make me wonder, you mentioned Deion just now. Deion, Lane Kiffin, it does make me wonder if that attitude and that sort of demeanor, the way that you approach your program and talk about others, if that's more what players are drawn to these days. They don't want the authoritarian figure like the Saban. Like, oh, that's dad, that's tough love. I mean, that's Saban getting out of it. And if that's the case, that's probably a big part of why or why not Bill Belichick will succeed at UNC. Is how is that received at the college level now? But I mean, Lane Kiffin, whose career felt on life support, a decade ago, however long ago that was, has managed to revive it and continues to ascend despite just kind of sticking his finger in the eye of people along the way.
John Gruden is resuscitating his quarterback sit-downs with Barstool, and he sat down with Will Howard with a little shot towards R.J. Choppy's Tennessee Vols.
So now the playoffs start, and here comes the Tennessee Volunteers. It's a cold night.
It was.
In Columbus.
It was.
And you see these guys come roaring out of here, the SEC, the Tennessee Vols, without their shirts. And it seemed like they were trying to intimidate you guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, the funny thing is they came out with their shirts on, or their shirts off, and they ran over to the opposite end zone and immediately put them back on. I was like, what the f- are these clowns doing, man? Like, at that moment, I knew we had them.
Getting a little looser there, too, with Barstool versus ESPN. What are these clowns doing? I knew we had them right there. So there's old Chucky.
It's a different era right here. Like I said, it's the players talk more confidently. It's obviously the free agency era, essentially, of college football. But I am glad Gruden's bringing these things back, because I always felt like this is one of the, when we talk about media programming or whatever leading up to the draft or to other things related to the NFL, NBA, regular season, what have you, a lot of it feels like fluff or like, oh, it's entertainment. Like, I feel like you actually learn something about these guys. Like, I've never asked a team. I should ask a team at some point, like, hey, did you guys ever watch the Gruden quarterback camp stuff and look at how these guys talk to him? Because to me, I think that there's valuable stuff in there that you can see in terms of the way that they approach things with their mindset, the things they do on the whiteboard, and how quickly they process things. I think it's great.
Peyton Russell with a miserable weekend. Bobby Belt continuing to torture a member of the G-Bag Nation. It's all coming up during Best and Worst of the weekend. It's the commercial-free Expressway, and the Mavericks season is officially over. My unsolicited advice for Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont after having it all end the other night against the Grizzlies. What's next for the Mavericks, and do you even care? We go commercial free with Best and Worst as well, next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Experts.
Zeros on the clock. Streamers from the rafters. The Grizzlies will advance to the first round to take on Oklahoma City. Game 1 is Sunday at noon.
There was a beatdown over the weekend to officially end the Dallas Mavericks season. Let us know if you watched. I'm still seeking out television ratings. I'd like to know for these two play-ins what happened in DFW. RJ said it would be the lowest ever rated play-in numbers that came in, especially for the Kings game. Sacramento with that market. Well, Memphis is not a thriving market either. So I would like to know if the Metroplex really bailed on checking out the Mavs and their quest to take on the Thunder.
Yeah, I felt like that used to be readily available and you would always see it everywhere. Now it's like, yeah, you got to dig everywhere to find it. And I'm looking around right now. I still don't see anybody that's posted it. You have to get it by shady means.
Anthony Davis goes off, but of course gets hurt in the fourth quarter as the Mavs get blown out. We got the all-time epic Nico glare. You had Luka looking up to him with the Devin Booker photo with Nico just looking sick and disgusted and mad and angry. And he was probably feeling that way before the game when a former Mav season ticket holder was in the arena early with Nico standing next to Michael Finley on the floor. Well, apparently this fan had to be warned on the road, this is in Memphis, about the NBA's code of conduct. And this individual went on to tell, I think he told Grant Afsith that he canceled his season tickets he had for 10 plus years and paid $1,000 a game. But he was sitting there behind the bench yelling, "Fire Nico," on the road. He got warned, and I absolutely 1 billion% agree with what you had to say about Michael Finley.
Yeah, I've changed though a little. I've shifted a little. So I
change over 48 hours.
Well, so like we get new information and we hear things, and so I had
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt admits he was wrong without any buts or caveats.
I haven't said but. I may say but. I don't know. But see right there. Somebody had reached out.
I love this NBC music.
Somebody reached out to me.
Tom Brokaw, who passed away at the age of 88.
Somebody reached out to me and said, they're like, you're going after the wrong one. And it's somebody I am confident would know what's going on there. They're just like, that's not the guy to go after in this situation. Like he's not somebody who is just blind company. I'm all for Nico. And
really?
Yeah, I was just told like that one.
He still took Luka's beer. He needs an answer for that.
He did, but I was told like that's one that
because he looks like a henchman.
He did in that moment. I think it's probably just the way it was explained to me was just
he looks like he's sold out as a company guy.
I think it's just he's kind of exhausted and just looking back like, guys, come on, do we like here too? We're still seeing it. Like it was more just an exhaustion thing, is what. So, but I got the sense from somebody I was told that no, that's not somebody who's like jazzed that they traded Luka. That's somebody who feels like they probably made a mistake.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear because, I mean, it's always Nico surrounded by two henchmen, and You're guilt by association.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's
Finley looks like his right-hand guy.
He's
carrying out the hits.
It made sense. It makes sense to me on the surface too, of the idea of like, okay, well, Dirk has been driven away. Why hasn't Finley? Why doesn't Finley feel that way? And I think it is something where the way, like I said, the way it was explained to me is that he's not one of these he's not Dumont, he's not Nico, he's not Rick Welts. Just like, yeah, we did what we had to do, baby. It's more just, let's all just get through the season.
Okay, maybe a change of plans here. Of course, it happens during the commercial-free expressway when I can't get a commercial break to read through it. But T. Rainey, one of our top Tolos, has let us know the McMahon piece has dropped. Firings, cheerleader energy, and lost trust. What really led to the Luka Doncic trade. So Tim McMahon has dropped this right now. You got Jason Kidd after the loss? All right, buy me about 30 seconds to start reading this thing. Here's J. Kidd on Season Over.
Incredible season. When you look at the injuries that we've had, the change, for us to even be here playing in this game tonight, it's incredible. It just shows the character of that group in that locker room, the fight, being prepared, moving on, learning from our losses and also our wins. So an incredible season. With the change and injuries, some would say shouldn't even be here. So give those guys in that locker room a lot of credit.
Why are you making
this is going to get him destroyed, Nico. Oh my gosh. So I'm just kind of scrolling and I get down here and they're talking about the firing of Casey Smith,
the trainer.
And it says that Harrison had informed Smith that they needed to meet. Smith replied that it wasn't possible to meet in person. He had gone to his hometown in Ohio to be at the side of his gravely ill mother in the final few weeks of her life. Harrison set up a video conference meeting instead, and he was fired over that video conference.
As Casey
trust in Nico.
While he's in Ohio by his dying mother, Nico Harrison popped him on a Zoom call to tell him he was fired.
Interviews with more than a dozen team and league insiders reveal that while Luka's era officially ended on February 2nd, it truly began to disintegrate along with the franchise's culture 18 months earlier, the summer before he led the Mavs to the NBA Finals. A few days after returning to Love Field from the Hall of Fame Dirk event, and Dirk again loving Casey Smith. Here it is. Nico informed him they needed to meet. Man, you read a lot quicker than I do. I was like 2 paragraphs up right there. All right, that is not going to come across very well. The reason for the dismissal centered on Smith being, quote, too negative, according to McMahon's sources briefed on the discussion, who interpreted the vague reasoning to mean Casey was not enough of a yes man. And in that little secret meeting they had last week, Nico followed up with the replacements for Casey Smith and others by saying, we brought in better people. What are you talking about? We brought in improvements. A team source. Nico was 100% threatened by Casey. He felt Smith's voice carried too much weight with the franchise. He's going to show that I'm in charge and nobody else can question that. It was a stunning first step in Nico's overhaul of the health and performance group the past 2 off seasons. See, I had always guessed, I hadn't heard, I guessed that they were so unhappy with Luka's consistent conditioning that they blamed Casey as part of that. Mm-hmm. Like, you're enabling him. You're allowing him to do that. Now, Casey Smith, as we've said many times, is a world-renowned trainer. I mean, he was like the Team USA guy. Yeah. When the Dream Team, when the Olympic team got put together, they chose Casey Smith to go ahead and keep them healthy. But he wasn't good enough for here. You're tight with Dirk. You're tight with Luka, and apparently Nico felt threatened over it. He said, you bringing up Casey Smith last week it's kind of a joke. Like last year, Casey wasn't around. We made it to the finals. No one brought up Casey last year, so to bring him up now doesn't really make sense. He's been away for 2 years, so I'm not even going to comment on that.
There's, like I said, we're just kind of seeing this on the air. It says dysfunction between Harrison's new hires, director of player and health performance, Johan Billsborough, And athletic performance director Keith Belton has been problematic as the Mavs' medical misfortune mounted throughout the season, sources said. And then they talk about the Derek Lively injury. Remember when the stress fracture came out, we were all just, oh crap, Derek Lively's out for forever. It says Derek Lively, a 21-year-old center who projects as a long-term cornerstone, was listed as questionable on January 20th because of a right ankle sprain after sitting out the previous 2 games. Under Belton's supervision, Lively went through an intense return-to-play workout before sitting out again that night. The plan was for Lively to play at home 2 nights later against the Timberwolves, but Billsboro had concerns, prompting him to send Lively for a CT scan. It revealed a stress fracture in his right ankle that sidelined the center for the next 2 months. A team source said, quote, somebody should be fired for that. This is bad. And I mean, we anticipated it was going to be bad, but this is going to make Nico Harrison look like more of a cold-hearted,
petty,
negligent,
and insecure.
Yeah, this is bad.
And some of the other longtime Mavs employees, one guy was regarded as like an assistant trainer of the year. He got nominated for that, and they were all looked at as Luka enablers. So here you go with the enable tag that's being put on it.
It says that the friction has gotten so bad, by the way, between Belton and Billsboro, Nico's 2 hires here, that it led to a confrontation in the trainer's room at a practice facility and continued into the weight room. Harrison did not reply to a question about the incident or several others regarding the health and performance group. ESPN submitted to the Mavs media relations department this week. The Mavs declined to make Billsboro or Belton available. It said not punches, but they were going at it. One of the many sources who viewed the surveillance footage of the incident told ESPN.
All right, let's get to the Dirk part. Nico, this is Tim McMahon with the latest Mav details just dropping here during the commercial-free Expressway. Nico's decision to fire Casey and the way he did it also drove Dirk away from the franchise that he proudly played for his entire career. Sources said Nowitzki, who describes himself as a Mavs fan now, opted to no longer be involved in the inner workings of the basketball operations after Smith's forced exit. Dirk had served as a senior advisor to Cuban, frequently attending practices and providing input when he was in Dallas. Well, at least this makes it sound like Dirk left on his own. They weren't like, you're not welcome here. That would have been even worse. That the Casey Smith firing led Dirk to say, I don't want to be around this.
Well, and I
that's better than...
They didn't say it, but yeah, this reads like they made moves that communicated that to him. Of like, you're not welcome here. Because, I mean, that's brutal. I don't know why does this have to be done immediately right then? Like, oh, okay, no, you can't meet. Just walk away from mom for a second, jump on a Zoom call with me.
Sources told ESPN that Smith's ouster also prompted the departure of Mavs Vice President of Basketball Communications, Scott Tomlin, another 2-decade employee of the franchise who was close with Casey, Dirk, and Doncic. Tomlin accepted an offer to become the executive director of the Dirk Nowitzki Foundation. So Scott Tomlin, long time like PR, a lot of people in this building and throughout the Metroplex have worked with him. Dirk and Tomlin have attended 2 NBA games since the beginning of February. Luka's Lakers debut on February 10th and his return on April 9th. Dirk declined an interview request, saying over the past year you could already see the team heading in a different direction. Now we are seeing the result of that when he went on with his sister. So there's a little Dirk part in there on why it sounded like he wanted to step away.
Yeah, and we'll look at more of this. It looks like it goes into the specifics of what happened with Luka's last injury and how that was the final straw for them too, of just disagreement with the training staff and problems with that. It says in here, talking about the injury, another major disagreement emerged between the sides when Doncic refused Harrison's request to join the team on a 5-game trip leading up to his target return date. Harrison griped that Doncic was holding the team hostage, sources said.
Over wanting to go ahead and rehab solo?
Doncic's camp argued that he was better off having around-the-clock access to the Mavs practice facility than traveling with the team, which I agree with. Like, especially if you're talking about a calf issue. If you're talking about a calf issue, generally they recommend that you don't fly with calf issues because it can cause issues with blood flow and blood clots and different things like that. But, I mean, Kobe probably did it once before, and that's why Nico did it. This is all so bad.
Klay Thompson, this kind of blew up on our morning show group chat over the weekend. Klay Thompson was asked after the Grizzlies game if he would have ever come here if he knew the way things were going to work out.
Klay, knowing what you know now, would you make the same decision from Dallas last summer?
Don't do that to me. Don't do that. That's kind of a ridiculous question because I don't own a time machine and I don't believe in going back, looking back. If I did that my whole career, I would not be where I'm at, and I wouldn't have been able to persevere through 2 really hard injuries. So I'm here in Dallas, and I enjoyed my time, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Look, I really like Klay Thompson's personality.
Was that enjoyed, by the way? I enjoyed my time. See y'all?
I don't know. But it's not a ridiculous question.
No.
That's the argument. That's the debate. I think it's a fantastic question, as a matter of fact. Now, I get Klay's response. There's no point in saying, no, I never would have come here. And, people always say, I don't have a time machine. Things are meant to be. I don't have any regrets. But no, I don't think it was a ridiculous question whatsoever. It's the question I want to, if it's the question everyone's wondering and has on their mind, it should be asked. And it was asked.
Yeah, basically
I'm surprised that Klay actually went that strong and said it's ridiculous, because Klay's face always has like a half smile in which I feel like he's trying to be respectful and not confrontational, but he used the word ridiculous in that. I was a little surprised he went that strong.
But I think him saying ridiculous, I think he knows everybody's asking the question, or people have that thought about him. Like, would you have come here? We've talked about it here on the show several times. I think what he's saying there is clearly the answer is no, I wouldn't have ever come here. If I knew this was the setup, I would not have come here. And you're putting me in a position to say that when that's not how I do things. I don't talk like that. So I think it's probably an issue of Klay is more like, dude, come on. It's the last one of the year. And I almost slipped out of here without this question being thrown at me. And so I still think it's fair for Tim McMahon to ask him. But I think that's what his response is more about, is like, the answer's clearly no, I wouldn't. Do I need to say it?
Right.
Do I need to say it to you guys?
All right, let's get back into more of this at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock with the Tim McMahon State of the Mavs article that just dropped. My advice to Nico, since I know he's so desperately wanting it, we'll just have to go ahead and wait. This HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Let's hear everybody's best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Pepe, start us off, as you have now joined my team of Moving Sucks.
Dude, I hate it. I told Mackenzie we better live in this damn house for 45 years.
Yes.
I'm tired of moving. Because moving to the rental, it was like, her parents helped with her stuff. My parents helped with my stuff. So it was just half of it. Now we're moving everything, my stuff and her stuff. And we've bought stuff, obviously, in the last year or so that we've lived here. So we're moving even more crap, more furniture around. And I'm not even moving like the fridge and washer dryer. We're paying for that. We got movers coming in, about an hour or so. So let's hope this meeting goes a little long today, because I'm not trying to go over there.
You asked Tim Collins for advice. Tim has moved to every section of McKinney, it feels like 5 times, 8 times moved in the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know why they do it, but I feel like moving is the number one test of the relationship besides a medical thing, when it comes to stress and irritation. And you're judging how much are they doing. They're judging how much are you doing. And in that 8th hour, when you're tired and hungry and when are we ever going to eat, you get a little snappy and snippy, possibly.
I could tell it was getting to Mackenzie some, because when you carry in boxes, sometimes the guys can carry 3 or 4 boxes up. I was carrying one, and she was like, I think you can stack another one on there. I was like, I laughed at it, because I knew she would, when she was looking at me, I was like, she's going to say some crap like that.
Why didn't you put another one on there?
I did the next time, but I made sure it was full of pillows or something like that. Something light. But I was struggling to walk through the door and all that. But guys, it got worse last night. I didn't include this in my email because it happened around 9 o'clock at night, but because the movers said, hey, we're going to move all the heavy stuff. You got to unplug everything, though. We're not unplugging fridges and washer dryers, so I had to unplug everything. So I went to unplug the washer. I guess I don't know my left to my right on the water, on the faucet up to the handle and the knob, and I guess I left the water on, and so I unplugged it from the fridge or from the washer, and water started spewing out. And of course, everything's wet. The hose is wet, so I can't hook it back on, and so water's going all over the laundry room. And I'm calling Mackenzie, I'm calling my dad. I need help. I need someone to help me out here. So my dad had to come over and help me out. But the whole place was just a mess.
You didn't know where to shut off the water?
Well, it was outside, but if I went outside, the water would then be all over the ground. Because I guess I didn't. It came down to I didn't turn the knob far enough to the right. I
Yeah.
thought I'd gotten all the way, and I didn't, so water was still leaking out. But water
And then you
had
got all the leftover, probably laundry, like little dust balls and little hair here and
all
there.
the lint is all over the ground.
lint.
and
The back
it's-
of your laundry is so disgusting. And then on the floor with a nice puddle of water there.
Yeah, I'm in my socks, and so I'm grabbing, whatever, because we moved a bunch of like the towels and stuff already over there. So I have like only 4 or 5 towels in the entire house, and so I'm grabbing all that, throw it on there, and the towels are soaked now. But
So
we got
how far are you in to the move, percentage-wise? How much are you done?
Ooh, if you don't count the heavy furniture that the movers are taking care of, 90%. We got a bunch done Saturday. Saturday, we woke up and we were, around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. We were moving stuff over there. The rain stayed away, thank goodness. Mackenzie's dad had a trailer, so we packed a bunch of boxes on there. But if you walk in our house, it's just boxes everywhere. We haven't unloaded anything yet, unpacked anything. But yeah, we have about 90% done, and we should be sleeping there tonight.
Oh, very nice.
I'm curious about, because this is a very sensitive subject usually, just in terms of how do you handle asking people to help you move. I feel like you got to have a pretty good relationship with somebody to be like, hey, will you help me move? Because it's something nobody wants to do.
Yeah, how did you decide that? Did you think about asking Los Hombres to come on over there and lend a hand?
Usually they
hibachi Korean barbecue for everybody if they help out.
Because when other friends in Los Hombres have moved before, people will volunteer. Hey man, if you need help, go. No one said anything to me, so I was like, I do live out of the way. I will say, I'm in Rockwall. Everyone else is, either north of Dallas or west of Dallas. So I get it, but no one volunteered. I was like, you know what? I can do it. It's fine.
Why didn't you tell us you were moving this weekend? Because you didn't say that. You said you had like a
I talked about moving for the last 3 weeks. Sean's getting tired of talking about me moving. But.
No, what you said was you had like 5 weeks until the next one was over, and so you said we're just going to kind of be moving in pieces. Or that you didn't say there was like a big move going on this weekend. Because I would have gone over. I would have helped you.
Bobby will do anything to get out away from his family, anything to get out of his apartment.
But here's the thing: is that when you have friends come over, there's 2 dynamics that I think you have to be aware of. One,
I would never have thought about. I mean, I'm glad you didn't ask. You would have wasted text information time.
If you're like inviting somebody over to help you move, or not inviting, asking them to come over and help you move, then don't you feel like a responsibility of like, I cannot look like I'm loafing it. I have to be one of the 1 to 2 hardest working people here if it's my stuff.
1,000,000%.
And second, is the worst person at the move the one who shows up and then sort of like what Peyton did, but not quite. They go on to the truck and then they come out with like a lamp in their hand, and then you're just like, dude, you're clearly just trying to look busy, and trying to get away with doing as little as possible.
Did you move a ton when you all went across the hall?
No, that was pretty quick. I was able to handle all that. That was no problem. I mean, we got that done in a day, so it wasn't an issue. But I mean, I hate the.
To me, I love having the wife, and she loves all these packing shows and Condo or whatever, that Netflix or whatever, these ways to minimize packing and be so organized. She's so organized. She's going to pack everything up. She doesn't want you to touch it because you're screwing up her system. Is Mackenzie like that? Is she had to be in control of the organization? Or you guys both 50-50 have the same mindset?
Yeah, because she calls it this vision, of where stuff goes in the house.
Whoa.
And I'm like,
vision board?
So like my parents had moved one of their couches in.
That was a big fake laugh, dude.
Big laugh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I didn't get it, but I was.
At least you own it.
So you don't know what a vision board is?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's very popular with like I feel like the 30s, 40s women of today to set up their name it and claim it vision board for the year.
Oh, okay. Well, she probably has one. It's some Pinterest board or something. I'm sure it's the same thing.
Yeah, similar.
So like, my parents moved the couch in there on Friday, I believe, Friday night. And so I put it in one spot. And she was like, well, maybe we should have it in this spot, maybe. And I was like, whatever. Like to me, it's like, oh no, it should go right there. And she has another way because she has other drawers and everything and paintings on the wall. So I'm just like, you know what? If you just tell me where to put it, I'll just do it. It's not worth the hassle.
Yeah.
As long as I can tell, where my TV goes and my game system, and I have like there's.
Well, you should be in control of the couch, okay?
That's right.
You gotta put your foot down on that.
Mm-hmm.
What is additionally on the idea of helping somebody? What's the reasonable payout to somebody who helps you move? Is it just pizza and beer or something?
No, I think that is such a. No, it's not worth it.
It's not worth. It's not
3
worth
or
it.
4 beers.
What's the reasonable expectation though? Like when you go over there, you're just going over there because you've agreed to help somebody. So what is your reasonable? Like you should at least provide this as a baseline because I'm getting put out. Is it just food and
a meal?
beer?
If it takes, if it goes over lunchtime or dinner time, let's go out to eat. Or it doesn't have to be an expensive place. You just pay for my meal.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, I think so. Because I don't want to drink and move either.
See, that's the thing is that it's almost like a trick. Like they're like, we have beer here, and every time I've ever helped somebody move, I'm like, I don't want to. I feel so beat down.
I don't want to eat a pizza and then carry your armoire.
No, yeah, like I mean, honestly, I don't. Every time food's been provided, I'm always like, oh, cool. Well, at least there will be pizza, and then I don't eat because I'm just like,
I'd feel like I would offer, let's go out, or your next bar tab, or I'm sending the Venmo. One of them. One of the
flat out paying.
Yeah, flat out paying them. 50% off what a regular mover would be, but it can get expensive. So that's Peyton's worst of the weekend. What about the best?
The best, guys. I signed up for the physical. The appointment.
That's your best?
I think that's my best.
What an awful weekend.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a few weeks.
Getting touched up is your best part.
That's usually Chop who says that.
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't had one in almost a decade now. I feel like I think high school was the last physical I had because I was in sports then. So you had to do it every year.
Do you not
Peyton?
Do you not go to the doctor every year?
No, not unless I'm sick.
Oh, yeah, because I mean, every year they generally will do just a quick overview look. But
do you have like a doctor, like a designated, like this is the Peyton Russell physician?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I go to the same place, but like it could be different doctors.
Okay. Same place though.
But I'm supposed to go every year and get touched up and everything like that.
You are. You are.
I thought it was just at 40 you get the the colonoscopy and then that's it. You're good.
The physical isn't just for like your junior and high school sports career.
They want to they want to take a look at your just various blood results, make sure there's nothing that like goes okay. There's
Moles.
an issue. Yeah,
I mean, I'm waking up every morning. I think I'm good.
Okay. And Mackenzie must be terrible at the doctor as well.
Oh yeah,
she would have been complaining.
She
about
doesn't
you.
go. Yeah, she's not a big doctor.
We're not great. RJ is on top of all that stuff. Bobby's terrible.
Yeah,
I'm not that great either. But it's been less than a decade for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, me and Kristen are totally on top of telling the other like, you need to go to the doctor. Go to the doc, and then the other, we're not going to go ourselves. So neither one of us actually go, but we're quick to tell the other like, you got to go, grow up, be an adult, and go to the doctor.
Best and worst of the weekend during the commercial-free expressway.
I'll tell you what was the best, and I think Aiden has the photo up on the fan cam. After going quadruple platinum, as Tupac said in To Live and Die in L.A., me and Sammy right there on the fan cam. Sam Walchuk.
Hey, Bobby.
I got you, Sammy.
Hey, Bobby.
We celebrated our going platinum. We had to link up. Honestly, what it was she was.
You went and took a picture of Zach's sister. I thought this was
not a picture of his sister, with his sister.
With his sister. I thought there was a chance of this being like superimposed.
Nope.
I thought you had like. You'd mess with this a little bit.
No, and Zach was right behind my camera in that moment as I'm taking the selfie, and he's just staring daggers at me. I went over to his house this weekend, and when I walked in, I was greeted by his family like a hero. Because they were having Samantha was having her birthday party over there, and so after she said, "You guys, we're doing a family thing over here." And so I was like, all right, I'll come by for a little bit. So I went over.
They invited you over to their Easter?
Yeah, no. This is Saturday. This is Saturday. This was just their family get together, and it was his sister's birthday. And so went over there, and when I walked in the door, I was treated like a celebrity, a king almost by his family.
Really?
All of them. First thing I walk in the door.
They were not upset or angry with you.
Nope. First thing I walk in the door, Sam says, "Hey, Bobby, spit that rhyme I like." Just quoted it
Sammy.
Instantly. Then I make my way to the kitchen, and Zach's like, "Hey, my mom's in here. You can come say hi to her. I've met her before." So I go there, and first thing out of her mouth is, she goes, "I loved your rap. Sam's part was hilarious."
Oh.
And then his dad walks up, and his dad goes, "Your song was really good. If you make another one, you can call me. I'll say something." I was like, "Really?"
He wants to collab.
And he said, "My favorite part was you said." Why is one job always done by both of you? Because it's so true. And then Maya comes out, his wife, and Maya goes, "Your song was so funny."
Wow.
And I was like, wow. And Zach is seriously just sitting there shaking his head the whole time. And he's like, a family full of clout chasers. I have a family full of clout chasers that's just desperate to get on the radio.
Yeah.
And this is what this is. And I was like, no, it's just, they recognize talent, art, when they see it.
Yes.
And that's what I provided them. And so it went over really well. I might come up with another diss track just to get his dad on there. Doing doing the little
And he's got a
ad-libs.
South African accent?
Yeah, he does. So he and his mom, I think, are both from South Africa, but they both have like that South African accent. And so it was just, Zach was humiliated, which is the point. In the end, I won, and they still have not clapped back. I don't think they can.
You don't think they will?
No. I mean, too much time has passed, hasn't it? Like, Kendrick Lamar was dropping songs 10 minutes after Drake, or sometimes doubling up and dropping another one. And they can't just reply at this point. It's going to be that was Hagee's criticism of their first song. He said, I don't think it can be considered a clapback if we're talking about it's been 2 weeks until you reply. It's
okay.
like, that seems to kind of, you lost your moment to reply.
So Bobby
Same
wins.
sort of thing.
Bobby wins. Congratulations.
I mean, that was obviously the case by when I won the G-Bag poll for G-Bag of the Day against their song, and 70% of their listeners voted for mine against them.
And now Pepe is reigning G-Bag of the day.
He is, for his just confessional at the end of his hosting last Wednesday, where he just was vomiting up personal information about himself. It was very nice. Lucius is committed, I think, to seeing that win 5 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
it's at 3 right now, I believe.
He hasn't played a song that he did yet. And he even said on the air the other day, he's like, I've still got his song. We're gonna play it. He's like, but not until this loses. He said this is sticking around, and we're getting the most out of this before I go play that song.
What was your worst of the weekend?
It was a holiday, and holidays suck. They're so stressful. So like when we're hosting anything, or when there's like a really involved family holiday, like, oh, you're gonna get family together and there's gonna be cooking and getting this ready, it's very stressful.
What do you have to do? You don't probably do
manage
jack
emotions.
squat.
I have to manage emotions.
How so?
Because Crystal gets so tense. And
who came over?
Her brother, her mom, our neighbor, one of our neighbors who she's friends with, her son. So I mean, I know we had like.
What did you guys do? What did you eat? What was the big Easter meal for everybody?
Kristen knocked the meal out of the park. It was great. So it was
salsa?
She didn't make any of that. You saw tariffs are raising tomato prices. We talked about that. No, she ended up doing ham, which was really good, and then she makes this broccoli rice casserole that she does. It's really good. She made a corn casserole, homemade macaroni.
Wow.
Trying to remember what else is in there. We had rolls, obviously. She made this eclair cake that she copped from Paula Deen years ago that she continues to make. So it was all very, very good, but it was a stressful. It's very much the, oh my gosh, I have all this stuff to do. It's like, hey, I can help with that.
Yeah.
And then you get the, no, because you don't know how to do it. It's okay. Well then, all right, here we go. That's fine.
Best of the weekend for me was it was our friend Tasha's 40th birthday party. We celebrated in Bishop Arts. Also took the kids to a photo shoot in the Blue Bonnets, and then I did not pick them. I offered my son. I said, "Do you want one of these? Come on, let's do it." He's like, "No, Dad. Mom says it's illegal. I don't want you to go to jail." And my straight-laced, nerdy wife not allowing me to even pick one of these flowers. But I went out there and risked my life with the rattlesnake bites and everything and the ticks to take this family photo, and went to a Yesterland in Canton right after. So spent the entire day on this 20 acres of farmland. It was good. It was good. It was like 45, 50 minutes away. But my worst of the weekend.
Oh, no.
I got home after this 40th birthday celebration, laid down in bed, and my wife had other plans, not the right type of plans.
Oh, I was like, this doesn't sound like the worst.
My wife feeling a little sick.
Uh-oh.
And I'm laying there, and all of a sudden, my left arm gets a little moist. Again, not the type you plan. And my wife is throwing up.
Oh my gosh!
In the bed.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And then your left arm started to hurt because you were having a heart attack from the stress.
Not the right type of shower you want to take at 2:00 in the morning.
It's disgusting.
Shower. Have to sleep upstairs in the guest room. As the wifey, she has no self-control. She admits it. I had called an Uber from the previous place, and she's like, cancel that. We're in Oak Cliff. We're in her hood. She wants to see all the old areas. And she's like, go ahead and cancel that. And we end up at the last place. And I'm like, we got the kids tomorrow. It's always going to be a miserable Sunday. And she recovered nicely yesterday, but Sunday morning, about 3 a.m., Not good.
See,
First time she's ever done that.
I will say, by the way, first time she's ever vomited after
in bed
night?
on me.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant period.
No, not period.
No, I will say, you mentioned there, you said your straight-laced wife with the blue bonnets. I think that should tell you how serious the blue bonnets are. Because I'll be honest, like, I'm afraid of Amanda. Like, Amanda's got some hood to her.
Yeah.
And Amanda will keep it real. She is when keeping it real goes wrong. Like she's the Chappelle skit.
Yeah.
But, so if she's telling you don't pick the blue bonnets, I think that should tell you the gravity of what it is.
Yeah.
Less than just she's straight-laced.
This HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano on DFW Sports Station. The second half of the Tim McMahon Dirk Luka article that just dropped. We'll take you through it next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Aldama driving. Missed the shot. Oh, Ja Morant just broke the rim with that finish.
What happened to the Ja Morant extremely questionable injury report as he came out on fire? Didn't need much from him after that as the Memphis Grizzlies end the season for the Dallas Mavericks. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ. RJ Choppy out this week on vacay in Italy. And we got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube reacting to the Tim McMahon Dallas Mavericks story that just came out from ESPN. And Bobby, how would you summarize it so far?
Bad. Very bad overall. I mean, this whole thing continues to make a big portion of this article is about the training staff.
Yeah.
And their disagreements with each other. And how some of that tension has bled over and caused issues with the team as a whole. But
Billsboro and Belton. I thought this was going to be all about Casey Smith, but these two other names are in here for probably the majority of the article.
Yeah, I would say the Casey Smith portion is the catalyst, kind of the domino that got pushed over that changed everything, is what this feels like. But the Casey Smith issue, like we read last hour, where he was essentially fired over Zoom by Nico Harrison while his mom was dying, that's a brutal look. That's the most damning thing that's in here. But after that, yeah, this issue of Billsboro and Belton, who were brought in to kind of replace Casey Smith, replace some of the training staff, and their tension with each other, and then specifically Billsboro's tension with Luka Doncic's body team is what really caused a lot of these issues.
A friend of Luka's grumbled, "You don't perform like he does if you're a fat, drunk pig," referring to the way that they have painted Luka's conditioning. Why did Dirk leave? Well, it sounds like he was not happy with the dismissals of Casey Smith and then Scott Tomlin, who was working with the Mavs as well. He leaves and becomes a part of Dirk's foundation. So Dirk is the one it sounded like it was like, okay, I'm stepping away from this because of the moves that you're making towards people I love and respect.
Yeah, and it 100%, the Mavs did not tell him you don't have a place here anymore. It doesn't sound like, and by the way, there's very little in here about Mark Cuban's departure. It's kind of, I mean, it's referenced and said that Nico Harrison won out and successfully cut him out of basketball ops. And
Mark Cuban's tried to serve as the middleman between Nico and Luka when Nico was not happy about Luka's conditioning.
Yeah, like he wanted to essentially be the mediator with Nico, Luka, and then Billsboro, and make sure that everybody got on the same. And his services were declined because he had already been cut out. And this just doesn't.
And Nico wanted a bunch of yes men. He wanted yes men energy. You know, one of the things I was just guessing about Nico Harrison is that he appears so stoic and so confident in himself. It's very easy to identify, in my opinion, insecurity in people. The way they act, the way they have to talk, how loud they have to be. And I would not have guessed that Nico Harrison was very insecure and needed yes men around him. Some of the people I respect the most are fine. It's like Barkley and MJ. Charles says he's got his crew that always will be honest with him. Michael's crew is a bunch of ass kissers like Ahmad Rashad. I think Quinn Buckner, who is one of the voices of the Pacers. And Charles wanted to not be a yes man for Michael. And when he was on television and said, Michael's just not doing a good enough job running the Charlotte team, and he doesn't have anyone to tell him no. And Michael stopped talking to Charles forever because of that. I would have thought that, Nico could operate in a think tank and have, yes and no people, but he was insecure. He wanted to get rid of people who were really good at their jobs, people who were really tight with Luka and by proxy Dirk. Dirk not as big of a factor because he's not, sitting here playing at the time, and he wanted to cut those people out and get them out of there. I understand if you feel like Casey Smith is a Dirk person and not necessarily a Maverick person. That's the way it's coming across, the way that Nico felt. But there are people in this who are saying he wanted cheerleaders and he wanted yes men and people to go ahead and just blindly do his thing and follow his blueprint.
Yeah, which, like I said, I don't know how he how he became who he was and got to the level he was if that's the way he did business. Like everybody talks about that you couldn't find a person to say a bad thing about him when he got hired here. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, you just went and signed a superstar to be a GM, a guy that NBA teams have been dying to get in their front office for forever. You finally got him. And the fact that he's now, I guess, just revealed himself to be a dictator in the front office and somebody who refuses to hear any sort of...
And how about Cuban bringing in Nico and then Nico helping to push Cuban out? Like a little backstab. Mark Cuban brought in Nico Harrison.
It's like when the Nosebleeds brought me in and started interviewing me, and then I went and talked to Zach's sister. That's similar to how it is. But I will say this is... And there's another article that dropped around the same time as McMahon's from Brad Townsend over at the Dallas Morning News, which is not the same sort of expose, but it's just talking about expectations the rest of the way. And he does say that from all indications, Patrick Dumont does not plan to publicly address Nico Harrison's job. Said also people should absolutely take it as a signal that the fact that he made Nico go out there and talk means Nico's back, that he's going to be here, and that it's something that Patrick Dumont's committed to, is because, hey, you got to start giving some answers related to this. But one of the other interesting things they talk about is Brad Townsend had mentioned one of the issues they had early on, and an issue of Nico wanting something despite others in the organization saying stop it, was Christian Wood. That apparently he was told prominently by Casey Smith, no, don't do it.
Don't bring in Christian.
And then he brought Christian Wood in, and apparently Casey Smith had an awareness that he's really bad locker room and on-court fit. Don't bring him in. And had told Nico Harrison this. Nico Harrison did it anyway, and then it obviously didn't work out. But that's an instance pretty prominently where I would, if what we know about Nico Harrison or what we think we know about Nico Harrison is accurate, of just, I want yes men, then I would absolutely also think he would go, you're the trainer. I don't need to hear from you about how you think somebody fits into the locker room. Or like, I don't need your feedback on this. And it sounds like he just had made up in his mind, you're not going to be here with me. You're not going to be partnered with me here in Dallas.
Luka Doncic coming out and just dunking on the Mavs front office and Nico again. The PR battle continues to be 100-0 or 77-0. Mavs, by the way, eliminated 77 days after the Luka trade. They had a 70% chance of making the playoffs if they did not trade him, according to ESPN Analytics. And the title of the documentary has to be 77 Days. The destruction of the Dallas Mavericks with Doncic in Dallas. Here's Luka with Malika Andrews talking about all this criticism from the front office that has happened.
It's just sad in the way he's talking right now. I never say anything bad about him, and I just want to move on. The fans, my ex-teammates, always keep it hard. It's time for me to move on from that.
Have you spoken to Nico Harrison since you left Dallas?
No.
Have you spoken to him on the night that you were traded?
No.
Was your intention to finish your career in Dallas?
Of course. It's an easy question.
I wish she would have asked if he's talked to Kid. And I wish she would have asked, do you think Jason agreed with Nico about the deal? I still don't have that answer. I'm dying to get that answer on what Jason Kidd really wanted to do.
Yeah, because I mean, that seems to be the biggest unknown in all this still. Is I think Tim McMahon came on here, and McMahon's obviously got a good beat on what's going on with the team. Even if he's making an assumption, I think it's usually based in an understanding of how things are operating. And he had made it sound, at least when he talked to us a couple different times since the Luka trade, that he doesn't buy that Kid didn't know anything. He was completely in the dark.
Yeah.
And that it may have just been more he didn't totally get in the way. That I don't know that he is an active participant, but it's probably similar to just, you were a witness to it, though. You didn't stop it.
Yeah.
You didn't try to stop it, and you could have.
More from Tim's piece. It did not help matters that Luka was hit in his left calf while scrimmaging with teammates at SMU before training camp opened. It was initially believed to be just a bruise, but after Luka experienced significant soreness in the opening practice of camp, an MRI revealed a grade 1 strain, which the Mavs did not mention in their injury release. Luka sat out the preseason, added more than a dozen pounds during his absence, frustrating and angering Harrison and others in the organization. Luka, using his own team of doctors instead of the Mavs physicians, was diagnosed with a sprained right wrist on November 20th. Nico and the Mavs medical staff considered the diagnosis a cover-up. to allow Luka time to work on his conditioning and shed weight after a sluggish start to the season. So they didn't want to embarrass him. So they made up that wrist injury that we knew about. On November 29th, a day before the fifth and final game he sat out, a TV in the media room at the Mavs practice facility was tuned into the closed circuit feed of Luka scrimmaging with low minutes players and staffers, launching long jumpers on almost every possession. When a team employee noticed the feed, they changed the channel quickly, saying they were unsure how it became available. The feed has not been shown in the media room since. Okay.
It's a mess. This is a total mess. This entire organization is a mess. They've got the other issue in here. Something we all assumed, something we talked about, that Anthony Davis and his return when he came back. They give that as another example of just how there are issues with this training staff and communication.
Well, let me finish this up real quick because I'm reading as I go still. The tension between the sides soared after Luka sustained another left calf strain, his fourth in a 28-month span on Christmas Day. Lucas can't believe he had returned too quickly from a left heel bruise he had sustained during his 45-point triple-double against the Warriors and had been playing on his toes to avoid discomfort in his heel. Nico blamed poor conditioning. They also drastically disagreed on the timetable for Luka's return after getting the MRI. Billsboro believe Luka could be back in 2 or 3 weeks, while Luka's team adamantly stated he needed to sit out 6 weeks. They got their way, and a target return date was set for February 8th at home against the Rockets. That, quote, deepened the divide, according to a source. Another major disagreement emerged between the two sides when Luka refused Nico's request to join the team on a 5-game road trip.
It's the issue here is just it feels so much like Nico having opinions about how things should operate medically.
This is very Tom Brady-esque with Belichick in, look, you already, and I would side with Nico here, you're already thinking the guy does not train and work as hard as you want. Now, you put that to the side, right, when he's averaging 38-8. But then you know that Casey Smith is a Luka person. You know that Luka already has his own medical team. You don't believe that his own medical team is really treating him without bias, right? They're going to side with him, and you got to cede to it. And Bill Belichick did not want to cede to Tom Brady's guy, Alex Guerrero, in the facility. He banned Alex Guerrero. So it's really tough when your star has his own people who you think are placating him, and you're fighting over the treatment that the team wants versus the player and his people.
Yeah, and I guess that's a function of that you're talking about there, of just being him thinking that he's not doing enough or that the advice is wrong, because he was with Kobe all the time. He clearly idolizes Kobe. Kobe had his own body team. Kobe had his own people that he worked with outside the Lakers. And I mean, look, you look here, it's like whenever we talk about while you were out, Choppy and I had talked about this one day. The idea of, okay, if Dirk was playing now, would Nico have a problem with Holger? Like being here as the jump shot doctor? Like, I mean, that's something that NBA
is
players
Holger applying what Nico also believes in for his vision.
I mean, that clearly seems to be all that matters to Nico, is that, are you in complete agreement with me? Do not challenge me. It's so authoritarian, and
Nico got frustrated because they couldn't truly fix the conditioning question that had lingered.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Now, the other aspect of that, it says that with Harrison under fire, Anthony Davis was motivated to make a strong first impression to the outraged Mavs fan base in the first home game after the shocking blockbuster deal. He acknowledged that he should have waited another game or two to return, but Davis said it was his decision, made in consultation with his personal medical team and Billsboro. So Anthony Davis also has his own body team, it looks like.
Yes, and he wanted to do a solid for Nico.
Yeah.
To try to make him look good.
Which clearly, again, if there are guys like Anthony Davis, who Anthony Davis doesn't seem like a bad guy. He seems like a pretty good guy, actually.
Yes.
And he's a hard worker. Clearly, he sees a different side of Nico. So there's some disconnect here with Nico's relationships with people that we still have not figured out yet.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Where is your panic meter when it comes to the Dallas Stars with Game 2 tonight? That's next, and below the bell on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.
about it? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in the car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
to the star zone. Dropping it back off. Jump by Lekanen. Saved by Ottinger. They score! The Avalanche strike first.
Uh-oh. Regular season ending 0-5-2, including 4 losses at home. Spill over to game 1 at the AAC as the Stars lose 5-1 to Colorado. They lose game 1 in their 8th consecutive series since 2022. 8 straight game 1s, 0-7 in series openers under Pete DeBoer, 6 of them coming at home. You got your injury questions with Robo and Miro, and now all of a sudden, Bobby, the pressure is on for tonight. Game 2 at the AAC at 8:30. Why are we getting 8:30 Dallas start times? 8:30?
It's like hasn't that been the case?
Respect?
Hasn't that been the case the last couple years in the first round, like where they were playing Minnesota at like 9 o'clock at night, even though they were here?
And it's not even 8:30; it's 8:50 because the games before them run long. Then they delay it. It's 8:50, 9 o'clock basically. The disrespect of the Central Time Zone is ridiculous.
Man, it's gonna be a long week with the Rangers in Oakland. Rangers, A's,
Sacramento.
Sorry, California. 9 o'clock start times for baseball and hockey. So it's going to be a long week right there.
Gosh, yeah. See, I'm looking at last year against Vegas, game 1 in Dallas. They started at 9:30. Like it's.
I was there. It was brutal.
Well,
yeah. Did you show up the next day? I can't remember.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. I just couldn't remember. No, but I mean, there's a lot of pressure on them clearly, but this is also, like you just referenced, they've done this pretty consistently under Pete DeBoer, and they've managed to bounce back and get to the Western Conference Finals the last couple of years. So that's it's not an unfamiliar position for them.
Pepe, are you worried? Were you worried watching the other night afterwards?
I mean, I guess technically Friday I picked the Avs to win the series. So I'm not worried because I know history shows.
What segment did we do those series predictions? 10:02 when you didn't say it on the air?
Yeah.
No, I did because you asked me and I went Avs. Like I'd pick the Avs to win this series. I'll go back and find it.
Okay.
Yeah. We said it before 9 o'clock, I believe. But yeah, no, we're not worried because I know history shows that the Stars, take advantage of losing game 1 somehow. They find momentum, they win game 2. So I think they're fine. I mean, yeah, it'll be a DEFCON 5 if they lose tonight. For sure.
DEFCON 5 is the lowest. It actually goes
DEFCON 1.
up, so like 1 is the worst.
I should pick 3 just to be safe.
All right, so Stars, Avs, game 2 this evening, and they'll look to go ahead and even up this series as they've been able to do in a lot of years past. All right, how did you wake up this morning, and did you invite yourself to the party this weekend?
Yeah, let's talk about waking up because I think this is really important for us. We might be screwed. All of us here on the morning show might be screwed. So researchers in Japan took a look at 3 different types of waking from sleep to see what was more effective and healthy. Like, how alert were you? We just heard Peyton stumble on a read coming back.
Yeah.
It may not be his fault. It may be the fault of his sleep cycle. So these researchers found that 20 minutes of natural light streaming into your room before you woke up helps alertness once you're awake. So it reduced sleepiness by a considerable amount. So basically, you're laying in bed, 20 minutes worth of natural light comes in and naturally kind of wakes you up. Or your alarm goes off and wakes you up. You're generally more alert, brain power's functioning at its optimum level.
We don't have the natural light option.
Nope, because we are in the dark. 30 to 60 minutes of light from dawn before waking showed smaller improvements, but still some positive outcomes. The one that didn't help a damn bit is our everyday reality here on the show. The room being completely dark all the way up to the time you wake up. So the study found that there wasn't any difference in physical fatigue from the 3 light settings. So it's not like you were physically more tired. But what they found is that brain fatigue was way up for the people who awoke like without any sort of light streaming into the bedroom beforehand. And they said that even when getting the same amount of sleep as the other subject, so even if it was you got 8 hours, you got 8 hours, you got 8 hours, you were all operating on the same amount of sleep the night before, that if you didn't get that light streaming into the room beforehand, that you were considerably more groggy.
Dragging.
So since we wake up like this every day, our brains are forever going to be fatigued more than everyone else around us. So it's only going to get worse with the permanent daylight savings time, I would imagine. Where we're sitting here.
Is it permanent? The permanent?
It's going to go there at some point, I'm sure. So 8:15 in the morning when we're sitting here and it's still dark outside, I just want to remember that. I want everybody to know that this is hurting our brain function. And basically what I'm getting at is it's even more of a miracle that I destroyed Zach and Eric and that we're the best show on the station given our clear mental disadvantages that we have. We're basically a show full of Jim Abbotts if he pitched like Jacob deGrom. That's kind of us.
Jim Abbott woke up without sunlight.
No, we all have our limitations. That's
okay.
Sean is really regret. That was in my prep.
I'm glad I have the 4:50 leave the house probably. So I got 30 minutes at home that I'm usually awake, and then basically a 30-minute drive. So I'm getting the cobwebs out versus before I had a house and just rotated apartments here in Uptown. I'm coming in last second, and I have less clear the cobweb time.
How do you generally, and Peyton, you too, how do you clear the cobwebs in the morning? Do you do loud music? Do you just instantly get coffee? Like, what do you do?
No, nothing. I'm just up.
Just you have time to wake up?
Just have time to wake up. I don't do anything in particular.
Do you ever find yourself, so this will happen to me sometimes where when I first wake up, if I'm ready to go, there are times where I'll sit there for another 2 or 3 minutes because I'm like, I don't think I should get in a car and drive yet. Like, I still think I need a second to wake up before I get in and start operating a vehicle.
There are plenty of times where my eyes have been, I'm going across the bridge in Rockwall and my eyes are basically shut because I allow myself 10 minutes from the time my alarm goes off to where I can get in my car because I don't counter for any traffic or anything. It's like I have this time to get ready because it's like I want as much sleep as possible, so I don't need 30 minutes.
So
to get
you
ready.
only have 10 minutes from when you wake up to getting in your car?
I've timed it.
No way.
Because I don't like stall around. Like I have my clothes laid out. I go to the restroom. I brush my teeth. I get dressed. I don't turn any lights on. Basically, I have the automatic lights on in my bathroom. So I just walk down. I have all my stuff outside my room, like my backpack, shoes. I get my shoes on.
You lay out the clothes. How many people do that? How many people, men, lay out their clothes?
It's just because waking up early. If I was working normal 9 to 5, I'm sure I would go through the closet routine, all that stuff. But
so I typically
you don't get coffee in the house and drink in the car?
No, I have it here. Because coffee, that takes longer to, I'm on a time schedule here. I got free coffee up here, so why would I, waste coffee?
Because you got a 45-minute drive in which you could be drinking it to become more awake when you walk in.
Yeah, but then it's like drinking, I don't know.
Oh, your eyes are closed on the Rockwall Bridge, but you don't want to drink coffee for safety.
I'm about, if you don't include the time where I'm like waking up and just kind of like smacking myself in the face, like time to get up, wake up, dude. I think I'm about 10 to 12 minutes because I'll get up, I'll go get my clothes, I'll brush my teeth. I'm usually gathering, like putting my laptop in if I do that the night before, I'm out of there quicker. But usually I've left it out because I don't want to put it up the night before. And so then I'm like taking it apart, unplugging it, doing all that. But about 10 to 12 minutes.
I should try the wear my clothes to sleep. Then I'll be in my car. I'll be 6 minutes.
It'd just be like RJ, wear the same thing every day.
You know those videos on TikTok, Peyton, of like get ready with me?
Oh yeah.
You should do a get ready with me for the Facebook. We'll put it on the Facebook.
It'll be the shortest get ready with me ever.
Just show us then. Show us your morning routine and show us you driving in. I want to see how awake you are and how dangerous you are to the drivers of Rockwall.
Don't do it while you're driving. Self-invite.
Yes, which is always, I feel like, just I can't do it.
He'd be good at that.
He does it regularly.
Yes.
He self-invites.
What do you got there?
He self-volunteers people to do work for him. Like he's absolutely not afraid to do that.
Well,
so
how many people? Bobby does this. We'll meet someone brand new somewhere, like Red or Tolo Justin at the dinner at training camp, and Bobby quietly tracks and times how long it takes for RJ to ask these people for something.
And it sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's 2 hours. He will, before we leave that first meeting, ask them for something.
Yes.
Or just not even ask them for something, just clearly like imply his need that meets what they do and wait for them to volunteer.
Justin was like a build a wall of shocker for Choppy, a construction project, and Red was like, hey, can you take back all this alcohol and edibles from training camp?
Hey, can you give me the back door? Yeah, he was like,
oh yeah, I forgot about the entry.
He was all over it, and so instantly. Well, a recent study published in Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin now says that you should not be afraid of the self-invite, no matter how much you think you're going to be ostracized for it. New research suggests that you should invite yourself to other people's functions more often. They say the hesitancy people feel to do that is usually unfounded, and they're often more welcome than they believe they are if they would just ask. But I totally get the person who doesn't want to ask.
Yeah, so I got a Hispanic lesson on this over the past week, where I'm married into the Contreras family, and they're all just telling me, don't be surprised at these events. First off, there's going to be 60, 70 people, and everyone is just unofficially invited. Like, oh, I'm like, who's that person at this function? Who's that individual walking into my house? I'm like, oh, they met them at like the bar. They've been hanging out for like a month or two. Like, there's some drinking buddies. And then there's this random and that random. And they're like, it's a Hispanic thing. Everyone is going to get the invite all the time. See, but these quinceañeras, I mean, 75 people deep, minimum.
Yeah.
Are you going to have to do that for the girls?
They haven't angled for it yet. Kristen didn't do it when she was growing up, so I don't know that we're going to do that. But I mean,
what a lucky break for you.
I could see them. I could see the girls just going like, "Oh, well, I can have this sort of a party." Then I'm going to ask. Laura especially, I think, would force her way for that. But see, to me, I've always looked at it as if you wanted me to come, you would think to ask me.
Oh yeah.
Like, and if you didn't think to ask me, then I'm like a weird afterthought. It's kind of weird to volunteer myself.
Oh, yeah.
But
me and you're identical with that.
But see, on the flip side of that, I do have instances of somebody going like, well, I would have liked to have, or say something after the fact. I'm like, I just totally, but if you would have asked, like, I would have been.
No one's going to ask.
But I know, but I'm saying from the perspective of the person putting it on and somebody saying they wish they got, I have felt bad before. I'm like, if you would have asked, I would have like really liked for you to come. I just didn't even think about it.
Now, I will guilt you with a passive-aggressive comment afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what was that? Like, oh, invite got lost?
Yeah.
Invite must have gotten lost. I will passively aggressive, like inviting me to your wedding and saying no date, but then other people could bring a date.
That, I'm going to defend that. I'm going to defend that. That is not the way it worked.
Say his name.
No, I love him.
That is not the way that worked. But no,
I want him to text me.
I would say, like, for instance, we run into this, I feel like, a lot with Chop. Where it's like Chop will come to my city to like do something. I'm like, dude, I'm right here. I could go down the street and have a drink with you or whatever. And he's like, we were hit and run. Plus, your work friends aren't your friends.
Which is really weird because like socially, he's usually up for anything.
Well, I guess he's maxed out at that moment. Like he's got all of his social like quota taken up by these other people, and he can't fit in anymore.
All right, so there it is. Do you invite yourself and the wake-up routine to get you out of the cobwebs on this Monday morning? Hopefully you had a fantastic Easter. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The NFL Draft officially takes place Thursday on this station. NFL scouts have made their predictions for the first round. Who is left for the Cowboys to pick in Below the Belt after this?
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Happy NFL Draft.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
We know what's going to happen ahead of the Cowboys in the draft. Or we don't know at all, and people are just guessing. And they're just professional guessers.
I'm trying to think of the last prospect who everyone honed in and locked in on as much as Ted McMillan right now at 12.
For the Cowboys specifically?
Yeah. Like where everyone's like, that's who we want. That's the pick. It feels like all of DFW wants Ted McMillan. Kyle Yeoman.
That's a good question. I'm trying to think who in the past have they all... Because, I mean, obviously, typically the Cowboys are not picking high enough, and when they are picking high enough, they don't rally. Like, for instance, there was a split on if you wanted Jalen Ramsey or Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, I think more favored Zeke.
Sure, yeah, I agree. But it was a case of, like, it wasn't unanimous. It feels pretty unanimous that people want Ted.
Tyler Guyton, no. Mozzie Smith, no. Tyler Smith, no. Micah Parsons, no. As Ross Tucker will remind, many of us were thinking of Mike as a linebacker.
The Parsons pick got killed by a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. CeeDee Lamb, no, because it was unexpected.
Yeah.
To fall down. Van Der Esch, no. Taco, no. Man, Taco was the year after Zeke. It was that long ago.
Yeah.
Zeke, Byron Jones, no.
Byron Jones I do remember Byron Jones wasn't like the unanimous one, but there were a lot of people who I think felt like that made sense at the end of the first round, potentially.
Well, it was still like, UConn? well, he could be president, would be because of a long jump.
Yeah.
It was still like, what, the UConn football program? Zach Martin, no, because of Johnny. Frederick, hell no. Could it have been Claiborne? It could have been Mo.
Maybe once we knew they traded up.
Oh, yeah.
But, the guy
and then Tyron, Dez.
It's probably Dez. Everybody wanted Dez here. He was a local kid. Everybody thought he was a stud. They thought, okay, and that was one that they traded for. Like, they made the move back to get him. But
this is the most unanimous I've seen it.
People love Tet. And I think it's because I think there was a little bit of a rally, and it felt like when they took Taco Charlton, there was a little bit of a rallying around TJ Watt, but there were still some who weren't sure about how he projected as a pure edge rusher. So I don't think that one was even unanimous, because there were some people who wanted like Kevin King, the corner from Washington. But yeah, Tet, I think right now everybody just feels like your biggest blinking light right now, for me anyway, and I think for a lot of fans, it's receiver 2. You don't have enough weapons right now. And wide receiver 2 is such a big need. If there was a realistic chance for Genty to get there, Genty feels a little bit like CD this year, where it's like, yeah, if he gets to us, we'd love him.
Yeah.
But he's not going to get to us. And it makes a bunch of sense.
Some text from the totals on the fan text, 877-881-1053. 469 says a lot of Cowboys fans wanted Claiborne. Some saying Bijan, who went to the Falcons. 817 said that. And then 817 also brought up Patrick Surtain. A lot of Cowboys wanted Patrick Surtain in that draft.
You know who everybody, it felt like, rallied around when they ended up they got CD, but it felt like that year a lot of people rallied around, please K-Lavon Chason, the edge rusher from LSU. Please get Chase on there. That would be such a dream. And then he got down there and they didn't pick him.
I remember, Laquan Treadwell.
People like Treadwell.
That was a former employee favorite here. And then Sharif Floyd. I remember a lot of Sharif Floyd hype.
Yeah, Sharif Floyd. And that was 13. That was the Frederick draft, I think, was that one. But, yeah, there's a lot of rallying around Tet McMillan right now. I think if Tet McMillan's there, that's who they're picking. If he's there at 11, they'll pick McMillan. Or 12, then they'll pick McMillan. It's just a question of, can he get down there? It felt like for a long time, early on in the draft process, McMillan was almost in every mock selected 4th to the Patriots. Everybody kept putting McMillan top 5, slam dunk. And then we had talked about this dynamic that had come out that was really weird of him sort of sliding in all these mocks. And some people Kuiper was putting him like 25, and he was getting pushed way down the board. And it's like, what the hell's happening here? Why are people talking about him like this at this point? Is it fatigue? What could be happening? Now it feels like the tide is turning this week again, and you're starting to see, all right, there may have been some people blowing smoke, because now the question again seems to be, can Tet get there? That's Nick Harris. His dream scenario is Tet McMillan. And Nick had said that he doesn't, told us during Draft 101, he's like, Tet's the dream. I'm not confident Tet's getting there.
Oh.
And that's something that you have to examine now. So let's see if Tet McMillan gets down the board to you in this mock draft from ESPN. It's the top 10 picks, and then you've got San Francisco, then Dallas. But of the top 10 picks, Matt Miller had talked to just various scouts across the NFL for ESPN and had asked them, hey, Titans on the board, who do they pick? And then moved on to the next one and said, hey, this player's off the board, Cleveland, who do you think they pick? So basically just polled people from around the league who work in personnel departments to get their sense of where teams might have guys. So the number 1 pick, the Titans, an AFC East area scout projects Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. Everybody feels like they've settled on that. The question had been, would Tennessee deal the pick? It just feels like now they're going to take him is likely what they'll do. The number 2 pick, Cleveland Browns. Again, another one that's picked up a lot of steam in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Travis Hunter, receiver / cornerback from Colorado. They've talked about in Cleveland that they would play him at receiver to start. So
more and more people, I got to give Ryan Broaddus credit. Well, ultimately the games will decide. But Broaddus was the first one I really heard hammer that he thought he was a better receiver than corner, and now you're starting to hear a lot more of it.
Yeah, it's still raw at both, and I think he could sharpen himself to be really good at either. His ceiling as a route runner is really, really high. He's not a technician yet. Similarly, his ceiling as a lockdown corner is really, really high. He's not a technician yet. He wins on a lot of just his athletic ability. 3rd pick in the draft, the Giants. The projected pick from an AFC North area scout says Abdul Carter, edge rusher, Penn State, not Shedeur Sanders. The scout said, easy decision. Sure, in a perfect world, we'd wish this would align a little better with a more immediate and glaring need on the roster, but we'll take the blue chip talent and rest easier for it.
Are you more upset that the Giants get Hunter, Carter, or Shedeur?
I would be...
Choppy would say Shedeur just because he's a quarterback.
It's a good question. Probably, I think the the most pro-ready game wrecker is probably Carter, and he might be third on the list for me in terms of concern. Like, I would probably say Hunter would be one, then Shedeur two. And not because I would take Shedeur as a better player, but it is just the factor of they have no quarterback right now. If they were to get Shedeur and it would click, that'd be trouble for the Cowboys.
Do you think Carter can be Micah? Close? You see the projection?
No. I understand the similarities, but it's like poor man's Micah to me. I don't think he's quite to that level. And apparently he's a bigger headache than Micah was at Penn State.
Oh.
Number 4, the New England Patriots, an NFC South area scout says Will Campbell, offensive tackle from LSU. Number 5 pick, Jacksonville Jaguars, which you're starting to hear a lot of buzz about Genty going to the Jaguars at 5. Dane Brugler had that in his mock last week. More people are starting to jump on that bandwagon. But an AFC North area scout says Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan. The Raiders at pick 6 projected in this mock draft to take Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State. That from an NFC West national scout. And a situation there where I think if Jacksonville were to take Genty at 5, at 6, there's a good chance the Raiders take Mason Graham. So it'll probably just flip regardless of who gets taken there. 7, the Jets, an AFC South area scout says Armand Membu, offensive tackle from Missouri. Carolina Panthers at 8 take Jalen Walker, edge/linebacker from Georgia, kind of a tweener. Team still trying to figure out what to do with him. He's basically Hassan Reddick size. He's like 6'1", 240, but his best tape might be off of the edge. Number 9, New Orleans Saints, which has been a popular landing spot for Shedeur Sanders in a lot of these mock drafts, and maybe a Tet McMillan threat area. Projected pick from an AFC West scout says Shamar Stewart, edge from Texas A&M, who Stewart is a freaky athlete, just still trying to put some things together there. But Shamar Stewart from A&M. And then 10, the Chicago Bears select Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan, projected from an NFC South area scout. So that would leave Tet McMillan still on the board when the 49ers come up to pick. The 49ers are such a threat right now because they realistically could pick just about anything. Other than, I think, quarterback. I don't think they pick quarterback, no matter how much Puka Nacua apparently wants them to.
Oh, yeah.
Puka Nacua had told Julian Edelman that he doesn't think the 49ers can have their window stay open if they pay Brock Purdy $50 million. Which I love somebody being willing to just...
Yeah. We all say that in our profession.
Dude, that's bold. I mean, could you imagine the headlines if somebody with the Eagles just gave an interview was like, yeah, I think if you pay Dak that next contract, y'all's window is closed.
Yes,
like, well,
that would blow up.
That would be massive. But Puka Nacua putting it out there, I think he's wrong. I think they're going to pay him. I think the 49ers are going to be glad they paid him because I think Purdy's good enough to be a franchise quarterback.
Oh, you think
yeah, I'd have Purdy in the top 10.
Yeah, but the point is of the roster weakening after they do it. Like San Fran, I think quarterback almost last after their roster and why they've been so good.
So, yeah, they definitely have a really strong roster, but I would say that I think you clearly saw the difference that Purdy made between other guys that they've cycled in there before. Like, it's a clear difference with him running the operation.
But, Puka's point, and I agree, let's see what happens when you don't have Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, and McCaffrey, and they pay you that money.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
Sure.
That goes for anyone who's not special.
Yeah, that's 100% something that is worth discussing and worth pointing out. Now, on that pick for the 49ers, they could trade out of there because they need picks. They've sacrificed a bunch of them, so they need picks. They could trade. Maybe somebody comes up to get Shedeur there. Maybe they take Tyler Warren if they say, hey, we got to get a tight end here because George Kittle's getting up there. I don't think they would take McMillan at 11. But at that point, the threat is, does somebody want McMillan and says Dallas is going to take him?
Right.
Because if San Francisco makes the pick, would not be Tet McMillan, I don't believe. Then at number 12, Tet McMillan in this scenario is there, the receiver from Arizona, and I think they take him. Like, I think that's...
What's going to happen? He drops to 12, the Cowboys trade back for a little, and infuriating all of the Metroplex.
I mean, it was, what was that? That was last year with Zach, where his center, Graham Barton, was there. Got all the way down to the Dallas's pick, and then they traded away from it, and he almost cried there in the draft room. But I think that what'll happen is if...
And you stepped in and filled all the airtime.
That's what it was.
Picked up the slack.
It was day 1. It was not day 3 yet. That's why I had to step out on day 3. I exhausted all my words. I will say that I think Tet is the pick if he's there. I don't think they'd go up for him. I think they recognize they've got such little... Missing that 4th rounder is so huge to them. I don't think they're willing to sacrifice picks unless maybe it's something next year to move up a little. But teams want capital now typically. So I don't think they'd move up for him. I think if he's not there, now they change their perspective a little bit. And they start going, okay, we know we need a receiver, but do we potentially window dress our board a little bit and take Golden, who we may not have rated as the highest player here? Do we try to trade out? Well, we have to find somebody who wants to deal with us and wants to come up. And there's a lot of teams right now that feel like pick 10 through 40 is close enough to the same guy in terms of talent that I'm not willing to give up capital to go get it. And so if you can't find a dancing partner, that may be where you just have to stand in, make a pick, and it may or may not be Golden at that point.
All day NFL draft coverage on Thursday here on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. The rest of us will be at Pluckers. I'll be in Mesquite with Jake Rietma, so come on out and say what's up. He's our Rangers insider play-by-play man, Jared Sandler. Did the Rangers get cheated on second base, and was this a good or bad showing against the Dodgers in Arlington? Jared Sandler joins us next.
Oh, we're laughing all morning. Ha ha ha.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1. There goes the runner. The pitch is taken. The throw to second base is late. Langford in there with a steal. He comes off the bag, and he's tagged out. Now, the Rangers will argue that he was pushed off the bag, and we will see what happens here.
After reviewing the call on the field stands, the runner is out.
And there you have it. The game is over.
Ooh! The crowd reaction in Arlington. Bobby Belt still shaking his head the wrong way. Good morning, Metroplex. 9 o'clock hour, final one of the morning here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan, as the runs were once again a problem in this series. 4 runs in 3 games as the Dodgers come into town. How much of a home field was it? Let's bring in Rangers broadcaster, pre-post, play-by-play, and insider Jared Sandler here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, 105.3 The Fan. How bad was that call at second base, or were you more 50-50 with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was safe. My biggest issue is this, Sean. I like replay. We discussed this on the post-game show. 2 of us are in favor of replay, Eric and I, and Dave, Bassick, and Hixie all are against replay. I'm cool with replay. One thing I don't like and don't understand and have never really understood, and it's not just in baseball, but in the NFL as well, is why the call on the field takes any sort of priority over the call made by a person with better technology and more resources to make the accurate call, right? Like, it's like we're gonna allow the person watching the game in real time with one angle make a call, and that call, it has.
But what do you do? What do you do if the replay doesn't give you the answer? What do you do with the initial call?
Whatever they decide is the best call over. If you are challenging the call, then to me the call on the field should have no bearing, and whatever they determine the best call to be in replay is the call. If it's not conclusive, when you look at the replay, then it sure as hell wasn't conclusive when you saw it with your own eyes in real time. And in both cases, you're making what you believe to be is the best call. So I'd rather you make what you believe to be is the best call with multiple angles, slow motion, and all the technology and resources available to you. And I think that if that was the way it played out yesterday, then White Langford would have been called safe. Because I'm not going to sit here and tell you that 120% for sure he was safe.
Yeah.
I'm like 91% sure he was safe. But I think if you don't factor in the call on the field, then he probably is safe, and you keep going and see what happens after that.
What is the best argument those guys gave, or that you have heard, for no replay?
Well, Dave was the first one to lead that charge, and he just said that, sports are entertainment and replay's not entertaining. I actually kind of disagree.
Yeah.
Because I think in a moment like last night, there was this
anticipation.
Tension. Yeah. And, it didn't work out in the Rangers' favor, but what happens if the call was overturned? That place would have erupted.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that I agree with Dave in basketball, especially college basketball.
Yeah.
When the last 2 minutes take, another hour because every single – I agree with that.
Football's a talking point. I mean, we're all in the living room, we're on social media debating it, and we're hooked on it, we're waiting.
Yeah, I 100%. And I think baseball, for the most part, the same thing. Dave also said that, it's frustrating him. And I understand this, that if you're going to use replay and you still can't get the call right, then what's the point? Again, I think that goes back to the way it's executed. I don't like the fact that the call on the field has any bearing on the call that is made ultimately with consideration of the replay. But I do think that, the entertainment side, I think it is fun to see the replay. I think it's in let's remove ourselves from any sort of emotional tie to last night's call. If you're just an objective or an unbiased fan, you're watching, then you're like, oh my gosh, like you're sitting next to your buddy in the living room or at the bar or whatever. Like, was he safe? What do you think? And so what? It was 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like Hicksy said, it was 3 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. Yeah, but it's sports and it's a talking activity, and baseball is the quote unquote talking sport. And so for 3 minutes you're sitting there debating it, and here we are the next morning and we're debating it as well. And it stinks that the call didn't go the Ranger way, and I do think that again, if there was no call on the field, I think that White Langford would have been ruled safe. But I don't know that I agree that it is not entertaining to have replay. But I understand there's certain people who hate it and despise it, and I get that. I'm just not on that side of the fence.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan after the Rangers dropped 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. Encouraging or discouraging series?
Well, I mean, it was encouraging to see Jacob deGrom do what he did against the Dodgers, and it was certainly encouraging to see what Tyler Mahle did and Nathan Eovaldi and just the pitching in general. There are only 3 pitchers who have gone 7 innings against the Dodgers, and the Rangers have 2 of them. And that means something.
Yeah.
Was the Dodgers series the one most likely for the bats to get going with their 17 closers that they can bring out of the bullpen, and the fact that you face their 3 best healthy starting pitchers? Probably not. But we talk about this all the time. The minute you think that baseball's going one way, or it probably applies to sports in general, then, things happen in a different direction. So I definitely went into the weekend thinking maybe they do unload on one of these pitchers. And they didn't. And, they clearly have to get going in the right direction offensively. It's going to be really tough for them to maintain the success they've had without that. But, they have been winning games, and they, I know you're supposed to take 2 of 3 at home, but we all know the Dodgers are a really good team. And if you take 1 of 3, and I think here's the deal, Sean, I think I'd be a little more disappointed if the Rangers only won 1 of 3 games, but they weren't in the other 2. But, they competed really well against a team that a lot of people think is the favorite to win the World Series. And, and they did it when, they're clearly not rolling offensively. And so, but they definitely have to get something going offensively. And, it's now been, 3 weeks, and we're at a point now where it's fair to start assessing things without the disclaimer of, well, it's only been it's only been 10 games. You can cast that aside. That doesn't mean things can't change, right? It doesn't mean that this is who they are by any means. But I think it's fair to start having conversations about what can we do with a little more intensity to consider how to get things going.
Jared, I know you take a look at all of the StatCast peripherals and how that can be extrapolated out and what you expect to kind of regress to the mean, what you expect to get better. When you look at the numbers on Jock and Marcus Semien, which one do you have more confidence can turn it around and start hitting the baseball better?
Well, I think that Jock still has the upside to, be more impactful is the phrase that's coming to mind, but I don't know if that's the right phrase. But, he's a middle of the order bat. That's who he is, and guys like that have a ceiling that it's same idea of when, you guys and we all would talk this off season, Marcus Semien or Adolis Garcia. I think I got asked a bunch, if you could only pick one of those 2 guys to turn things around, who would you pick? And I said I would pick Adolis because he's got the upside to, really have a big time impact because of the power. And I think that with Jock, it's similar. The Rangers obviously need to get Jock going. I did speak to some folks with the Rangers yesterday and asked them, what are you seeing from a data standpoint? Is there anything that's alarming? They said, no, there's nothing at all that's alarming. They just, they chalk it up to one of those, funky sequences of events that has all come together and led to, Jock struggling the way that he struggled. And, with Marcus, that one's interesting because obviously with Jock, he's a DH primarily. I mean, he can play first, but he's a DH. Marcus is still giving you really good defense. He's good on the bases, but they need him to get on base. And he hasn't been getting on base. He hasn't been hitting the ball. He hasn't been getting hits. Now, he has been hitting the ball a little bit harder here of late. But, I do think it's fair to, now that you have White Langford back, Josh Young is healthy, Josh Smith is hitting the ball well. The Rangers, I think, have options if they choose to restructure their lineup. And I think it's something that on this off day, they might consider the merits of it, just given the fact that their offense has not performed anywhere close to what the talent suggests that they should perform or how they should perform.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105 through the Pin. Specifically on Marcus, because you mentioned, I know we've talked about, you had told us a couple weeks ago, bat speed, that what was it, a mile per hour added to your bat speed can add up to a good improvement on your batting average.
10 feet or so. Oh, yeah. I mean, a mile an hour. I mean, the scientists, I don't know, they have locked down a specific number, but some people have said, a mile per hour bat speed can add about 10 feet of distance. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but, that's the difference between, a ball caught in the gap versus one that's out of reach for extra bases, or a ball on the track versus one that's, over the fence. So it just adds a little more capacity for distance.
Yeah, and when you look at some of Marcus's, like I said, the peripherals on some of the stuff with StatCast and different things, it looks like he's swinging the bat similar to how he has the last couple of years. Is this just an instance of you got to give it time, or is there a reason maybe why, like if you look at right now, his whiff percentage on fastballs, for instance, is higher right now than it's been typically throughout his career? Is there anything you see that you're like, hey, just this is going to come around, or is there some issue with that he's having now catching up to fastballs?
Yeah, I mean, the fastball thing is the one that has stood out to me, Bobby, just because that when Marcus has been at his best, he has been a really good fastball hitter. And, that is something that it just obviously was a big point of emphasis for this team. Now, the team isn't, putting together dazzling numbers against any specific pitch or set of pitches or anything like that. But, for Marcus specifically, the ability to turn on the fastball and, hit. I mean, Marcus was one of these guys, like he was incredibly efficient with the way balls were put in play. And what I mean by that is Marcus has never been a guy that has, been near the top of the league in exit velocity. That's never, even in his best years, even in his 40 home run season, that wasn't him. What he has done a really good job of is hitting the ball in the air down the line, pull side. And he has been incredibly efficient. He doesn't waste fly balls to center field. I'm not saying that guys like actually waste it, but he does not hit, 400, like Jake Berger hit a ball 406 feet yesterday, and it was an out at the track. It was the farthest out off the bat of a Ranger all year. Marcus doesn't do that. He doesn't hit the ball. He rarely hits the ball in the air like that to center. He hits the ball to left field in the air, and he hits home runs that are 370 feet, 380 feet, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in order for him to do that, he's got to be able to turn on the fastball. And you're right, he has struggled with that. Now, he's hit the fastball better than he's hit other pitches. His home run this year, I believe, came on a fastball. And some of the expected numbers on the fastball are actually better than the actual numbers. And that's you asked about confidence. I think that is what would give me confidence from Marcus right now is that you look at expected batting average. I think we were looking yesterday's expected slugging percentage, all against the fastball, aren't just like a little bit better. They're significantly better, which would suggest that if he continues to perform the way he's performed, he will experience an uptick in production against the fastball. But the Rangers are at a point where they need that to happen. And, we talked about maybe making some changes. Can they wait for that to happen? And I don't know, if they want to wait for that to happen without maybe restructuring their lineup a little bit, just to give it a spark. I mean, I think there's a balance between sticking with it and backing your veterans versus, all right, hey, maybe it's time just to make a change. And that's one of the questions being asked right now, obviously, is, what the Rangers are going to do with their lineup, because you want to put Corey Seager in a position to succeed. You want to put Corey Seager in a position to be able to make the biggest impact he can make. And in order for that to happen, he needs to be hitting with guys on base, and he just hasn't had those opportunities enough.
How much Dallas Stars worry do you have?
Yeah, I mean, some. I kind of thought that they were going to come out 2 nights ago and it'd just be like, kind of like the Rangers in 23, where, everyone thought they were dead men walking because they had, limped into the postseason, and then they used that as an opportunity to wipe the slate clean. But yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. I mean, Colorado, not necessarily my favorite matchup for them out the chute. So hopefully, they can get one tonight. Really excited that we had a day game Saturday, off day today. We have a day game next Saturday. So a lot of stars watching opportunity, which isn't always guaranteed during baseball season for me. So I know a bunch of us are going to get a chance to go watch the game tonight on TV, and hopefully they can get the win. We need it badly, right? It's not going to be easy going down 2-0, having to go to Colorado.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Enjoy the game.
See you guys.
The man, Jared Sandler, Rangers broadcaster here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. We have our Jason Kidd answer, I think. Multiple Mavs reports dropping this morning why Dirk really left, and was Jason behind the Luka deal himself. We'll bring you all the very latest after this. And this is Own Well.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and Shrek attorneys in Dallas.
Zeros on the clock. Streamers from the rafters. The Grizzlies will advance to the first round to take on Oklahoma City. Game 1 is Sunday at noon.
The Anthony Davis season ends just like how it basically began during those 2.5 quarters of championship play, according to Nico Harrison. AD looking fantastic, getting hurt. The other night, he basically carried the entire team. He's scoring 35 points after 3 quarters, but ultimately gets hurt, leading to the Nico GIF that I will have as an all-time memory. That's going to be an all-time replay that I use over and over and over again. The disgusted, slow-motion look at AD limping on over to the bench.
What do you think was going through his mind at that moment? Given everything we now know about Nico, was he just like,
right,
the world is out to get me in that moment? Or is he looking at AD like, why aren't you better conditioned?
I don't know.
Or is he just thinking like they would see if Kyrie would like, I was trying to figure out like, what is that look on his face? Is that anger at fate or is that anger at people? But he looked furious in that moment.
Is that the number one like coach or front office DFW moment that you can recall of the past like 10 years? Jerry Jones, Chris Christie up there, like the giddiness.
Oh, like an image?
Yeah, an image. What other image can you? I can't think of a Ranger one.
Yeah,
either from Boch or CY or the front office.
So the image I always think of, and it's devastating. The one I always think of is it's a manager though, but it's when Hamilton hit that home run in extra innings in Game 6, and they cut to Ron Washington, and he was standing up on the ledge with his arms up and was just like shaking his fists. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, probably the Chris Christie group hug and jump would
Mike
be
Maddox.
similar.
I love Wash with Holland. I love that. I'm just trying to think of that image, but that Nico one, that's going to go down in infamy for me.
It's going to be the standard image people use when they talk about him. And so, what's funny though? I saw some people trying to say, ooh, dirty work by the cameraman, cutting to Nico. I was like, I think that's to be expected. Like, I feel like if Luka got hurt, they would immediately cut to Pelinka or pretty quickly cut to Pelinka. Like, it's just, this is the shot you're looking for. You're wondering how he's reacting to it.
What they say, Lion King scar.
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly what he looked like. The same little just bewilderment
Disgust.
and anger and disgust, like all of it all at once.
Anthony Davis was asked about the season here. He said, obviously a lot of emotion. I know it's not directed towards me. The city loved the guy. Get rid of a guy, new guy comes in. Yeah, they want to embrace you and they're thankful for you. It still stings. I'm just thankful and appreciative for the city of Dallas and the fans for welcoming me and Max to the new situation. Klay Thompson was asked if you knew they were going to trade Luka, would you have wanted to come here? Klay did not love the question, saying, come on, that's kind of ridiculous. I don't have a time machine. I don't look back like that. And then Luka Doncic, with the sit-down interview with Malika Andrews, showed off why he's still using a broken cell phone.
I thought I would show you the souvenir from that night.
Oh, yeah, it's still there.
You hang up the phone the night you're traded, and you threw it?
Yes.
Do you have that phone?
Yeah.
You still use that phone?
Yeah, it still works.
Through the phone. What were you doing? Take us inside the Doncic residence, not the $15 million one that you were just going to, buy as a real estate investment because you didn't want to re-sign with the Mavericks, as the Mavs are trying to suggest Luka on how he found out what Nico had done.
Well, I was actually in the bed, My TV wasn't working, so I was on iPad watching a movie, about to go to sleep. First thing I said, probably 3 times, is April 1st.
What were you feeling in that moment?
Sadness, mostly. I was still in shock, crazy shock, and I felt like my heart was broken, honestly.
So that's Luka also ending the interview saying, yes, I intended to be a Maverick for life. Do you want to re-sign with the Lakers? He quickly answered yes. So Tim McMahon at 7 o'clock this morning dropped his update that many were waiting for on why Dirk left here or doesn't want to be really that involved. State of the Mavs article. Tim Cato also wrote one, and a piece of it maybe gives us our Jason Kidd answer. Cato says that Jason Kidd resented Nico trading Luka after the team and system had been built around Doncic. The exasperation from that led Jason to skip that post-game press conference back in February. So this is Tim Cato saying that Jason Kidd, while agreeing with some of the criticisms, all right, he understood some of what Nico was thinking, did not agree with the trade. So that's the most final and conclusive sentence I've seen and reporting done on Kidd's involvement.
Yeah, no, that's nobody had really weighed in on that portion of it. I'll say that makes a little bit of sense. Like to where you could be, imagine just complaining about somebody, and then you find out a coworker got fired or something like that, and then everybody looks at you and go I bet you're happy. It's well, no, I still thought we were better with him. I was annoyed with certain aspects.
Yeah.
I wanted more.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. Now, I guess we are going to hear from him today, Nico Harrison. He is going to have a press conference, his end of the season press conference at 1 p.m. today. It's apparently a press conference, so it will be available for everyone.
Why did you do the thing last week then?
Because that apparently was Dumont saying, you got to answer some of this directly. And
wow.
Yeah, but we are going
and then we're going to, how much are we going to get of, guys, we went over this last week. Guys, we just covered this.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you'll get some of that for sure. But you know what? I'm going to be fascinated to just see his demeanor. That's going to be the biggest. It's going to be less the words. I could probably just watch it on mute and see what I could get out of.
WFA will get their body language expert again.
Yeah, exactly. Just to see.
Well, all evidence suggests that it's going to be defiant with attitude again. It's not going to be any softening, right?
How much do you think? Could this get any worse? Does he get asked about any of this today?
Any of what?
Any of the reports that came out today. Do you think he gets directed questions about McMahon's report about the staff and stuff? And then he'll just
1,000,000,000%.
He just walks around it or just goes, it sounded like last week his whole thing was just, I have my tropes, I have my slogans that I default to when I don't answer questions. Defense wins championships or agree to disagree. He just has these fallback sentences that he uses, which I guess he'll do again today.
All right, so the Dirk dirt from McMahon. Dirk was put off by the dismissal of Casey Smith, the longtime trainer, and Scott Tomlin, who now works with Dirk's foundation. Very put off by that. Not a lot of new Cuban stuff. Basically, Nico managed to push him out from the basketball operations that were supposed to be there, but you definitely think the most disturbing thing has to do with how they got rid of Casey Smith.
The Casey Smith stuff is awful. And McMahon talks about how Nico had decided that he was going to move on, and that when he had reached out after the season to Casey Smith and told him, hey, we need to meet face-to-face, then Casey Smith told him, not really possible. I'm back in Ohio right now with my mom who's gravely ill and about to pass away. And Nico then said, no problem, here's a Zoom link, and then fired him over Zoom as he was in Ohio with a close family. That feels like a really dirty way to end somebody's career who was so respected by your biggest idols essentially in your organization.
And McMahon's sources saying that supposedly it was because Casey was too negative, but the vague reasoning was Casey was not enough of a yes man. Quote, he was 100% threatened by him. He's going to show that I'm in charge and nobody else can question that, because Luka was tight with Casey as well. So then you got these two other trainers who came in who hated each other. One was supposedly a Nico yes man, a cheerleader, and these two almost came to blows over Derek Lively's injury, which they almost missed and turned catastrophic.
Yeah, they had run him through like a really aggressive workout to like get him ready, to get his ankle ready. And then they ended up getting a CT scan. We're like, we're a little concerned. Let's look at it. And they find out that, oh, no, there's actually a stress fracture here. And McMahon had talked to somebody in the building who said, like, this is something somebody should get fired over. This is that bad.
And Tim obviously knew he was writing this last week. So he pressed Nico about the Lively stuff. And Nico's like, well, obviously you're coming at it from a negative point of view. To me, it shows how great our training staff is that we were about to clear him and put him on the floor, but we were like, no, we have a gut feeling. We have an instinct, and that saved something catastrophic because we went and checked again. Whereas the Mavs source that Tim spoke with said someone should be fired over missing it.
Kirk Henderson from Mavs Moneyball, he just tweeted something a few minutes ago that I was like, that's exactly it. When you go back and think of the transcript, like the portions you were just referencing of stuff Tim asked him, and then you read this article, it's stunning to see that and realize, as Kirk said, McMahon had all that reporting and Nico walked right into every question. Every single one of them walked right into it. There's such a defiance and such a confidence in his position and his security as, like, if I haven't been fired yet, it's terrifying. Like, I can only think it's similar to probably what you felt like or other people felt like around you growing up around Baltimore with the Angelos family, where it just feels like, how are we going to get saved from this?
You're trapped.
Yeah, you're stuck.
You're sentenced.
Where it's like, who's gonna step in and actually do something to save this organization right now? If they're not going to, if they just trust him, if the guy at the top trusts him, and there's no more Mark Cuban, there's no more Dirk influence, who's gonna save the organization from this?
Yes, you're trapped. What else did you take from this, if anything more?
Yeah, I think just the biggest thing is that it feels like maybe there were times that credit was given to Nico Harrison for things where maybe there should have been additional scrutiny. Like the way this paints it is all of his staffing decisions, not the trades but the staffing decisions have been disastrous. And even these two guys that are his guys, Belton and then what was the other one?
Billsboro.
Yeah. Those two being guys that he picked, they can't get along with each other. So even though they're his guys and they're doing what he wants, even still, those two to each other cannot get along.
Luka's friend with the Mavs smear campaign over the conditioning, quote, you don't perform like that if you're a fat, drunk pig. My advice for Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks today, besides if you're not going to resign, soften it.
Yep.
Stop. Put down the fists. You're not winning anything like that. Bow at the mercy of the city and have a little bit of an apologetic or just softer tone. That's my number one piece of advice if you're not going to step away. And stop being so damn defiant and proud and stubborn. It's a downfall of the majority of people, and the majority of them being men. So take the emotion out of it and try to placate the fan base, appease the city a little bit. It's not going to fix it, but stop fighting. Put your fist down. It's stupid.
Do you think he will? Or do you think he'll come out here again today and just be defiant? Because he very intentionally did not do it in front of the cameras last week. Like, I'm curious if his approach will be different knowing he's on camera.
It's really hard to think that you can completely change the demeanor in the same setting. How many days after the secret thing? Was that Thursday?
A week. It was like last Wednesday or something.
I'm gonna lean towards him not changing. Give nothing. Stop acting. Please don't mention today for your own sake. Don't talk about Luka not re-signing here. Don't. Nothing but praise for Dirk. Nothing but praise for Dirk. And pretend you care about the fan base that is angry and scorned.
Think about how much visuals can impact things. You know what I mean? Like when you see something visually, it can ratchet it up a level.
Sure.
He has effectively managed not to talk in front of a camera for this entire time. And it's still this bad without him saying my one small hope is that he will reveal that aggression today, and it would be something that might be a catalyst.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. How worried is Kevin Hagelin? How excited is he over WrestleMania? And am I getting to the cupcake to the face from Corey Major?
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit Classic.
O'Connor with Taves and Kiviranta. Here's the trailer. Manson towards the net, deflects. In behind Ottinger for a 3-1.
To 10.
Death, taxes, and the Stars losing game one of a playoff series. Those are the things that you can count.
Well, taxes, you can file an extension according to RJ. Put it off.
I'm more apt to follow your financial things that I've heard than RJ's.
Oh, excellent.
You said scale 1 to 10?
Yeah.
Like an 8. It's pretty high.
Yeah, I was going like 6.5.
Yeah, look, they've lost 8 in a row total. And then we talked a lot about how, hey, NHL players, you can flip the switch in the playoffs. You lose another game one. And I don't think it was as lopsided as the score led us to
3-1
believe.
basically, and then empty net.
But it's still disappointing, and I'm concerned about this team.
Corey Majors, what is coming up on the program?
Gentlemen, we get into everything from this weekend, especially Adolis Garcia and how right I was about what he did.
How was your takeaway from that series?
You said he's going to hit a walk-off home run?
I did. And then we do have our friend Cynthia Freeland joining us from NFL Network at 12:20 today. And it sounds like we're going to be carrying a little bit of the Nico Harrison presser at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Just listening to y'all's conversation, I would be stunned if it started with some sort of like, hey, can I just talk to the Mavs fans for a second?
Yeah.
And it's just like really feels bad and everything like that. But I mean, if he does, that would be amazingly fascinating. I can't see that happening.
Takeaways from these Mav pieces that bam, bam, bam all dropped this morning.
So I did actually have a question for you guys, and I'm dead serious about this. What do you think would have been the proper course of action with Casey Smith? Like, if Casey Smith is going to be with his mom, and we understand that's going to take multiple weeks, would you have given Nico grace if he is like, I'm going to fly out there, I really need to talk to you face to face? Like, he's got to move on, he's got to do, and he decided. Now, I realize the reasons why he decided people don't like, but what would make it acceptable?
They didn't hire anybody immediately. Like, they fired somebody. You operate without somebody anyway. You can if he's out of town, you can operate with him out of town and still accomplish what you need to accomplish.
I agree.
You wait for him to come back.
What if they had the other hire to be done that week?
Like, in terms of if it had to be done right then? I don't know. There's probably not an easy answer for it. But either way, I mean, it seems especially cold to like, oh, no, don't worry, I'll hop on a Zoom with you.
No, I'm with you. I was just curious if there was a course of action that you would have recommended. Because I'm with you. That is harsh to be like, hey, let me send you a Zoom link real quick.
Did it say the replacement did not have to be made?
No, but it's not like anything where it was something where there's nothing in there that indicates there was any sort of urgency that they had to get him right there. I'm saying if he was out of town, they weren't going to just stop their over the course of that time while Casey Smith was out of town. They clearly were not in a position where like, well, we gotta have people here and doing things because he was not there anyway. So to me, it's just you wait for him to come back.
We have a developing situation with Shannon Sharpe. TMZ recap: has just been sued for allegedly raping a woman on multiple occasions. She is seeking tens of millions in damages. He just announced he's getting ready for a $50 million podcast deal.
That timing is interesting.
Yes. So she filed.
What do you want to say, Kevin?
So, okay, look, we've talked about this a lot. I'm always curious. I want to know more about the details of why go the civil route versus filing criminal charges. But I also don't know, like, when did this happen, the statute of limitations, everything.
You guys should have her attorney on. After she says
Shannon Sharpe's not local.
She says Shannon Sharpe brutally sexually assaulted her several times at the end of last year and the beginning of this year.
Okay, so clearly within the criminal statute of limitations.
Following a years-long abusive relationship, she met Shannon at a gym in 2023 in LA. She was 20. He was in his mid-50s. She said, hey, I'll buy you fake boobs if you win a weight loss competition with me. She said he then relentlessly called, texted, and demanded she come to his Beverly Glen mansion. Yes, Corey, I see you marking that against me. She said they eventually got into a consensual relationship, though she described it as controlling and verbally abusive. He demanded complete control over her time and body, according to the attorney, expecting her to be at his house on his schedule at his command whenever he called. There was one argument in particular that terrified her. He yelled at her while a firearm was visible in the room. She tried to share her location with her friends. He realized this, grabbed her by the neck, according to the allegation, and told her, if you ever do that again, I will blanking kill you. They still continued the relationship. And she said she tried to break things off after the Instagram live incident, which she said led to him raping her. First instance, October 2024 at her apartment. He forced himself on her while she was crying and sobbing. The second happened a few weeks later, came over to her house with promises of delivering a Christmas and birthday gift, instead violently sexually assaulted her once more. She's suing for over $50 million.
So, to your question, by the way,
because I have a couple of different theories.
No, but to the question you first asked, where you said why civil suit instead of criminal case, what I've heard before from attorneys is the idea that basically the baseline for getting that on the record that they did something wrong or getting some sort of result is going to be easier in the civil case than the criminal one. You may pursue something criminally and then just the threshold is going to be higher and it's going to be harder to prove.
Yeah, so I know some people theorize civil, you just got to win 51% of the case versus criminal, like 85, 90%. And I do kind of wonder, I know cynically people will think it's strictly for the money, and I understand that. I'm probably not going to change anybody's mind about that. Mm-hmm. We have talked with a few people, like sexual assault or rape survivors, who were like, I don't want to go on the stand. So I wonder if they're like, a civil account, maybe we can find a way that I don't have to go on the stand and get prosecuted for, whatever my choices were.
My first question when you started kind of going through that was, after the first time, there was another time and another, like there were multiple times.
Yeah.
But Kevin, what's the number that we learned?
The average woman who is involved in a domestic violence situation goes back 12 times. That is so sad.
Yeah.
But like
his side will say this, we were dating. Okay. I'm not raping her while we're dating. Her side and others will say tough to leave.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I hope they have a better argument than that. I don't think you can get away with we were dating, so it's fine. Like, right. That's not going to fly.
All right, Corey, I'm ready. Let's get the cupcake.
I'm Sean. We have an incident going on at our house.
Oh.
You
guys are not baking?
We have an eater in our house.
Cupcake tariffs?
Sprinkle tariffs.
So last week, my dog was not feeling well. Oh. And we didn't know what was going on with him. And all week long, it was...
I know what's wrong with him.
Buying your
handicapped
dog.
Actually,
he's eating
cupcake.
This is true. But I can guarantee y'all can't guess what else he ate. Guarantee you can't.
A toy.
Underwear.
All right. No.
Oh.
You want to guess? Just anything?
Weed.
No. Oh, they don't have weed at my house. It's all in gummy form. All right.
That's our other cross.
A wig.
All right. So all week he wasn't feeling well, and we thought maybe he got stung by something. And Friday night, we went out to dinner. We got home, and Carter, my son, says, yeah, he pooped a fork. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, come outside. Let's come look at this. And we went outside, and there's a plastic fork sitting.
I guess that's better than a metal fork, right?
And so like it was, Carter had left food on the floor, and he got to it. And he doesn't jump up on the counter and get stuff. Evidently, Carter thought this cupcake was his. He thought there was a pack of 4.
Love you, Carter.
And so he took all of them. One of them was sitting on the floor, and this morning my dog was looking at me with cupcake on his face.
Oh,
so
God, I love your family.
Were they chocolate cupcakes?
They were not chocolate cupcakes. They were vanilla with pink frosting on top. Are you embarrassed?
So like
chocolate kills, dog.
I was
It's
gonna say
toxic.
I just assumed that's true. That's not like an old wives' tale, right? About the chocolate is harmful for dogs.
It's dark chocolate.
Yeah,
Maybe
okay.
Friday then.
So Friday's okay.
Can we do Friday?
I will have to, and I
Hold
couldn't.
on, do you get to decide when this is going to happen to you?
Yes.
Alec gets to decide, really.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question, though. You believe that story?
I don't care. The cupcake's not here. I don't.
Are you
give a
sure,
damn.
though? Are you sure that Alec is not going to be waiting for you once you walk out as like, pow!
I
Or
would think
that-
you wanted to do it on air.
Or that Alec might be
We could be
waiting
filming
tomorrow, or Wednesday, or Thursday.
Oh.
We have draft reaction Friday. You should probably wait till Monday.
Oh, man, I would love that. Let me
yeah,
tell you about
that's
the
a good idea.
Cowboys pick. Bam!
Isn't that the Family
It's the
Guy
full
when he's
day.
like, I owe you a punch. And he's like, do it now. And he's like, no, I'll wait.
How was WrestleMania?
Yeah, people have like really different thoughts about it, and I think I might have fallen in the minority on this. I did not think night one was that great until the main event, and I thought night two was really, really fun. But it was a fun show. I think the WWE has overestimated how much people care about Travis Scott in their world. But
do they care more about Travis Scott or Logan Paul?
They care more about Logan Paul for sure, because I mean he like goes out there and wrestles. But I saw a really funny thing because John Cena, broke Ric Flair's record for most world titles.
17-time champion.
And Travis Scott was involved in it. And so I loved somebody goes, yeah, I remember when John Mellencamp helped Ric Flair win his 16th title. And I just thought that was so freaking funny. And so
Did that really happen?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I just think I think they've miscalculated, having Travis Scott there without The Rock and people's interest in that.
So was John Cena back to being full-time? And does that mean
That's what he says, more or less, just for the rest of this year.
And he's
then
still a bad guy.
Yes.
Okay.
I think he'll lose the title and then turn back into a good guy and walk off into the sunset by the end of the year.
You want to say something?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
I'll tell Kevin.
Oh, no.
Oh, another patented
I hate
Bobby
these.
Kevin secret.
It's off air. It doesn't help the listener at all right now.
Well, same thing for your cupcake.
That's valid.
Better not get hit in the hallway.
Oh, my Lord.
All right. Let's see if things...
No, don't say that on air.
Let's see if the Stars can even things up tonight.
You think they will?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But I also wasn't worried at all about the end of the regular season thing. A little bit, but not a lot of it. Just remember the things that I'm right about. The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where people already have lots of fiery WrestleMania opinions.
I'll tell you what. You guys, if y'all want to talk WrestleMania, I will gladly sit back and listen and enjoy. I didn't see a second of it this weekend.
You know what I thought for sure you were going to do? You were going to be like, I'll give you the 1 o'clock segment when we're supposed to run the Nico presser. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, if y'all can tell me about Mr. T and Andre the Giant.
Oh,
and
that
I
was
will
like
gladly,
WrestleMania 1.
I will gladly. Oh, they were really?
Yeah.
But they weren't in this one?
I mean, I think they're both.
Isn't this a big anniversary?
No, not both. Andre the Giant is dead.
What?
Very dead.
He's dead like 30 years ago.
All right. Who's the most recent could be the Andre the Giant? Big Show? Is there anybody else that's kind of been kind of like that?
Yeah, or Braun Strowman it's just but like that's the trick is like they use Andre the Giant very sparingly. Now the WWE's like, hey, look at this big guy. We're going to make you watch him every single day, every single week.
What's up with the dude that turned around and smiled at the audience and then got RKO'd?
Joe Henry.
Hold on. That's a different guy.
That's O. Henry. By the way, from the 817, today is Joe Henry Day.
What?
So
what does that mean?
He's in another promotion where they have kind of like a working relationship. And I'm going to see if we bleed off listeners, and then we'll just quickly switch back to the NFL draft. It's also NFL draft week, and we'll talk about all the stories about the Mavs and the Adolis walk-off.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, he really caught fire because he's a good wrestler and very charismatic, but people loved his song. It is super catchy. And so you heard people singing it, and it was a lot of fun.
Former running back for the Bills, Joe Henry. Not Travis Henry?
Oh, no, his name is last name is spelled differently.
Former president of the United States,
Henry.
Joe Henry.
No.
Biden Henry.
What?
All right. We gave it a shot. And for all the people asking where was The Rock, that is a very fair point. I really don't know. And Corey doesn't know either.
He got in a little trouble, I think, with his taxes or something.
Okay. I don't know if that is the case whatsoever. But also, happy NFL draft week. Are you guys excited it's finally here? Or are you kind of like, I don't care. It's still Monday. It's not Thursday. It's kind of like the thing in Christmas when you were a kid. When you would get into the December 20s, you'd be excited because it's almost there. But also, it's not here. So are people just loving NFL draft and they're pumped up, or they're like, I really wish it was Thursday?
So I know the last month or so, Reggie has always contributed it to being or attributed Lion season.
Yes.
But this week is where it gets even more chaotic because everybody hears something from everybody right now, the closer we get to it.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, all right, what is the truth? And nobody knows. The only people that know what they want are the people with the number 1 draft, the number 1 pick, and maybe the people with the number 2 pick. Like
that
that's
seems fair.
Really the only people that truly know. I bet Will McClay knows what he'd like to have,
Sure.
and he and Steven are kind of going through that process. And Cowboys, we're all sitting here looking at it, going, hey, we like these things and these things, but hold on, what if a team jumps up? Like everything could change, and a lot of people are lying right now. Even Pete Carroll was doing the, hey, be careful with his GM. So I am excited, but I also try to like close my ears a lot because there are a lot of people with a lot of mixed information out there right now.
Now, speaking of mixed information, I'm going to rapid fire you some texts, and we're going to go all over the place. From the 214, I don't know who Joe Henry is, but I love that character, and the zoom in is hilarious. From the 214, once Travis Scott showed up, you just knew it was going to be like a Nico Harrison kind of ending. Stupid as hell. From the 214, I don't care. The draft will do nothing for the Cowboys since they'll still be the laughingstock of the NFL. From the 714, I believe in Joe Henry. And from the 469, I am hyped. So there's a whole lot of different opinions happening to start.
Are the Cowboys the laughingstock?
See, I don't think so.
I feel like it's the Browns.
All right. We might just shift our segment
it's
right
still
here.
Cleveland.
I think that the Cowboys are by far the high-profile laughingstock.
Okay.
But, like, I don't know. Hey, Jacksonville, you go take Ashton Genty at 5. Maybe people will praise the pick. Maybe people will be like, well, your quarterback's still no good or what. I don't know. However that's going to happen. There are still teams, like you said, like Cleveland. Cleveland is way worse off than the Cowboys are right now. I just think way more people care about the Cowboys, and that's why there's way more negative opinions about the Cowboys because they're clearly the most popular and polarizing
But
team.
just about as many positive opinions, too.
Yes, for sure.
They are the one that is the biggest, most divisive.
Exactly, where I don't think you'll find a whole bunch of people like you talked about it. We'll do hits all over the country to talk about the Cowboys. I don't ever remember us calling a Cleveland Browns beat writer or a Jacksonville Jaguars insider at a time that we weren't playing that team that week.
That's true.
That never happens because nobody cares.
Yeah. Then from the 940, the Panthers still exist.
That's a great point. The Panthers are in the mix.
The thing about being here.
Jets.
Yes, the Jets situation's very, very weird. The thing about being here is it's looked at two different ways. Our Tolos look at it as either you are too close to the situation and you don't see how much of a laughing stock they are, or you are too close to the situation and you just blindly see that they are this great thing. Like that, everybody, you're one of those two, and you're either a homer or you're a hater, and there's no in between of like, no, this team there's a reality to what it is, because for the last 30 years. Their success has been very similar to the Browns.
Yeah, which is really weird because we're super close to the Cowboys. I feel like I can tell you even more than people know about why this franchise can at times be an embarrassment. But at the same point, I don't think they're doomed automatically.
You guys are too tough on them. Well,
it goes back and forth. Look, Corey, he brings up the time when a couple of Cowboys players at training camp stopped because I was like, oh, guess what? The Cowboys are going to be mediocre this season. I don't think that's what a homer would say at training camp.
Yeah. It's a chaotic week, though, and I get excited for draft night. I'll be in Allen at the Pluckers in Allen.
I'll be in Dallas.
And so I'm looking forward to seeing all the Tolos because, as I've said many times, if you like specials on drinks and food, my location is the place to be because we're very good at this. I don't know why, but the people that are always at my location seem to be very fantastic drafters.
Hey,
Kevin, his group struggles.
Look, that's why I need you to come to Dallas.
Yes.
Because historically, my Pluckers people are bad at drafting. They're great people, and they want to get it right, but they're just not good at it. I know I've said this multiple times in the last couple of weeks. Just a couple of years ago, we got the C.J. Stroud pick wrong. That's pick 2 because the guy was like, no, I got some inside information. You're going to be surprised.
Are you embarrassed?
To see what happens. And what's crazy is he originally said Bryce Young was going to go 2. And Bryce Young was off the board. And even then, he's like, now, we're not going with C.J.
Should have known not to trust that guy when he was like Bryce Young.
But that's the deal, is that you sign up to be the GM, and I do not have the power to just erase your name.
That's true.
And
even though you're the commissioner, you don't have that power.
Yeah.
Unlike Adam Silver, who's like, yes, I'm going to make this trade happen no matter what. Even though he says that he didn't have anything to do with it.
And from the 972, who cares about fake wrestling? First of all, not fake, predetermined. Second of all, based on the feedback, quite a few people. Then the other thing is, I just want to know if that makes you mad. Do you get mad when we do like Masterpiece Theater?
Yeah.
Like movie and TV discussions? Because we do plenty of not sport things on here.
Swaggy Booties has asked the question on the Twitch, does the Corey Pluckers have more tables than the other Pluckers? I just want to point out, Kevin, you and I have been to that Allen Pluckers before.
It is very big.
There are a lot of tables inside of that place.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I need to ask all the rest of the hosts to count the tables when they go in so that I can confirm or deny this, because there are a lot of tables, and they were packed. They were full last time we were there, so I'm excited.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to try to go with a positive. I guess it's a positive. I know you still lost the series, but can we get cut number 6? Was this moment enough to kind of salvage the Rangers weekend for you?
1 ball, 1 strike. Yates is ready. He comes home. Adolis swings and belts one. Deep left center. Back goes Taylor at the wall. That ball is history. A 2-run walk-off home run for El Bombi.
I love that call, first of all.
Yeah, because it's Eric Nadel doing what he does the best.
Good point.
Being the best in DFW.
That is a good
Brad Sham said
point.
it, so I feel Brad Sham said it. You can just acknowledge it.
In your face, Jared. So, and Mike. Never mind.
I think they would concede to Eric here in this. He's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, man. Mike's not conceding to anybody. He's the best. Man, by the way, you know who is super plugged in on night one of WrestleMania? Mike Bassick. He was texting me all throughout. And then I know he was probably on a plane yesterday. I believe he was saying on the way to Sacramento. But the Rangers lose the series. However, feels like we would have had a much different opinion about that series coming in if not for that home run. Because now all of a sudden you would have been like, hey, you got swept and you only scored 2 runs. Now, did you get shut out in both of the other games? Yes. And that is frustrating, although the Dodgers have phenomenal pitching as well. But getting that win, I thought salvaged what would have felt like an awful Rangers weekend otherwise.
Yeah, because, I mean, it is the Dodgers for one, and you think of yourself as an American League World Series contender.
Yes.
That is them and the Padres and the Giants are the front runners for the National League. So you're looking, and I guess the Phillies, there's lots of National League teams that are very good. But you're kind of looking at it going, how good are we compared to the best team? Well, you got to see this weekend. You still can't hit. Like, that's still part of it, that you can't string together enough hits against good pitching, let alone bad pitching, to be able to put up a bunch of runs. That being said, they didn't score a bunch of runs.
That is true.
There was no blowout. Your starting pitching kept you in every single one of these games. But yeah, I agree with you on the Adolis made this worth it because, and the way that they did it, like it looked like they set it up that way in that final inning
for the most dramatic way possible.
Yeah, no, it was great. And you know, the Rangers 2 losses on weird calls. Yesterday's call, I'm going to contend. You can fight me on this all you want. That Mookie Betts pushed Wyatt Langford off the bag.
Okay.
I'm going to continue to stick there, but they said otherwise. That being said, Kevin, I have a question for you. I predicted the Adolis home run, so obviously that makes me feel better.
Okay.
But I don't know what to do with my powers here. I don't know. I've done this now 3 times with Adolis. I've predicted walk-off home runs for him when he had 0 for 3, 0 for 4 days. You were there for one of them. You've seen this live in action. My brother-in-law can contest.
By the way, I thought he was an idiot for calling.
He did. He was like, "You're stupid." He was so mad at Adolis that day. He was so mad. He was like, 4 strikeouts. He just kept, every time he struck out, he'd give me the 3, 4, and I was like, "Shut up." And then it happened, and it wasn't in your face. That was not an in your face thing. It was happiness for Adolis.
When the ball was in the air at that game, I was really excited, but also Noah had been crying when they hit home runs, and I was like, "Oh crap! I need to figure out how to cover his ears," because I really wanted to cheer, but I also knew he was going to be very upset.
But I do have powers evidently to predict walk-off home runs for Adolis Garcia, but I can't do this every game. All right, because then I use it too much and it's going to go away. Or do I use it as often as possible and just use it to make sure that it's getting used? Or do I just wait for big moments in big games in big series?
I think that one, because since we do not totally understand the extent of your powers, there's the possibility of diminishing returns. You know, so I don't want to I don't want to rule that out for sure. Now, for people saying that the Rangers got robbed in Game 3, I kind of have an issue with that. Because you didn't lose 6-5 and you'd been cranking it up offensively all day. You lost 1-0 because your offense could only string together a whole bunch of singles. Now, if Wyatt would have been at second, could you, and been safe at second, which he was, I get that. Could Jake Berger have or Josh Young have gotten you out of it? Yeah, maybe, but you weren't taking over offensively. And even then, if you got a single, that would have only tied the game on a day that offense was hard to come by. I didn't like that call at all, but I don't think you can say that the Rangers got screwed in terms of losing that game.
Yeah, and by the way, that was Rojas. My apologies. I said that. No, I agree with you. Anytime, I can't sit there and say that anytime they have a moment like that, because I'm like, what about all these other opportunities you had if bases were loaded before and you didn't score runs? what about all these? So I agree with you on that. There's lots of other moments. These are intense moments that are the last ones, so you hang on to them a little bit longer.
And plus, obviously, if you would have got another walk-off home run, I'd have been like, I don't care when the offense came. We got it. We won 2 out of 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Against SPOTUS's best team.
We just like drama on this team.
And there was a little bit of extra something that I love that Adolis hit it off of Kirby Yates. I know that doesn't, it probably shouldn't matter, but I was like, come on, dude.
Kirby didn't have his best stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I didn't think he had his best stuff while he was up there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's puck around and find out how everything went wrong for the Stars in Game 1. Next on The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
O'Connor with Taves and Kiviranta. Here's the trailer. Manson towards the net, deflects. In behind Ottinger for a 3-1. Colorado lead. Devon Taves heading to the crease area, gets the stick on it, and the Avalanche once again lead by 2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try something a little bit different here because the Stars have been so disappointing, or were so disappointing on Saturday night. Do you want to start this segment by talking about the Stars, Mystery Text 1 or Mystery Text 2? One of them is sports related. The other one is not. Cooper Flagg's going in the draft. I can't believe it.
This is a difficult thing for me, Kevin, because I love to goof around. I really do. But I know there are some people that are hot on the Stars situation right now. So
you pick Stars?
I'm gonna leave myself out of this conversation because I would pick Stars.
Oh, Alec, that means it's up to you then, I guess.
I want to go goofy. I want to have fun.
All right.
Because that game wasn't.
From the 903. Can we talk about my wife's friend wearing the revealing boob shirt at the Easter gathering yesterday? Or you facilitated for this?
I did.
What do you think about the revealing clothing at a family get-together? And it's going to make it uncomfortable. And then also, like, is it a family member and you feel bad? Or is it like some other non-blood relation that you're like, oh, man, I kind of thought he or she had it like that. Corey has thoughts. I can tell. He's debating whether or not to say them.
I plead the fifth.
Oh!
On your question altogether.
Okay, luckily this did not happen at my family gathering. In fact, I cannot particularly remember a family gathering offhand when I was like, what the hell is that person wearing? And
I will say I do everything I can to not look.
Okay.
Even at the gym, dude. I'm doing everything I can at the gym just to be like, I don't want to get caught on your phone in the back of your video looking at something. And they're like, oh, look at this creeper. I was just trying to see where the weights were.
Counting the tiles on the floor.
Yeah, I'm doing everything. Looking at the ceiling, counting dots and whatever the things are up there. Yeah.
Oh, those lights.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
Man, this fan, where is it?
Those LED?
I don't want to get, I'm avoiding. I don't want to be that.
But you're afraid of it?
Yeah, I'm afraid of the backlash of the video and all that stuff. Yeah.
All right. Alec, have you avoided such delicate social situations?
It's definitely happened before where family members have done said thing and it gets talked about. That's the fun part.
Yeah.
Is like,
but does it get talked about afterwards? Not at the event, like in the car ride home? Or
it gets talked on site. Like it's usually my dad who notices and he'll be like, what's going on with that? Like, whenever he can find a break in the action, he'll be like, you see what I see, right? And I'm like, yeah, it is because like we feel indirectly responsible because they're family. So you're just like, but it's like, we didn't choose to wear that. So yeah, my dad's always the first to point it out. Trust me.
All right.
Sean Shapiro says Heiskanen is on the ice this morning with Stars healthy scratches from the last game 45 minutes before an optional morning skate. Would assume that means on his day-to-day status, today is not the day.
Yeah. Well, hopefully things will turn around because Saturday was really rough. And I know the counter argument can easily be every Stars game 1 playoff game is pretty rough, but it feels like so many bad things have happened to this team over the last couple of weeks. They have now lost 8 straight games overall. They've lost 8 straight game 1s in the playoffs. And I know this person not even on our team anymore. Did you see that Logan Stankoven had 2 goals in game 1 of his playoff series?
Easy. I see what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to turn this into the Luka trade, aren't you?
No. That feels tough to turn this into the Luka trade. But no, that was
promising young star.
That felt like the insult to the injury. Hey, you already lost, and people have been concerned about the team chemistry since Stankoven was out. And then you're like, hey, he scored twice in game one.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, what?
Yeah.
We didn't even score twice total.
And that's probably my biggest concern right now. The last 7 games leading into the playoffs, Kevin, I know we were very concerned about defense and net minding, but the thing that became very evident to me maybe the last 3 games or so was the net got small. The net got very small for the Stars, and the net looked extremely small in game 1. They looked like they could not find a crease. They couldn't find a gap. And even the goal they scored was lucky. Like that thing bounced off the scoreboard, and then it was, out of the McDonald's down the street. It came back, nothing but net. It was one of those, and it was not a goal that you even planned. It just kind of happened. You were like, "Yay, we got lucky." They knew whenever it happened, they got lucky. They didn't even want to celebrate it. But that net is starting to look extremely small to these guys, and they got to figure out something to make that thing bigger. It was. Who were we talking to recently? It was Jordan Spieth. I was listening to him, and he was talking about his putt, and he was like, "Man, that day that I won the Masters, every hole looked big. It looked giant, like a trash can."
Yeah,
and that's when you know you're in a groove. The Stars are not there right now.
So I know Mikko Rantanen has come up as somebody that you would like to see more from because he is traditionally phenomenal in the playoffs. Now you just look at. Since he got here, he's been here with the Stars 20 games. He scored 18 points. So we're not quite to the 1 point per game threshold that you would love to see.
Was he that before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
Point per game guy.
He is fully capable of being 1.2, 1.3. Like he can be up there.
Gotcha.
Now in the playoffs, he's even better though.
And see, this is where I ask the question, is it time for him to put a cape on?
Okay.
Because I feel like maybe there's a possibility he came into a very strong locker room, replacing Stankoven, who was a good piece to it. And now everybody in the room just trying to figure out how they all work together. And maybe Mikko's better whenever he's the alpha and he just goes, rather than being a dude that's on the team. I don't know. And there might be some Stars fans that are like, no, this is different. But is it time for the best player on the ice for your team to put a cape on and say, follow me, guys, let's go?
And the playoff history would really back up that idea because in 82 career playoff games, he has 101 points.
That's a season worth of playoff games.
That's true. That's a great point. So I'm going to estimate that's about 1.23-ish points per game. And then you look at Saturday's game 1, kept off the score sheet, but also a -2. Mm-hmm. So when he was on the ice, they just weren't excelling. Now, that does not by any means all fall at his feet. But if you're looking for somebody who can take over, you can make a really strong argument that Rantanen is the best player on this team talent-wise. Now, has he assimilated enough in the system yet to totally have that down? I don't know. Is Miro coming back? Do you think that would overthrow him? I don't know. And plus, best case scenario, does that still mean you have the third best player on the ice? With McKinnon and Makar, it's tough to argue that you have anybody that matches up to that level.
Yeah, and I don't know how much extra juice they have because of Mikko or because of what happened to them last year against the Stars. They might be a little extra motivated this time around as we go along. So the other thing too, Kevin, in my notes I said, hey, look, the things we saw in game 1 were all the things we talked about leading into the playoffs.
That's fair.
Like every single note that we have is kind of like, oh, it's just a continuation of these last 7 games here, and that feeling that it is. They can't keep their puck on their stick.
And that's the thing that scares you the most, right? Because if you want to fall back on, well, the Stars just don't do well under DeBoer in game 1s of the playoffs. That is true. But the team you're seeing right now, they are not good enough to beat Colorado. Can you flip that switch after game 1? For sure, you can. But if you continue down that track for the reason that you said, keeping control of the puck, if you want to go after Ottinger, if you want to go after the defense as a whole, but part of the reason the defense as a whole is struggling so much is not being able to keep control of the puck.
Exactly.
It's maddening, and you will lose this series if that is what continues to happen.
And last week when we had our friend Brian Ray on, that was very, very much the Mikko part of it, right? When I asked, hey, explain how, like what his importance is, the defense being able to move you up the ice. That part of it is a significant part. It also does fall on those forwards, though, to get their crap together and get on the same page and be able to make nice, crisp passes that are great setups. There were moments that I was like, oh, that was a fantastic setup. The play was there to be made. It just didn't go into the net, and that's where I'm starting to be curious about. One of the things, Kevin, that I've liked about Pete DeBoer's era is over time, over a series, they seem to find the weakness of the netminder.
Yeah.
And they seem to find, you know what, we're going top shelf. We're going top shelf every time. And we know that he's weak here. We're going to go set this up. And then that's going to open other things up for us. And at some point, I feel like that's going to come along. I'm hopeful that that's going to come along. But that whole aim small, miss small mentality has got to be there whenever they decide this is the weakness of the goalie. And once we beat their defender, now we know how to get it in the net because they don't look like they know right now.
From the 469 last month, I told you that I was afraid to get on the Stars bandwagon. I've invested the time, money on swag. What gives? Why can't I be happy and cheer for a real winner? And I think a lot of us are struggling with that right now. This is a fair point from the 817. Okay, crap on all the Stars all you want. Not that first part.
And we don't. I think
that first part is a silly text.
Yeah.
I don't see what you've listened to in this segment that is crapping on the Stars
We're
whatsoever.
just fans that are upset.
Yes, but that MFer definitely kicked that puck in the goal and it shouldn't have counted. The fascinating replay on that of it was incidental or an accidental contact. I don't think so. It looked like a karate sidekick that he was like, maybe I can get the puck in the goal with this. So that I don't care for. It did. If you look and he kind of kicked his leg to the left.
I get it.
You cannot tell me that he was like, oh no, the puck hit my leg. He was like, I caught up on Cobra Kai. Check this out. That's what I think happened. So I will agree with that person, but I don't think anything that has happened in this segment whatsoever has been crapping on the Stars.
Well, I mean, at least we got an early puck drop tonight.
No, you don't. It's 8:30 start, but realistically, it's the back half of a doubleheader. So I think you'll probably see more at best case scenario 8:45, maybe 9 o'clock. So if you're planning on being asleep before 11:30, I don't know if I would count on that if you're watching the Stars game.
Kevin, I might finish the game tomorrow morning then, is all I'm saying. 11:30 is very late for my brain. It doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. I'll watch most of it. I'll get the general idea, and in the morning, I'll pick up the last part of it.
And from the 682, he was falling. It was not a kick. You can absolutely throw a kick when you're falling.
You can't. Show us. Falling kick. Let's see.
I can't. I don't have skates on.
Claymore.
You don't have skates on?
Yeah.
Somebody bring us some skates.
No, please, God, don't. And then the other mystery text, I'm going to throw it out now. I'm going to give you the gist of it because I don't have it pulled up anymore. Do you think Nico is going to use this press conference to step down? I think there is a 0.01% chance that happens. I think the fact that this presser is taking place is showing you that he is not going to step down. And I
don't think he's going to apologize for anything either.
I don't either.
He's, from what I hear, Kevin, very uncompromising.
Yes.
And very unapologetic. Kevin and I just said this last week. Alex, right there with us on this. He's the only person that believes that this was going to work. And Dumont said, okay, I'm with you. It sounds or Dumont is very anyway, it sounds like Nico is the only person that believes it. No matter what you think, he's like, watch, over time, this is going to work out for us. We're winning now, but over time. And then, Kevin, you brought up the villain. Right now, he definitely is the villain because in what situation? Thanos. What's he trying to do? He's trying to cleanse the planet.
And he thinks it's the right thing to do. And I'm telling you, up and down, the reason why he's not going to apologize, he does not think he's done anything wrong. Time will tell if that is correct.
Vader, just trying to be a good dad. He thinks he's trying to be a good dad.
That I still don't know about. But, it looks early on like he's clearly done the wrong thing. But I don't think he views it that way. I think he is give it time. I will be proven correct.
I think you're right there, and the Mavs fans don't want to give him that time.
No. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Which one of these performances was more impressive to you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low-AV products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
High fly, deep left center. Against his former team, the best day of his life. Oh, my goodness. Austin Wins has 6 hits.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. So, I want to see which one of these you think is the most impressive. Is it the 6 hits that we just played from Austin Wins? That's pretty dang impressive. Is it the Cincinnati Reds scoring 24 runs in a game? Or is it the Milwaukee Brewers for stealing 6 bases in the first inning?
6 in the first inning?
Yeah.
That's Brad Penny right there. I've been talking about that for a while. I'm going to say, I'll say that. Because I think that's so a more difficult feat than the 24 runs. And you're like, what are you talking about? 24. You get a bad team, you get a bad day, and you can score 24 runs, all right? But getting 6 stolen bases, you did something right. You were able to do that. I mean, Wyatt couldn't even steal a base late in the game yesterday. So.
Okay, he did, and then might have popped off the bag or got pushed off the
Rojas
bag.
pushed him. I'm convinced of it.
Okay. So you're going to go with the steals?
I'm going to go with the steals, Kevin. I think that's impressive, man.
So the Milwaukee Brewers stole 6 bases in the first inning against the A's, who will be the next opponent for the Texas Rangers. And for the day, they stole 9 bases in the first 4 innings. That broke the franchise record previously of 8 for an entire game, and it made them just the 5th team this century to accomplish the feat. Now, they almost got another steal in the 5th inning, but they were caught stealing, and that would have made them just the 4th team in the live ball era since 1920 to steal 10 or more bases in a game. So they're this close. And then by that point, the game was a blowout, and they're like, who cares?
When you say this century, do you mean the last 100 years or the 21st century?
I think it's the 21st century.
Okay. I'm always confused by that. I'm like,
Yeah.
the last 100 years?
No,
But
I
thank
believe
you.
when they say this century.
Since 2000.
Exactly.
All right, so
That
we're
is
dealing
exactly.
with that. That's still a long time of not having something like that happen.
For sure. I agree with all of that. Now, the Reds, they scored 24 runs in their win over the Orioles, who, by the way,
Something must have gone wrong.
Baltimore Orioles are 9-12.
They're a young team. They don't know how to handle this. That is part of the
I agree.
The growth process for a young team, and do they have the right person at the helm to be able to guide those young players, or where are those young players mentally in this game right now?
So believe it or not, it was only 12-1 going into the 7th inning. And over the last 3 innings.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah.
12-1 in the 7th?
Yes. But then Cincinnati scored 12 more runs in the last 3 innings, while Baltimore scored 1 more, and they took a 12-1, doubled it up, made it 24-2.
That's a brutal day right there. That is nobody really wants to be in that game at all. Even the guys that have once they got to our 12, shouldn't we have just stopped here? This is where we feel like the run rule should exist. After 7 innings, you're up 12-1. That's 11 runs right there. We can go ahead and just raise our hand and say, umpire goes, all right, that's it, guys. Run rule over. Let's go home. Nobody wants those last 3 innings.
Now, interestingly enough, we talked about Austin Wins having 6 hits. You would think that would make you unquestionably the best offensive player in that game. However, we might have a challenger. So, Noelvi Marte, sorry if I butchered that first name, that's on me. He went 5 for 7 and had 7 RBIs. So he had 1 less hit, but 1 more RBI than Wins. But if you think about it, those 2 combined to go 11 of 14 with 13 RBIs.
Dang.
That's how you won the game. Like, I know Ellie De La Cruz is awesome. He hit a home run. But how you won the game was the bottom of your line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when the bottom, and that's something that Bochy's talked about here too, is like, hey man, the reason we won a World Series was because our 7, 8, and 9 guys were producing enough that Marcus Semien was able to get 100 RBI that year. Just that being said, though, to have 6 hits in a game, you're locked in a way that nobody else was prepared for that day. Maybe it's weak pitching or whatever, but to get that first hit and then continue on, a lot of times in those instances, you don't even realize you're locked in like that because it's so easy. You're in the zone, and when you're in the zone, you're not messing with it. You're just comfortable. And then you're about 3 or 4 hits in. You're like, let's see how much more I can do with this thing. And the ball starts to look like a grapefruit or a beach ball.
Now, I wasn't sure if I was going to bring this up because it did happen on Friday night, but somebody texted about it. So we should discuss it. Let's get into it. So the Cubs were beating the Arizona Diamondbacks 7-1 going into the 8th inning. Feels like you should have that pretty well in hand. They exploded for 5 runs in the 7th. You're looking pretty good. But then Arizona scored 10 runs in the 8th inning and still lost. So here's what happened. Arizona's losing 7-1. All hope is lost. They're doomed. They score 10 runs in the 8th inning. 10 in the top of the 8th. And you're like, all right, they got it. This game is over. And the Cubs respond by scoring 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th, which means in an inning and a half, 21 runs were scored. And in just the 8th inning, 16 runs were scored. And that gave the Cubs the 13-11 victory over the Diamondbacks.
Oh, that's good for us, Kevin.
Is it? Because we beat the Diamondbacks in the World Series?
But lost to the Cubs earlier.
Oh,
so all these things
true.
Can come together on this.
That is true. Now, Luis Arraez, and I went back and watched this a couple of different times. He had a full-on collision at first base, and it really did look like the Astros fielder was trying to get out of the way and move off away from the bag. But that's kind of also the idea that Luis Arraez had, and he was trying to touch the bag but also move out to the right side, depending on which way you're looking, I guess. And he ended up having to go to the hospital. And they said he's in stable condition, and it's the best case scenario for him having gone to the hospital. You go to the hospital, that's going to be scary. But they think he's out of the woods for the most part. No fractures of any sort. He has a cut on his jawline, so they're worried about that. But other than that, they think he's going to be okay.
Well, that's positive. For sure. At least thinking that right now.
It was scary because, again, he moved off to the right side, and the first baseman, maybe it was momentum that carried him as well, or he was just trying to move that way. He also made in that move, and then bang, they just ran into each other. And obviously, Arraez had been running full speed the entire way. All right, let's go from that to Max Fried. Did you see that? I watched this a couple of times as well. Really a terrible call is what changed Max Fried's no-hit bid to he gave up a hit.
Mm-hmm.
It was a...
Only when you say terrible call by the scorekeeper?
I think it was a terrible...
Initially?
No, I think it was the right call. It was a very run-of-the-mill ball that was not hit particularly hard to first base. First baseman's moving over to his right side and just boots it. He just boots it down towards second base. That was originally ruled as an error. But then, and this was in the 7th inning, I think.
Yeah.
But then in the 8th inning, they changed it to a hit, and he had a no-hitter at the time. Not to say he would have obviously thrown a no-hitter, but I thought that was an egregious change. But I know this is where Mike would pop in and say, it's really hard to get an error nowadays.
It really is.
You saw the play, right? That was an error.
And the response later, and even Boone kind of was in the same boat here, was they weren't making it. They weren't going to beat him in a foot race to first base. They weren't even going to get the guy out anyway. But that's the thing, Kevin, is that's how they justified that.
Yeah,
we predict that they weren't going to be able to get there anyway, so let's just look at it as that. And I don't know that I necessarily love that you're trying to predict what was going to happen in that instance. Mostly you're looking at it, what happened to the ball. And like you just said, he booted it.
Yeah. Look, maybe they're right. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that. And if that's why they ruled it a hit, that's fine. That just feels like a dicey
Do you
call
feel
to
like
me.
they should always go with whatever the first rule was, the first ruling was?
I mean, obviously with the Rangers game, I think they should have done that. I heard Jared talking about it. It just boggles the mind sometimes that you watch it in such minutia, and the vast majority of us can all be like, okay, so that person got pushed off, or they're safe, or that was an error. And then they're like, nope, we determined it's the other way. And you're like,
because we've now watched it in slow-mo.
yeah, but I watched it in slow-mo. How is that your take from that?
Well, you don't have our eyes or our powers.
I guess. And normally I would say, like, it's not going against the person who called it on the field. But in both instances, they went against the umpire on the field and then the scorekeeper.
I wonder who, like, with the new rule, kind of like Mike, like we always discuss about errors. I wonder who benefits the most. Is it pitchers or is it fielders that benefit the most from the lack of errors being called in games nowadays?
It's definitely not pitchers, because then they count those as hits.
Right.
So it's got to be fielders or maybe some hitters that are like, hell yeah. Did you see those 7 extra hits I got because of lax scorekeeping? I love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are the Cowboys as good at drafting as they seem to think? Plus, we'll try to find a way to push in more WrestleMania talk next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little bit about the Cowboys draft here and their drafting history, while also trying to work in some thoughts about WrestleMania. 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line. If you have thoughts about either two of these equally important subjects today.
Equally?
All right. Probably more WrestleMania than Cowboys. I hear you.
I will tell you,
I will
though,
backtrack on that.
My Clash of Clans map right now still looks really cool with the WWF blimp flying around.
You better say E.
And the championship belts and some other stuff. I don't even know what all this stuff is. Maybe a Jey Uso character standing there in a ring on one of my army bases. Yeah, it's fun, man. It's exciting times for y'all.
Are you surprised the blimp is still so prominently featured? That's my follow-up question, because both days of WrestleMania, Michael Cole had to go out of his way and talk about how awesome it was that Goodyear was on its 100th year of having blimps. And I was like, but how long has it been since we've really needed a blimp?
That's it. I've never seen a blimp used for anything other than sporting events. What else is a blimp used for? It can't be used for travel. Nobody wants to travel by blimp. Not a single person has ever been like, I can't wait to go this slow across the sky. Nobody wants to get somewhere slower than usual. You want to take an airplane. So what is a blimp really for? Let us know.
I honestly don't know if I've ever seen an advertisement for commercial blimp travel either.
The only blimp related thing I know, two of them, all right, was I think these are Zeppelins, was the one that crashed,
Hindenburg,
and Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
was that the
That's
Hindenburg?
true. No,
it was just a regular blimp.
Oh yeah, I guess they did kind of make that insinuation. No ticket. And so how would the commercial go? Hey, you want to get there slower than a plane, but you don't want to drive your car and have fear of public transit? Try the blimp.
I would rather.
I don't know.
I guess I would rather take a blimp than a hot air balloon, though. I feel like hot air balloons
just go up.
But there's nothing that's keeping me in that thing, right? I don't know. There's lots to it.
Little basket. Yeah, no, I'm with you. All right. So we're on our path to the draft, brought to you by Pluckers. You can join us at all the Pluckers locations this Thursday for our annual draft party. Corey is going to be in Allen. Alex is going to be in Fort Worth. It's at the City View location, and I am going to be at the Dallas location. Would love for you guys to come and hang out with us.
And at 12:20 today, we have draft expert, math expert as well, Cynthia Freeland, joining us on Zoom. So we'll have her to chat with today.
All right, I like it. So the Cowboys have said that they're really good at drafting, right?
Yes. And for the most part, most people have said they're good at drafting as well.
That's where you fall, right? That's where I
think
fall.
they're good at drafting.
Okay. So The Athletic put together a study of the best and worst drafting teams over the last 5 years. The worst drafting team, the Arizona Cardinals. They have had 8 top 50 picks and 1 Pro Bowl.
That's
probably not what you want. Although, interestingly enough, Tennessee is next to last. They've also had 8 top 50 picks and 0 Pro Bowls.
Okay, so, and that's 2 different kind of scenarios, but you really have to look at your organization whenever that happens. Like, we were picking high, and we've not been able to make these guys all pros. Not a single one of these dudes. Is it on us or is it on them? And most of the time, you're probably saying them, and I do feel like their front office has been pretty consistent for a while.
Now, the best drafting team and where the Cowboys fit into this hierarchy. So the Detroit Lions are listed as having the best drafts of the last 5 years. They've had 12 top 50 picks.
Yes.
They have gotten 13 Pro Bowls out of it in 35 starting seasons. Penei Sewell is listed as their best pick in the last 5 years. And that's a big part of it, is not only Pro Bowls, but starting seasons. Like the Kansas City Chiefs, for example, they only have 4 Pro Bowlers out or Pro Bowls out of these selections, but they have 39 starting seasons.
Yeah. The other thing, too, about Detroit's drafts of late is people have kind of mocked a lot of their picks, too, along the way. Like, they've kind of gone outside of the norm for some things that they said this team needs. We need this. We know that we have good this, and this. And teams were like, well, why would you do that when you can do that? Hey, because we think it's going to work. And whenever you have faith in your draft and you believe in it, then, and you also have faith in your coaching and what your team is, you can feel strongly and make different picks than other people are expecting.
Now, those are the top 2. Third is the Ravens, and 4th is the Bucks. But then at 5, you get the Dallas Cowboys. So I just want to say, at a time that, like, we're all frustrated with the Cowboys. I mean, people have been frustrated with the Cowboys for more than a generation. It's been passed down to the next group. My older son is always frustrated with the Cowboys. I get all of that. But one thing that they kind of hang their hat on is we're good at drafting. And the numbers back this up. So for the Cowboys, last 5 years, they've had 6 top 50 picks. They have gotten 15 Pro Bowls out of that. That is the most of any team on this list. Now, if you want to dispute the merits of the Pro Bowl, like I understand that, but it is still a metric by which people are like, oh, hey, did you have a good season or not, even if they don't have the game anymore. But you've gotten 15 Pro Bowls in the last 5 years out of your draft picks. So you're averaging 3 Pro Bowls per season per class of drafts.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Not bad at all.
And you've also gotten 34 starting seasons out of your players, which I believe is like 5th or 6th. So you're up there in terms of seasons started. You're up there in terms of Pro Bowls, despite not always having the most top 50 picks. Like I told you, Detroit's had 12, and the Cowboys have had 6. And yet you're still looking at more Pro Bowls and a fairly equivalent amount of starting seasons. Best pick, Mike Parsons. Best value pick, DeRozan Bland.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You probably won't be surprised to know that the worst pick is Mozzie Smith along the list. And so
that was a low, and it does seem like whenever they're at that range, they don't do great sometimes.
Yeah.
And Taco was in that number range too. I don't know what it is, but it does seem like they say, who would be the next highest one in the second round? Let's just go get that guy.
Yeah.
Because we failed at getting like a top 17 pick because we're here. So let's just make a strong push on something like this. And maybe it hasn't worked out, and it definitely hasn't in those 2 instances.
Now, the other thing that gets thrown out there, and you can see how you'd be excited about this. So from 2020 to 2022, Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, Tyler Smith.
Okay.
I know at times some people are
Good group
still
right there.
waiting for more for Tyler Smith and the injury frustration with Trayvon Diggs. But all of those players have either consistently or had prolonged runs of really high level of success.
And, the way the Cowboys draft, too, they expect those guys to be core members of the team. Like the core,
Yes.
You say the core four in baseball, they're expected first-round picks. Not only should they be great, leaders for the future of this team, but they want them to play and impact the game immediately. Jerry has made this very adamant. I don't want to waste a pick and say I have to wait on that one for a while. And that's been kind of the case in most of those instances that you've gotten. CeeDee Lamb got another contract. Diggs got another contract. Tyler, look at him and what
I
he
would
is.
be shocked if he didn't get.
He's the best one on
Yeah.
this offensive line right now. And so that is one of the things they expect is we want high character, we want a high talent too, and we're expecting to re-sign you to a big contract later.
And I think that somebody texted in, and this is where the rub is, right? Would you rather have more Pro Bowls or more Super Bowls? Obviously, the answer is Super Bowls. And if you look at the rest of the top five, the Detroit Lions, they were in the NFC Championship game. The Kansas City Chiefs, clearly they've been in multiple Super Bowls and won multiple Super Bowls. The Baltimore Ravens, I believe they're another year removed from the AFC Championship game. And the Tampa Bay Bucks with Tom Brady, they were able to win a Super Bowl as well. And then you get to the Cowboys. And that's what's frustrating is because they're next on the list. I didn't put this list
They
together.
should be Super Bowl champions at this point.
The Athletic put this list together, and what is it filled with? Team that made it to the NFC Championship game, multiple time Super Bowl champion. Team that made it to the AFC Championship game, Super Bowl champion, and then the Cowboys. They're next on the list, but have none of the accolades.
So to answer the question you asked at the beginning of this, it's yes.
Yeah.
Based on what the Athletic has told us is, yes, they're good at that. No, they're not good at winning Super Bowls right now.
Yes. And
no, they're not good at playoffs right now.
I would make the argument it's because they drag their feet on handling top-of-the-line talent, as we are literally in the midst of right now with Micah Parsons. And because of that, they have to neglect, I might argue, the middle of the roster, if not the bottom of the roster. And
I agree with you on that.
And that's the thing that's so frustrating, because I know we talk about this all the time. And I'm going to go back to this one more time.
You're either a star or you're not on this team.
And the pace at which they do things is maddening, because you easily could have gotten Dak for $5 million cheaper per season. I think you're in a situation right now where you're going to end up saying, we might have been able to go $7 million cheaper for Micah Parsons. You could have gone $4 million cheaper for CeeDee Lamb based on the timing of how you did those deals.
And with some of those, that's one really good player or multiple players.
That's $16 million. Whenever you hear a player who, maybe gets $16 to $20 million, like, you could add another Osa. I know the numbers don't exactly line up, but we're moving in that direction. Like, you kept Osa, but with that kind of financial mismanagement with the way they do contracts, what if I could have told you you could have picked up another defensive lineman or defensive tackle that's as good as Osa?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you'd have been like, great. And what do we have to give up? You have to give up your old ways of doing finances. You'd be like,
why would I do that?
Yeah, no, deal.
Nope.
Let's do that. And then imagine how different you would feel going into the draft. If you're like, hey, man, I feel really good. We got Osa. We got, Osa 2. And we got Fowler back and Micah Parsons. And, like, you would just feel, I would think, more confident.
The era of Will McClay is this era that you're talking about, though, when they've been at their best.
Yes.
Drafting.
Yes.
And like you said, they've had some really good value picks. They've had some moments like Jalen Smith in the second round, Randy Gregory in the second round. Those things are risks that did not pan out.
Yes.
And they've made those opportunities too. They've like, hey, we're going to take this risk. Nashawn Wright didn't work out.
Yep.
Not all of them are going to, but they've been pretty consistent in the first round, and usually they find a good value pick somewhere else. They are good at this, and it did come along the time that they changed kind of their philosophy, or kind of built a philosophy on drafting. So their philosophy on drafting, I agree with. I like. There are some times that I'm like, oh, character, am I concerned more about it? And they're like, we're not. or maybe they are more concerned about it than I am. But in those instances, they've come out looking pretty good so far. I want one of those drafts where they just hit on every fifth rounder. And you're just like, holy cow!
How you built the Legion of Boom?
How did
much.
all these guys?
Yeah.
And I think that has a lot to do with coaching. Whenever you take a guy who's a fifth rounder and you put him in a good system and he fits your system and you grow the player from what he is, I think that's important. But for the most part, the Cowboys do this on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometimes you get to buckle up. Sometimes it's one of those where Jerry's like, we're moving all over the board today. And sometimes they just stay where they are. With this draft specifically on Thursday night, I think it's smarter to stay and then probably fall back. And I bet that's what's going to happen.
And the thing that's frustrating.
I'm not going to bet too much on it, though.
The thing that's frustrating is you go further down the line. I know there are other outliers in the top 10, like the Cowboys, like the Dolphins, like the Chargers. But take a look at teams 7, 8, and 9. So all behind the Cowboys. Bengals, they went to a Super Bowl. Bills went to the AFC Championship game. Philadelphia Eagles, they're the defending Super Bowl champions. So 7 of those 10 have at least made it in the last 5 years to a conference championship game. And then the rest of them are your Super Bowl winners. And you're just sitting in the middle of that group and you're like, hey, I don't know what the rest of that statement is.
A draft is only the selection of the player.
Yes. The management of it afterwards.
It's like going to the buffet and now you've gotten your meal. All right.
Yeah.
Now you're sitting there looking at it. And that's pretty much it. The next part is how do you eat it? How do you go through the process? And that's where the Cowboys, the process of the next phase, that's what's missed them the entire time. They get here, they get part of the limelight. Maybe they get a little comfortable. It's not as one of those environments that's very stressful and strenuous. It's one where they're like, hey, look, things are good. We're in the NFL, baby. Let's go, instead of, hey, man, you need to be sacrificing it every day. I feel like that's the biggest part. Yes, the Cowboys can go get the plate. Can they finish it the right way? And they haven't lately.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of other notes for you in case you missed it earlier. Cooper Flagg is going to go into the NBA draft. Not particularly.
What?
Okay.
You were kidding me.
Not particularly surprising, the presumptive number 1 pick. In fact, I think it would be one of the more shocking selections in recent NBA draft history. No, it's not shocking that he's going.
I don't think I heard a single person say this was a possibility.
I think you heard everybody, including us. And then speaking of the Eagles, they did sign their center Cam Jurgens to a 4-year, $68 million extension, which includes $39.4 million guaranteed. Whew. Sorry for the people that sent in WrestleMania opinions. We got caught up in the draft. We will find a way to talk about that today. Yes.
I don't know.
We will.
I might talk us away from it every time.
Oh, no. Coming up next. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who is the best at being the worst, and why did Jay Billis say this? Next on The Fan.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Asian Lady.
Saffron Squad.
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Runner-up 2 years ago. Scored another three. It is if my math is correct, 47-point lead. And we still have a quarter and a half to go in Oklahoma City.
Hey, they would only lose by I think 51 points. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Good job, Grizzlies.
Brutal.
It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? Now, I want to go to cut number 20. And Corey, I need your ruling on this. Alec, I need your ruling on this. Is this a hilarious bit of audio, or is this just Brian Windhorst talking about basketball things?
Is obviously Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves can fit together beautifully and be a competitive group, and they can share each other's load and also show what they can fit together.
Now, the question, is this just a basketball breakdown.
We got to stop using multiple words for multiple meanings. We got to stop this.
Now,
it just like there's no, Broadus knows this. There's no way to say anything around us without us laughing at it. And he's like, Majors, I know you're waiting for that. Yes, I am, but we got to stop.
I want you, now that you know what the audio is.
One word, one meeting.
Play it one more time. Just now you've already heard the audio, and allow your mind to wander just a little bit and tell me if you think this is hilarious audio.
Is obviously Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves can fit together beautifully and be a competitive group, and they can share each other's load and also show what they can fit together.
From the 214, that was the dirtiest thing I've ever heard. 817, whoa, guys, phrasing. Jeez, Kevin.
All right.
No, but we have to stop, though. That's all I'm going to say.
You can't say nobody thought that.
Like the word stick. How many different ways do you use the word stick? I have a stick. This is going to stick to the wall. I'm going to stick you in the eye.
I guess a stick head.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways. We got to stop
share each other's load.
From the 321, can you even play that on the radio? That is a fair question. Now,
well, we did, and we didn't dump it, so we're okay.
That is, man, that wasn't what an actual board op that used to work here said. Is I didn't dump it, so it should be fine. Which is, that feels really confusing, and like that goes against everything.
He's a good guy too
that we're supposed to learn. He is a good guy. All right. In the meantime, let's go to Jay Billis, cut number 13. This is also about basketball. It is not, no, I see you shaking your head.
I'm concerned.
It is not in any sort of dirty connotation.
You don't know that? You've already set the tone.
It's a good point. I just think Jay Billis needs to watch more LeBron.
LeBron James thought he got hit on that jump shot, and I think he did. You can see the tangible frustration etched on the faces of both he and Doncic tonight. Well, he's not a complainer.
So
what's that now?
So last week, my son went home from school not feeling well, and I told Adrian, I was like, he doesn't complain that much, and she laughed out loud, and I was like, what did he talk about? And then she gave me all these examples of him complaining. You can really go back and look at the history of LeBron James and
he
how
complains a lot,
and how he shares. He doesn't really like to share with other teammates his loads.
Right.
But he does complain a lot. That's a definite thing.
Look, I love Jay Billis. I think he gives incredible college basketball insight. I was just a little bit stunned.
Well, LeBron never went to college, so he probably never saw him play.
Okay, so he's never seen him, and he's like, I watched him a lot in high school.
Yeah.
It didn't.
In high school, he didn't complain at all because he was destroying those kids.
Yes, from the 903. Can your minds remove themselves from the gutter?
I can't.
Please. Fair. But also from the 806 Wanker of the Weekend MLB replay review for yesterday.
I'll go with you on that one.
Fair.
And hey, listen, I might be a homer. I'm fine with that one. Regular season 162 baseball games, I'll homer it up. I'm fine with that.
Now, we played the clip at the start of Wanker of the Weekend. Are the Grizzlies one of the leading candidates for this? They lost by 51 points, which, believe it or not, is not even the biggest playoff blowout of the last 20 years. 16 years ago, the 2009 Denver Nuggets tied the Minneapolis Lakers of 1956 by winning a playoff game by 58 points. 51 was the fifth largest deficit in playoff history and the biggest ever in game one, which of course led to Ja Morant saying, we will never play that bad again.
Do you think that the Thunder will play that good again? Or do you think that the balance there just comes to, they're both right. Like that Oklahoma City's going to probably play pretty good. Grizzlies have to play a lot better.
I mean, it feels like a low bar, right? Like, I feel like the follow-up question should have been, when you say that, do you just mean like actually play, or that you're not going to lose by 51 points in a playoff game again?
The way that they beat the Mavericks on Friday, I would not. I guess maybe there's a little bit of emotional letdown after you destroy.
Yeah,
dude, they beat the Mavericks in the first quarter. That one was over.
It was pretty rough.
That was like, you knew I feel like maybe in the first few minutes you watched and you were like, dude, they're not going to let up. And the Mavs needed to do what you were expecting was they're going to survive this first wave. Kid's going to call a timeout. They're going to survive the first wave, and then it'll smooth out afterwards. And the Mavs just never could get back into it offensively.
By the way,
that same thing happened for the Grizzlies on Sunday.
If you recall, our underdog pick of the day that day was go lower on Ja Morant points. Boom, that hit. Wanker of the weekend is the Dallas Stars. What's that?
Because he didn't have to play that much.
Exactly.
The Mavs.
I mean, part of it was
they got up so much he was out for a long time.
And they were like, "Hey, we need to rest him. This game is over." Wanker of the weekend is the Dallas Stars. That is hard to argue against. I hope we come back tomorrow and you're like, it's a whole new ball game. Maybe Miro will be back for game 3, even though he's not going to be there for game 2. Hey, why did we play Jason Robertson in a meaningless game? And he got hurt. And now he's week to week. It feels like all Stars fans right now are that kid from Dumb and Dumber who doesn't know that his parrot's head just got taped back on. And that's what the Stars feel like right now. Think about it. They lost 7 in a row to end the regular season. I love Brian Ray. And one of the things he said is hockey players have an innate ability to just turn it on for the playoffs. We just didn't see that in game 1, and the Stars ended up losing. If you think it was more like 3-1, I can live with that too. But they ended up losing that game for their 8th straight loss overall. Then it's also their 8th straight game 1 loss. Also, you still don't have Miro back, though we're hoping we're almost there. And in your last game of the regular season, which of course you also lost, Jason Robertson got hurt and is week to week. The Stars fans are that kid in Dumb and Dumber.
I would like to, in that vein, add somebody else to this. And it's because he's too good at things. I would like to add Razor to the Wanker of the weekend.
Ramon?
No, I don't even know who that is.
Hey, yo.
No, on the Stars broadcast. Kevin, his vocabulary is too big.
Oh, what did he say that you didn't like?
Just listen to him talk and you'll hear things. Macedonic is what the word he uses all the time.
People would hold that against Reggie, too.
He has the line, I sent this over to my buddy, in the knot of humanity, how did it go in? Just his vocabulary is excessively perfect. It's awesome, especially in hockey. Like the way that he delivers words in hockey, I'm like, dude, that guy, he taught. I mean, again, I go back to when I was a kid and hockey came here, he was the first person to teach me hockey. So I didn't really know enough about the game. So I've learned it through him over the years. And the way he does, again, we're very lucky in DFW with all like Eric Nadell, Brad Sham. And he's another one of those guys that you've just been like, dang, he's been doing it for that long and you still get that same energy off of it. But there's so many words.
See, I don't want to hold that against him because I love when Kevin Harlan called that Steph 3-pointer and he was like, that was geometrically impossible or improbable or whatever. Because he's right. When you saw that, you're like, how the hell did that go in?
No way.
And so, I want to give him credit for that. So I won't hold it against Razor. If he can dumb down his vocabulary and that means our team gets better, then sure, let's make that deal. But it just hasn't worked out well so far. Now, let's go back to the NBA. Is Kyle Kuzma the wanker of the weekend? Did you see the robust effort that he put in the Pacers-Bucks game?
Oh no! Was it not very good?
No, I would argue it was significantly worse than that.
Significantly worse than not very good.
Correct. I will let you judge for yourself. Now the Bucks lost by 19 points, and it was another game that felt like pretty much at halftime it was just about over. Kyle Kuzma played 21 minutes. Also started. He went 0 for 5 from the field, 0 for 2 from 3, 0 for 2 from the free throw line.
Okay.
For 0 points to go along with his 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and a positive 0 turnovers. He literally, as Sean and RJ would say, the counting stats, he registered nothing. Despite the fact that he had 7 shots, 5 from the field, 2 from the free throw line. Also, no rebounds, no assists, no steals, no blocks. He might as well have not even existed in this game.
But he didn't. That's not a negative impact.
I mean, they did lose.
It's just a 0 impact.
They did lose pretty badly.
You did nothing.
Nothing.
Did he? You said he didn't have turnovers either?
That's correct. So that is positive.
It's not negative.
Okay, my counter argument would be he had a plus minus of minus 24.
He didn't turn the ball over.
Yeah, but when he was on the floor,
the team was bad.
In the 21 minutes he was on the floor.
Those other 4.
In part because he didn't have a rebound, an assist, a steal, a point. You got to hold that against
anybody that heard me talk about Razor moments ago and is saying to leave him alone. I think you misunderstood what I said. I was complimenting. Wanker of the weekend, Corey, for not understanding the people. The compliment. It wasn't slander. I promise.
Counting numbers. I don't know what word I actually said.
His
Counting.
plus minus is minus 24. Again, that's on his team. He didn't turn the ball over. He didn't miss the shots.
No, he did miss the shots.
But that didn't count. So it's not. You know what? Now more missed shots does. That's bad. That's negative. I'm going to go with that's a negative on that one, Kevin. He's the wanker of the weekend.
From the 903, I'm curious. I want to know more about this. This person says they're the wanker of the weekend. They're still trying to have in-person conversations with their ex and keep them friendly and civil. Now, a lot of follow-up questions. First of all, I don't necessarily think that makes you a wanker if you're both free and available and you're trying to say what's up, or if you guys have a kid together and you just kind of have to have conversations for those purposes. That I understand that as well. So we'll get some follow-up on that.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. The more information you have, Kevin.
That's right. Now, the state of Massachusetts, they are the wankers of the weekend. I think they might be the definitive wankers of the weekend. Did you know the Massachusetts Gaming Commission held a hearing last week about a comment that Reese Davis made at College Game Day in 2024, March of 2024, going back to
time ago.
College basketball. So Aaron Dolan made an NCAA pick, and he just offhandedly said, "Hey, that's a risk-free investment right there. You're not allowed to do such a thing when it comes to gambling."
Okay, because Aaron
daily
Dolan
fantasy.
is the gambler on ESPN.
Bet.
Yeah,
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, gotcha.
And so Massachusetts is interpreting that as investment advice, and you can't say a risk-free investment because all investments have some inherent level of risk. And he even later clarified the comment with Pat McAfee, but Massachusetts is like, too late. I don't care if this did happen 14 months ago, 13 months ago. We are now going to investigate Reese Davis and ESPN Bet. That feels like nobody caught that. We haven't been doing this work in the last
long time.
6-7 months. They're like,
I'm
hey.
glad they got it though. I'm glad that they brought down the hammer appropriately for somebody who clearly disobeyed the rules.
Was somebody clearing out their DVR, watching old game days, and they're like, the hell did he just say?
There's an old handwritten letter somewhere of somebody that's furious that they made that bet and it didn't turn out the way they wanted it to.
Dear state of Massachusetts, I'm wicked upset this morning about your wager. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece.
Go get the car.
Still got to be workshopped right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who are the future All-Pros and Pro Bowlers in this draft? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, helper lady? Helper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bates.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Registrations 2023 and 2024.
And this offensive line knows what to do. Howard, now they get to him. Abdul Carter.
Obviously, he will come up as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. So since we're in the midst of our path to the draft, brought to you by Pluckers, I wanted to throw this out there. Who do you view as like the all-pros and pro bowlers in this class? Now, I realize that's not necessarily how the top like 10 picks will go because different teams have different evaluations or draft for need. But are there players in this draft that you look at and you're like, that guy. I think that guy's an all-pro.
I mean, I do think that Ashton Genty is one.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I know Broadus, I believe, might have him up to number 2 on his big board. It's no lower than or on his rankings of prospects, no lower than 3.
I mean, I think Tet could be. I really do think that he could be with the right situation. I think you have a couple of offensive linemen that are, and then Abdul Carter and Mason Graham. And I'm not.
What about Travis Hunter?
I think Jihad Campbell is too.
Really?
I think he is. Travis Hunter. So I'm sorry, I left him out because he's like a lock for me.
Okay.
I think whatever team he's on, he's going to turn out to be. He's going to be special for them.
So NFL.com said they believe that these 5 players will be all pros within the next 3 years.
All right.
Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Ashton Genty, Tyler Warren, and Jelon Walker.
Oh, you didn't say Mason Graham?
No.
Tough position.
But I will tell you this. He's at the top of their Pro Bowler list. Like we were just talking about the differences between Pro Bowls and All Pros and Super Bowls. But Mason Graham is at the top of their list of Pro Bowlers. And then they've got Colston Loveland, so another tight end. Will Campbell is up in there. Jihad Campbell is in that mix as well, as is Shador Sanders and Cam Ward. Probably of interest to Cowboys fans, potentially. Amarion Hampton is also in that list.
Okay.
So I just thought it was really interesting to get y'all's thoughts and get the vibes from NFL.com about hey, this is what we're thinking for all pros and Pro Bowlers.
Oh man, that's interesting. And then, so there wasn't one name on that for ESPN that wrote it. Was it multiple experts, Kevin?
No, it was just Bucky Brooks.
Just Bucky
from the NFL.com, or I guess just.
So now we get to go back and hold on to this, and then go back and say, "You got it right," or, "Hey man, what happened here?"
Okay,
because look, man, you can project and project and project, but once they get into the doors of a building somewhere, the environment that they're in is going to be a key factor, and their health, obviously, because you can't predict that.
Do you feel more impressed by people like this that are like, I will give you my one-man predictions for everything, as opposed to the conglomerate thinking of, hey, we had 12 people put this together, and this is what we've come up with?
Good. That's a good question. I do like. I know, I hate the expert thing, but I do like a lot of opinions whenever you're coming up with a piece like that.
Okay.
Because some of those guys, you see a lot of times, you'll see a piece like that, and you'll see this little excerpt here was written by Todd Archer. I trust Todd Archer.
Sure.
So whatever the guys are that are doing that job, I will trust them specifically more than I do sometimes a national dude who's like, I haven't really watched this team, but I have to have an opinion on them right now.
By the way, for the person asking about the Tim McMahon article, I saw you responded to them. We're going to dive into that as well as other things in the next segment.
I don't know, man.
All right. What I really want to talk about is A.J. Brown. Did you see A.J. Brown's, ultimatum? I guess, for the person who stole his car?
I have seen this, and I have thoughts.
So A.J. Brown claims that his car was stolen early this morning / late last night, depending on how you want to look at it. He wrote, I love this so much. Dear Philly, to whoever stole my car last night, I'll make a deal with you. Bring my car back, and I won't press charges. Or when I find you today, it's going to be what it's going to be. Take it or leave it, my guy. Could have been a girl that stole his car also. But it feels like the deadline is today, because A.J. Brown said, but when I find you today, it's going to be what it's going to be, which that doesn't sound promising if you're that car thief. And then I love the take it or leave it, my guy.
Hey, listen, I'm going to give you a chance. Do you think he already knows who it is? And he's like, I'll give this person a chance.
Ooh.
Like maybe it's somebody close to him too. And he's like, look, man. Or do you think that he's just like, I'm really hoping this works? Okay.
I'll say no.
Adrian was, and Kevin, I swear I've seen this dude on TikTok wearing a Plano West t-shirt before.
Oh.
I don't know. I might be wrong. But there's a guy on TikTok, Adrian, just recently sent me a video, and he's sitting there and he said, I just his wife says, so what happened? And he said, I knew that somebody cheated on the test today. I knew one person cheated on the test. So I told the class, just send me an email after class and we'll work something out together and everything will be fine. He said he got 30 emails from his class from people that were like, I cheated on the test. And then, so sometimes you do that. You put that ultimatum out there and then they come up and you're like, what more was it? Wasn't it Juju Smith-Schuster that got his bike stolen a while back?
I think so.
And he was like, hey, look, y'all, I'll give you a chance. You can bring the bike back. And then he had a whole bunch of people riding bikes with him across the bridge or something. Man, I hope that A.J. Brown gets this person. I hope his book wasn't in there. He had a lot of notes in that book.
How many other situations can you do this? Like, do you envision like spouses going, all right, look, if you admit to me right now that you cheated, I'm going to let it slide.
Adrian does this a lot with me.
What?
Corey, if you admit right now that you ate the leftovers in the fridge, then I won't be upset. And then I admit it, and then she's like, I've told you so many times not to do that. And I'm like, I just was trying to protect the kids. You know,
that makes her a liar.
I try to throw the kids under the bus immediately. You know, I'm always like, I'm just trying to take care of them. I was trying to protect them from you.
Let's go from that, I guess, to early estimates are that there will be 250,000 people at the draft in Green Bay. I just want to know more about
that city handle that?
I don't think they have the infrastructure for that. I'm assuming plenty of people will stay out of town and stuff, but
I wonder what the weather's got to be nice right now, right?
Probably.
I mean, I've brought us.
I don't know what that's based on. I have no idea.
I bet it's glorious right now up there, or snowing. One of the two. I feel like there can only be two options there.
It's either perfect there or it's snowing.
250,000 people. They have enough beer there, that's for sure, because that state's known for drinking and cheese.
It's supposed to rain Thursday out there.
Gonna have to move everything indoors, y'all.
64 degrees though.
Yeah, put a tent up.
They do not have anywhere that can handle that many people in that entire city indoors. You could take up every house in Green Bay. And
they probably will. They probably have been like, hey guys, just open your doors up, let everybody in.
By the way, Travis Hunter, the presumptive number 2 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, I guess has made a deal to want to make sure that Roger Goodell introduces him as a cornerback and a wide receiver. I know we had fun about like, oh, I'm going to quit football. And you're like, but not really, right? But he wants to make sure that he is announced as a cornerback and a wide receiver. I like it.
Hey, I agree. He is both. Like, he absolutely is both. And I don't think that the team's going to be able to tell the league, hey, we're only taking him as a wide receiver. No, they want both. They really do, honestly.
Did you see the monetary breakdown that CeeDee Lamb gave for all of the things that go into keeping up his body and his body maintenance?
Dude, have you seen that dude's body?
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable.
Jeez.
So he said he spends $1.3 million a year. Well,
smart.
Specifically, what he said was $50,000 every 2 weeks, and they said there's 52 weeks in a year. That's your number. So about $1.3 million for all this different stuff. And Chad Johnson wanted to dunk on him just a little bit, and he goes, "I can cut your expenses by $1.2 million." And he goes, "All you need is a gym membership in McDonald's." Now, it's not often that you hear people say,
Chad Johnson loves
if
McDonald's.
you really
he does.
want to stay in shape, you need to go to McDonald's.
Well, Chad Johnson's, that's been his like history is he loves him some McDonald's. But I also saw some of the plates that he would eat whenever he was playing, and there was a lot of lettuce on those plates.
Okay.
After practice, he'd show you the chicken salad, gigantic chicken salad. Yeah. But yeah, dude, CeeDee Lamb, look at LeBron. And how long his career is because of what he's put into
Absolutely.
it. I think like that if it's 1.3, that's why he needed the contract from Jerry. I got to take care of this temple here. But that being said, if you're an athlete, that's what you should be doing. You should, and you want to have a long, productive career, you should be investing in your own body.
And CeeDee Lamb spends that money on, among other things, ice baths, steam rooms, hyperbaric chambers, and red light therapy. I have to admit, I was not particularly familiar
Like
with
when he pulls up to the red light, he takes therapy at that time?
No, I think it's like these things that they put like over different parts of your skin, and it's supposed to improve your skin's appearance. And then other people think it helps with other medical conditions.
I've heard red light therapy for brain reproduction, or not reproduction, but brain regeneration or brain
neat.
pathways. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Okay, yeah, no, that would be super neat. Well, I appreciate the amount that he's putting into this. And then real quick, have you seen the mugshot picture of Justin Blackman?
I have not.
So Justin Blackman got charged with public intoxication. He looks shockingly different. Like, he's 35. He looks so different. And this is somebody that we talked about a lot closer to like after he got drafted and he started with the extreme DUIs and everything like that. I still hope that somebody can help. You're looking at the picture, right? It's crazy
That's
how
not
different
him,
he looks.
right?
It is.
Holy cow. Dude, depression.
Yeah.
I mean, that screams depression and alcoholism right there.
And I just hope that
man.
It looks like he was on the better track for a while. I hope somebody can help mentor him or guide him, or he finds a good rehab program or whatever the case is to help him turn it around. It's always time to still turn it around. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the broken phone to a broken team. What's next for the Mavericks right here on The Fan?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Cynthia Freeland coming up in about 20 minutes, but right now I guess we need to talk about the Mavericks. They got destroyed, probably mercifully. Give me cut number one to end the season on Friday. I know it doesn't always work like this in sports, but when you see how the Mavs got dominated by the Grizzlies, and then you saw that Grizzlies performance against OKC, you're kind of like, I was kind of like, oh yeah, that's okay. We lost then.
Aldama driving, missed the shot. Oh, John Moran just broke the rim with that finish.
We're gonna have the Nico press conference at 1 p.m. for people already texting in, fire Nico.
I have no say in his job security.
Yeah,
so.
And I think this is an example of that he's keeping his job.
For sure.
This is him talking about how, the year ended up and how they're looking forward already to next year and the things they're going to do and blah, 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 blah. Like, I think that is just absolute proof that he ain't going anywhere.
How much do you think there's going to be much Luka discussion, or is he going to shut that down and say, moving forward, we're looking ahead? Do you think that's going to happen? Because I know, it does feel like the right timing for this season, but we got to get better.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I can't rule it out because I feel like a lot of the things they've done in this whole thing have been a mistake. But there's multiple Mavs stories today, whether it's Tim Cato, Tim McMahon,
a lot of Tims.
Brad Townsend threw something out there. But the crux of it kind of resolves around how it feels sort of embarrassing how the Mavericks got rid of Casey Smith and what they've been doing with their training ever since. So right. I feel like some of those questions are naturally linked to Luka in a certain point of view. And I know people aren't going to stop ever asking about it, but I feel like if he took the questions, took a stand today and had the questions out there, then he can say, once this presser is over, we're moving on to next season. Just like Luka said in that game against the Mavericks.
It's time to move on.
Yeah, it's time to move on. But I think he has to sit there and answer questions where people can hear all the answers again. That's just my opinion. He doesn't owe me anything, and they can decide to do whatever the hell they want.
What is the most significant thing you want to get from that whole scenario? And I know, fire Nico. Yeah, no. I want to know Jason Kidd's involvement. I really do. Was Jason Kidd full support? Was Jason I really want to know that part of it, because I still don't have an answer to how he fit into it. Other than right now, it feels more, especially after the Tim Cato piece, feels a little more like Jason Kidd was kind of upset about it all and wasn't really that connected to it. But that's different than I think what we both feel.
That is different from what I've heard. What I would like to know, if there can be a question that get asked and answered, can you guys tell us more about what you thought the decline of Luka would be? Do you think in 5 years he won't be in the league? Do you think in 2 years he won't be all NBA, or do you think he's just not a player that you can build a winning franchise or an ultimately winning franchise around because of conditioning or selfishness or what? Like, I want to know specifically, because they keep saying like, oh, we were concerned about his conditioning. To what point? You were concerned about his conditioning, meaning you think he's going to be hurt the rest of his career, meaning you think he's going to miss giant seasons, or meaning that by 31, you think he'll be done with basketball. Like, that's what I want to know, just so I can kind of try to wrap my head around their timeline. But honestly, whatever he says, it's probably not going to fix anything for anybody,
Probably not.
right?
No. Other than I am resigning. That's the only thing that'll make people happy. But the other thing, now we're past Luka, okay? Let's say we've solved that conversation.
Yes.
The next thing is, what are you doing with this team?
Exactly. And the next thing is, I would love more logistical answers about the current roster in terms of how long have they been scouting draft picks? Yeah, because it's like a little bit less than 2% chance of getting the number 1 pick and getting Cooper Flagg. But you do have an 8.5% chance of getting a top 4 pick. I realize that's low, and the Mavericks have never moved up in the draft lottery, but still, that's not an insanely low percentage where you would even consider it. So I'd love to know about their draft pick scouting. I would love to know more about why Anthony Davis had to bounce in and out of the game and what those steps will be for prevention of that going forward.
Yeah, because nobody's been able to prevent him from being injured at all.
And I would love to hammer home specifics on, are you positive Kyrie has opted in or is opting in and will be back in January? And if
it
not,
makes the most sense for him to.
Yeah, for sure. And if not, can you give us a better idea of what your timeline is? Those 3 things I would all like to know, because those are like very focused on next season. Like if Nico doesn't want to spend any more time talking about the past and talking about Luka, I feel like those are all forward-facing questions of like, tell me how you're going to do this going forward. Tell me how you're going to do this going forward.
How much? So doing a little more reading last night, Kevin, it seems like the Kevin Durant thing is further from possible than we thought. And then people made it sound.
Yeah.
People made it sound like, oh man, it's a done deal. Like I really was like, what? And it just seems like it's so much further a thing because of how much you have to actually give up in order to make something like that happen. Mavs actually are sitting in a pretty decent position with some picks and some other things that are in their favor. But it would cost all those things in order to get a Kevin Durant whenever you could maybe build a better team without it.
I would hate that move. And multiple people from the 214, Luka wasn't just a player, he was the face of the organization. I definitely get that.
Agree.
From the 817, you might feel like Nico doesn't owe us anything, and that's fine. I think he owes us stepping down and leaving the state, never to return again. And
I think he'd be all right with that if he was never to have to come back.
And I just think the issue is, and maybe he'll say this, I bet he will say this, Nico doesn't think any of that is accurate, outside of maybe the face of the franchise. He believes that, I'm sure. He thinks that this team is still in a better position, and it was fluky injuries that derailed his plan from coming to fruition sooner. We've used this analogy, and I'll try to ease up on it. It's like a bad guy in a movie, or Thanos. They totally think what they're doing is justified. And in this case, either he thinks we're too naive or not basketball savvy enough to understand what they're doing and how it's totally going to pay off. And who the hell knows? Maybe next year it could. I am not in the group that thinks if the Mavericks win a championship next year that this was still a mistake. I'm not in that group. I'm in the group of, hey, good for you. I'm sorry that we crapped all over your decision. Looks like it worked out. But I don't think there's any part of him who thinks he's done anything wrong from a basketball perspective.
So then you also feel, based on what you just said, that there's not going to be a part of him that looks to repair the relationship with Dirk.
No.
Relationship with Dirk, the relationship with Cuban, the relationship with the community.
And Casey Smith. That was one of the biggest things about the articles. Look, I don't know if everyone has had a chance to read them.
Casey Smith is very loved.
Yes.
Amongst the DFW area, lots of credibility to go along with it.
They dive a lot into Casey Smith and the trading staff kind of being a flashpoint for how things accelerated and got really bad really quickly. And I know one of the things that came up was that Casey Smith was going to be staying, kind of living with his sick mom for a little while because they weren't quite sure how it was going to shake out. And Nico said that he needed to talk to him. And he's like, hey, I'm sorry, I can't do it face-to-face right now. And Nico said, no problem, I'll send you a Zoom link, and then fired him in that Zoom.
Yeah, nobody really loves that guy.
Yeah.
Whenever that guy does something like that.
And in the article, there are multiple team sources, not listed, of course, by name, that said that Nico was threatened by the power that Casey Smith had kind of gathered up, and he doesn't like dissenters. It's tough. It's tough to balance, like, I don't like a dissenter versus, are you trying to help? This is personally, I care about this a lot because I am somebody who asks a lot of questions. Like, why are we doing this? Why is that the course of action? But it's not to be a jerk about it. I just want to know, like, how we came to a said decision. Some people,
the tone that you say.
Yeah,
it, Kevin.
that's fair. That's totally fair. But some people view that person as an asset. Other people think they're a problem. And it kind of sounds like that's sort of where Casey Smith was, and Nico viewed that as a problem.
And that's I guess a problem to me whenever, again, this dude, the United States wants him as their trainer because they're like, hey, we're going to go win some gold medals. These are the best athletes that we have. Will you be the trainer for this team?
Yeah.
Because he's good at it. Like, he's good at it. And then all the rest of the things with Derek Lively's situation, like that could have been very bad for that young player who completely trusts these guys.
That part was pretty shocking to me. And if you don't know who Casey Smith is, he was the head trainer. He had been with the organization for 20 years. A lot of people will tell you he did other things in the organization or had other pull. And this kind of came to a head, I think, because in that already famous shadow meeting from last week, Nico Harrison was talking with Tim McMahon. He said, you bringing up Casey Smith is like almost, it's kind of a joke. Like last year, Casey wasn't around and we made it to the finals. No one brought up Casey last year. So to bring him up this year doesn't really make any sense. He's been away for 2 years. I'm not going to even comment on that.
I have a question then.
Was that a comment? Yes.
Luka was in the finals last year.
Fair point.
Nobody was complaining about him being in the finals last year. So if you're going to use that as a reason,
I'm with you.
Then
I agree.
What's the point here? So that seems like a double flip-flop there that I don't like.
I agree. And so Derek Lively was being ramped up to play in a game either that night or 2 nights later against Minnesota. And then there was a difference between two of the training people who come up here are Belton and Billsboro. And Billsboro was like, I'm still concerned. Sent Derek Lively for a CT scan. It revealed the stress fracture. And one team source said somebody should have been fired for that. But Nico says that shows you how good our staff is, that somebody caught it. Where other people are like, yeah, because he yelled loud enough until y'all gave in. But the other person you were trusting was like, put him in the game, either tonight or in 2 days. He's ready. And I do understand that point of like, how was that about to fly? If not for Billsboro jumping in and saying something's off, he was going to play. And to Corey's point, it feels very logical to say he would have messed up his foot a lot more.
Yeah, and again, you got a young player that comes into your team, and he feels like this is family to him. I mean, that was the environment that we were kind of told that this thing was created, and obviously Mark and Dirk had a lot to do with that feeling throughout Dirk's career. Was you're coming in here, you're welcome into the fold, let's all do this thing together. You go in there, you feel like you're trusting the trainers to take care of you, and then you find out these things are all sorts of all off, and you don't know who to trust anymore. I don't think that's a good look for young players on this team, and I don't think it's a good look for, man, it seemed like last year, all the things were looking up. Dude, players want to come play with Luka. Klay Thompson was one of them.
Sure.
Dude, everything, like all these things, their facilities, all these things were positives. And now it's turning out that all those things are just got flipped completely around.
If you get the opportunity, there's articles out from Tim Cato today, Brad Townsend, and Tim McMahon. I think there's anticipation for Tim McMahon's because he dropped some direct and not so direct hints that as soon as the season was over, he would come out with this article. And the last part is, I guess, the final straw. So they had disagreements about when Luka was going to come back after the Christmas injury with Luka's team kind of saying, hey, the reason why he got re-injured is because y'all pushed him to come back too fast. And there had been a lot of debate about that. So Nico Harrison, per the Tim McMahon article, said that he wanted Luka to come along with the team on a 5-game trip leading up to his target date return. Nico and his team said, no, we're better off at the practice facility than traveling with the team. The way Luka's team viewed it is we're using 2-a-days, multi-hour basketball workouts, which we couldn't do if we were just traveling around with the team from place to place. And they could also use the weight room and medical equipment at the team facility. And Harrison said that Doncic needed to scrimmage. And Luka's team responded, if that's the case, we'll go scrimmage with the G League team in Frisco, which that way you could still, at least their theory would be, stay with the state-of-the-art medical stuff, and then you could scrimmage right down the road and everything like that. And then it said the next time Doncic's camp heard from Harrison, it was to share the news that he had been traded.
It's not exactly how I would have wanted things to be done.
Yeah, and we didn't even freaking play the clip of him talking about his broken phone. Maybe we'll do that later in the show as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL data scientist and woman who trusts her math, Cynthia Freeland, plus AM on the FM. It is a jam-packed expressway next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What were you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you NFL data scientist and woman who trusts her math. It is Cynthia Freeland right here on The Fan. How are you today?
I'm great. It's great to see you guys. I hope everything's going well. And, you know, no news in Dallas. Nothing going on there, huh?
Yeah, never, right? We have some speculation that during the Nico Harrison press conference that Jerry will announce that he's traded up to pick 2 to go ahead and get Travis Hunter so he can really just shatter the news cycle.
I mean, that's one way. I'd rather that feels like a happier, that might be like a bit of a happier story. How about that? We like positive news.
Absolutely. Now, I'm positive you're going to love this story. Corey booked you for the show because we had a great time talking with you at the Super Bowl. But then Carter is the one who asked you to be on Zoom, not because of technical reasons, but Corey was too nervous to ask you for more since you are big and famous and had already agreed to do our show.
I mean, first of all, you can always ask. We're best friends now.
Yes,
I thought that's what happened.
That's true.
And that's what the best friends do. Like, obviously, I mean, listen, any friend of Jane Slater's a friend of mine. I told you that before. It remains. Next time you can ask me. It was nice to talk to Carter, though.
He's great.
Happy to do it. But, you know, the answer is always yes.
Okay, good. All right. I feel better now. Yeah. I just didn't want to pile on all the things, you know? I didn't want to just continue piling on. Hey, can you come join us?
I wanted to pile on and make fun of him then.
It happens.
We've heard a lot about, like, going years and years ago, the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart. And in more recent years, I heard a lot about Rich Hill's value chart for the trades and everything. Has there been another even more updated or different formula for draft pick values? And how does that change in a draft like this where a lot of people are like, hey, 10 through 40, give or take about the same? Like, how do you adjust for that?
The only adjustment I would make, I actually think the Jimmy Johnson one is, to me, still probably the closest, most accurate one. Now, you could look at it relative to where your specific team is drafting, but you got, like, holistically, it's the most important and the most relevant one. On a pick by pick basis, if I need a quarterback and you need a defensive end, then you could maybe have like a 2 or 3 point different, whatever, right? Like just based on need. But the only difference really to me is that 5th year that you get for the first round that wasn't factored in during when these trade charts were evaluated. So the at least temptation to trade back into the first round to get the 5 most expensive player positions and specifically quarterback, that now becomes more interesting, especially in this particular draft. You know, the Browns at 33, it would be almost like silly of them not to trade back. I mean, the Eagles are always open for business, as we know, and even the Chiefs, right? So to get that extra year of leverage at the most expensive position in all of football.
Do you think there's any chance then, and I know I'm going to jump to a higher number, that we could maybe see 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round? Because for the longest time, it was Cam and Shador. But then you're hearing buzz about, obviously, Jackson Dart, Milroe being at the draft. Some people assuming that means he's going to be a first-round pick. And now Shuck kind of fitting in that idea of, well, if you're going to take him at 33, why not take him at 32?
I mean, I don't think 5. I think 5 is an aggressive number given the amount of defensive ends in this class specifically. Because, you know, like I said, those 5 most expensive positions, this is a great defensive front class. I don't know if a defensive tackle would command the same sort of cachet to jump back up into the end for, but a defensive end certainly would, because they get paid a nice amount. Right. You also know about that in Dallas. Yeah.
I don't, because we haven't paid ours yet. Yeah, so I don't know still what you're talking about.
True, you don't know about it. What you do or you don't, whatever the do or don't is, you do have some framework from which to determine the defensive end market. So having another year for that is favorable. So that could be the wrench in it. I mean, my favorite stat of this whole draft is that Tyler Shuck played with Justin Herbert at Oregon. Mind blown. But ultimately, I know that's an insane thing, craziness. But, you know, I think that this is a draft where I just don't know if I see a team coming back in for Shuck or Milroe, for that matter, in the first round, because I feel like the bulk of the Friday is going to be the day. If your team nails Friday, then you're going to you have done yourself the best service you can do in the draft. And that rounds 2 and 3, to me, that is the linchpin of this draft.
That is kind of, Kevin, and you and I've trying to figure out a chart that would put by position, like for quarterback, it's a 10. For a running back, it's whatever, and we've been trying to figure that out, but it seems like every year that would change. Would that be true for your models?
It really depends also on your cap situation. I mean, if you're if you're the Texans right now, you have flexibility to make more bonehead picks than other teams because you're paying Will Anderson and CJ Stroud minimum. If they don't fix their O-line, they're doing it wrong, right? The point being is it kind of depends on your specific situation. If you're in the fortunate position where you're not paying a quarterback the top dollar market and you're still getting performance that's in the upper echelon, you have a little bit more flexibility. So the trading then becomes, can you find a trade partner? And that's where the whole thing, the volatility of the market really matters, and the scarcity of the position really gets factored in.
Talking with Cynthia Freeland right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've talked about on a draft-by-draft basis how the economy of the draft kind of changes. I know quarterbacks always, it feels inevitable that they start rising up the board. But this year, it feels like running back has really kind of risen up the board. And we've gone from, a month and a half, 2 months ago, it felt like Genty to the Cowboys was the most mortal lock in all of the draft. And now there's rumblings he could go as high as number 5, and maybe Omarion Hampton would be in the mix. Like, are you surprised to see the stock go up on just running back as a whole in this draft?
Perception is reality, and the fact that we don't have a lot of guys at the quarterback position or even the wide receiver position for that matter, the number that we've had at both of those positions in recent drafts have just been ridiculous. It's been such a glut at wide receiver that it just, I think that the fact that there aren't as many means that you can push up other positions. Also, guys like Jahmyr Gibbs have proven that a first round running back isn't a bad deal. And perhaps it's paying the second contract or even third contract, Saquon Barkley. That's where you have to do it right. Because the reason the Eagles were able to get such value for that situation was Saquon. Now it's not true, but last year Saquon had the same contract as Darnell Mooney from the Falcons. So a little bit different production wise. I think the perception and now, the NFL is a pendulum. We swing back and forth, and now we've seen running backs be more impactful. So it's really getting the payment right for the production.
In terms of Omarion Hampton, then, what do you feel about his kind of ceiling and floor, since this is a name that has started to pop up more with the Cowboys? Not to say they wouldn't go wide receiver at 12, but what do you think about Hampton?
I like Hampton. He's a 3-down guy. I mean, this is a really, my spidey sense goes up because the only thing here is that could you get something not maybe as good, but almost, he's like top tier. Absolutely. He'd be a great addition to any club. They're going to be happy with whoever gets him. But the question is because there are so many running backs in this class that are good, could you get him in? Could you get a maybe lesser one in the
Henderson
second round?
Or whoever.
Because you got to remember who's going to be available or who isn't, or et cetera. If Will Johnson somehow felt good, there could be some good pieces, of even bigger need that could fall there. I wouldn't even be mad if, can you figure out how to get Tyler Booker? You need to figure out your O-line. Everything else is a nice to have. When you have a quarterback and you have that wide receiver and there's some pieces, it all needs to start from the trenches. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard on whomever's there.
Yeah, I think we've kind of come to the conclusion that, we all were very high on Genty being there, back in February. And when we saw your mock draft that said that, so we just listened to you. And since then, it's fluctuated, it's changed
true.
a lot. And I think a lot of us now are kind of stuck with Tet. We're like, okay, wide receiver, big wide receiver, good opposite of CeeDee Lamb. It's a nice little combination. And then we hear, man, they really like Matthew Golden. And so we're kind of trying to figure out, okay, well, which one of those guys is the right one? And is wide receiver even the right position to get? Because you may be able to get, somebody out of Iowa in the second round, or somebody else there. So maybe first round offensive line, cornerback kind of thing.
I mean, I if it's me, I would pick O-line every day and twice on Sunday, but that's just because I feel like in this draft, we talk about scarcity. This is not a great O-line class compared to the ones we've seen in recent years. And it's in part, maybe they'll turn out to be great, but there's a lot of volatility because the transfer portal made it so that these guys the playbooks are this thin now. And they're playing 8 games, 9 games in a season. So find me a pulling guard. I will wait. Like that's where you have some opportunities there to really, like, the few that are good, go grab them and work from there, because it's hard to project that kind of transition to the NFL.
In that world, though, of those, Luther Burden's another name that we could throw in that conversation. Out of those three, what are your thoughts on what they are and how their production is? Because it's uniquely different with all three of them.
Yeah, I mean, Emeka Egbuka, to me, the Ohio State wide receiver, he's the cleanest route runner. He's the guy who, I'm sure that you could say there's some overlap between what he and CD does, but I think that's where good coaching comes into place. And in this modern NFL, the opportunity to have a guy be exactly where you need him to be, right when he needs to be there, is really, really interesting. Luther Burden he's kind of a polarizing name. People love him, or they think he's I've heard first round, I've heard third round, which is typically not. I usually hear like late first, early second. You don't hear like first or third. So that one's interesting too. And Matthew Golden, obviously, his is interesting because you have to watch all of the film in a way that takes into account what Texas was doing, because his production, the pure stats aren't like, whoa, he had 7 billion touchdowns, like not like that. And they used him in a way that would be nice for the Cowboys to have, but not necessarily one that you can say, oh, again, it's a projection here. And that's how we have to see projection wise. How do you think that would fit? That's where those 30 visits come into play. Cause then you can get them in the room. You can teach them a play. They can draw it back for you. And at least you can see if the concepts are something that resonate with them or not.
Now, the other day, the Lions GM talked about how you can get in trouble chasing needs in the draft. As Cowboys fans, I'm sure every franchise feels this way. We feel like we've seen that over the years, and that's a great thing to say, but I feel like when the draft is actually happening, teams still fall into that trap all of the time.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, I can't believe, as a native Michigander, I cannot believe I'm even saying this, but I'm going back to the point I made before. It's like when you have a nice O-line, you don't have to chase the needs as much, because whether or not you get wide receiver 3 or whatever, like that really helps. And while I agree that teams can get into trouble chasing for needs, not having a keen eye on the availability of positions in free agency, and then when you finally come to, the draft, that's where you can get in even more trouble. Because if you're saying, oh, wow, there's, people love Abdul Carter, right?
Yes,
they see Micah Parsons. I do not see Micah Parsons. I know he wore 11. I know they went to the same college. I don't think he's Micah Parsons. I think he has 1 year of production, and he's nowhere near as bursty. But I think he's very good. You could get distracted. To me, he in the wrong spot. I don't know if if I'm the Giants, what do I do? Do I take him or not? Because to me, he's not plug and play in the same way as Micah. Like, again, he's very good, and he is very much worth being a very high draft pick. But what about all of your other needs? Do you then forego the opportunity to get 3 players, and maybe you get a defensive end in the second round? Like, these are things where it's just a little bit, it's tricky, because you have to have one eye on there's no, who are the defensive ends sitting out there waiting to get on your team?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta, maybe you can find one, but
You're
probably
right.
not. How much does a coaching change throw a wrench into what you're thinking about a team? Because a team's draft philosophy might be this, and then Schottenheimer and Eberflus come in, and maybe they have a different thing, and maybe that helps them a little bit in this draft, because people may not know exactly what they're looking for.
I think that's part of the reason why we see a lot of coaches kind of get new jobs, different places. They go back and forth. But I think the coaching regime changes based on larger scale philosophies. For example, we've seen it with duo, so like running backs who want to run like up the middle of the field. Some coaches just won't do that, period, full stop. Like, when's the last time you seen Andy Reid do that?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But then other guys are very adaptable year over year. So, that's interesting. And then you have older coaches like Pete Carroll getting back into the league, and that will change the cadence and the culture and what's available for the Raiders. So you have, it depends on the person, and it depends on the philosophy, and it depends on how they've evolved or haven't evolved. So like, I think Eberflus will be an even better coach now than he was before, a better defensive player. Like, he's back, right? So yeah, I think he'll be even better now, given everything that he's learned along the way. But I don't know if you don't sign Michael Parsons, it's not going to be easy for anyone to succeed, let alone, it's not like Matt Eberflus is going to come in and be like, I can coach us out of not having, you'll sign him, but
because if so, great, let's get those trade assets.
Yeah, exactly. Who's when the pick happens, the player, the team that's going to change and shuffle where do you think it's going to go? Okay, now the trades are going to start happening.
I hope that it happens at 8, because that would be exciting. Someone jumping with Carolina Panthers have said they're open for business.
Yes.
If I'm the Panthers, I'm taking any call possible, because they have a bunch of needs. They don't need quarterback, and they've got a bunch of other needs. And bodies. You can say, all right, here, want to come up, and do you maybe want to Shedeur Sanders this up before the Saints take him or not? Right. So that would be I'd be like stalking the Browns, being like, you guys want him? Like, what are you doing? Come up from 33.
I like that. I like that. Now, you mentioned you're a native Michigander, which I did not know that.
I've never heard that before either, but we're from Texas, so.
2 questions. Since I've been to this place, have you been to Holland, Michigan?
Of course.
Okay, and have you seen the movie Holland starring Nicole Kidman, which is about a serial killer in Holland, Michigan?
No, but now I need to, because I love serial killers, and I love
Hold on.
Nicole Kidman.
You might want to rephrase the way you just said
on
that.
Just
serial killer movies are great.
In the future, that's not how we'll hear that cut from you again.
Later in the week, and it's going to be good.
But yeah, I've been to Holland, Michigan. Can you back me up on this? They make wooden shoes and stuff in the shops, because they didn't believe me when I said that.
Yeah, so it's like I think it's the highest concentration of Dutch settlers in the U.S., and if I'm not mistaken. So they have the Tulip Festival, they have the wooden shoe, they do the whole thing. It's actually very, like, the Tulip Festival you've missed it now if you haven't already gone, but it's beautiful.
See?
Well, now I guess I have to believe you, because Cynthia Freeland told us to. So I appreciate that. And again, at the Super Bowl, she said, I trust my math and the Eagles are going to win. And she was right.
Man,
so we
did
just gotta
they
trust
ever.
Yeah.
Math does not care about your feelings.
To look like that, but I did,
I like it. Math conquered Patrick Mahomes. That is what I took away from that Super Bowl. Thank you very, very much for jumping on with us. Next time, we'll encourage Corey to ask you personally to be on the Zoom as well, instead of the roundabout way.
It's a growing relationship.
You guys can all ask. The answer is always going to be yes. So thank you for having me. Enjoy the draft week. It's always a fun week. It's hope. Everyone's able to win the Super Bowl right now.
Yes, we can.
How you get there.
Exactly.
See, that's the spirit. Thank you very much. I think we need to put that in a promo for disaffected Cowboys fans.
Oh, man.
Everybody can win the Super Bowl right now.
Even you.
Yeah. Like, she gets it. All right, we're going to say goodbye now. This is going to be weird. Cynthia's still on our Zoom. We don't have a break here. We're just going to continue content. You can X out of the window. We'll be fine. We will not be offended. Yeah. But yes, all right, Cynthia Freeland right here on 105.3 The Fan from the NFL Network. She is fantastic, always bringing us all kinds of great information.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate her hopping on with us, and looking forward to maybe we can catch up with her in Oxnard whenever we head out there.
Yeah, that is absolutely a good idea. And thank you for all the people following up with thoughts about Holland, Minnesota.
My wife does know that me and Cynthia are best friends. I told her during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I bet your wife is fine with it when you were like, but I didn't want to ask her about Zoom. And she was like, yeah, do whatever you want.
Okay, buddy.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alex, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
I'm starting to notice a growing trend, gentlemen. You guys, we get these like awesome guests, and then you say, "Hey, do your segment right after." Try to follow that up.
So
tough guy.
But the most awkward part is when they're not on the phone. So like she was just in the Zoom with us, and we've had other people in the room, and it's awkward to be like, "Hey, I know from a traditional structure point, we would go to break here, but this is the expressway, all content, no breaks, and we had to transition out of that."
Especially Super Bowl week, whenever we're doing that.
Oh my
they're
gosh.
sitting there and they're like, I don't know. And you're just like, just get up and leave.
Yeah.
Just go.
Hey, I know we're not going to break, but you need to go now. But that's because, Alec, I trust you to keep the audience.
It's all about trust, bro.
Yeah.
Because of that, in spirit of that, coming up at 1 o'clock, we do have the Nico Harrison end of the season press conference coming up. So I want today's question of the day to be surrounding that. I want to know 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube as well. Is there anything he can say that will make you feel any better today? About the season, about the trade, about the state of the front office and the organization, about Patrick Dumont, anything. Is there anything he can say today that you'll go, huh?
I think there is, but there's one specific phrase, and this just might be for me. If he said he still thinks this was best for business, they did the right thing for the team. He goes, looking back again at some of the more historical draft hauls, perhaps we could have negotiated that different in terms of draft compensation. But again,
and I didn't quite understand how much he meant to the people.
Okay, and I think that part will do a lot more for a lot of people than mine. Like, to me, it's over, it's done. What he thinks about how the fan base feels is not as relevant as if he was like, hey, I messed this up from a business standpoint.
Yeah, the other thing too is like, I've said this all along. If he was just like, look, man, we knew because of the complaining on the court and because of this, and this, and strategically in the NBA, we don't think that you can win a championship doing this. And he gives you specific reasons. Now, Dumont has. And what have we done? We've laughed at it. We're like, dude, come on. How did you put Shaq in the hardworking category?
Sure.
And Dumont's had a couple of different instances where he has. We're like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. That's the feeling, is you don't have a clue. But the expectation is that Nico does. Nico does know what he's talking about. So what is this vision and plan other than, hey, just trust us that defense wins championship? Because we've discussed in football, yes, defense, but strong quarterback play is right there with it. Those two things have to work together. And strong quarterback play in the NBA is a thing, even though the position's different. Being able to score when you need to is important. And what we saw in the Memphis game didn't lead us to believe that it's going to turn out to be okay.
At this point, I don't know if there's anything that will make me feel better, just because of the simple fact that you guys already touched on today, is that he 100% has projected that he thinks he's right.
Yeah.
And not even thinks, he knows in his mind that he is right. And he's told us that. He's told the media that, pretty much all of us fans, media, everybody around this team is not as smart as him when it comes to basketball operations and when it comes to the long game.
Can I pause you on that?
Sure.
Alec, I'm sorry. I'm really intrigued by that. Hear me out. Just a little devil's advocate. But he has good reason to think he's right about that, right? When he says, like, I think I'm smarter than all the fans who are upset. Do you think he can justify that reason in terms of how long he's been around the game and everything?
Sure, he can. And to me, it's more falling back on that because he doesn't because it's too recent. It's too recent of a move. It's too recent of a situation for him to say, but look, look at the facts, look at the numbers. We didn't even get a full season of what this lineup could look like because, one, Anthony Davis wasn't available, shocker, and two, the unfortunate reality of Kyrie Irving going out with the ACL injury.
Right.
Like, we just didn't get enough, so he gets to fall back on that. I don't think that's any kind of qualifier in my mind. Is it coming from a place of bitterness? Maybe, but I don't think he can qualify it with that. He can fall back on it because he can say, look, you guys just haven't seen what I kind of project in my mind, what it is going to look like, it is going to result in. Because when everybody's healthy, he might be right. And if they go win an NBA championship before this core group falls apart, he was right. I still hate the move, but he was right. So that's why I don't think there's anything he can say right now that will make me feel better because he's dug in. He's proven that through these, media expenditures so far, and there hasn't been many of them. So, maybe today he comes with a different tone. Maybe he does approach it a little bit more somber, like, hey, I get it. You guys aren't really thrilled right now. If he just approaches it with a little bit more care and respect and admiration for what the fans do for the franchise, then maybe I do change my tone about it. But I think he's still going to, dig his heels in, and it's still going to be the same thing that we've heard so far in the few times that he's spoken publicly since then. And I see, from the 214, the damage is already done. I'm kind of there with you.
I like the text right before that from the 940. We are going for and will get Giannis this offseason.
Yeah, just calling out a player by name. I would tip my cap. If he just straight up named one of the best players in basketball and said, he's not on this team right now, but he will be, then I'm coming back tomorrow and I'm saying I'm sold. Cool.
And
Why
what
not?
we didn't realize is this is part of a multi-phase trade to get Anthony Davis and Giannis. I would be like, how is that going to work? But okay, great.
It's just like when Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns said, we're only in the third inning, for the bloodline story. Like if he just said, hey, look, there's a lot more left to this, and by the end of year 3, we're going to have 4 max players, a super max player. They're going to find ways to manipulate the salary cap and all that. Sure, then I will eat crow for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next 3 weeks. I will be fine with that. And a lot of people are kind of in lockstep on the fan text saying, if he says I'm out, then I'm good. That does nothing for me because of the text that we just read. Then we got to
do a whole nother GM search, and we got to trust Patrick Dumont to do that.
Yeah. Isn't that something?
I didn't even think about that.
Isn't that something? The guy that we've been trashing for not knowing anything about basketball would be solely responsible for finding that next person. And now I think it would probably be somebody in-house that is probably a Nico yes man already if they're still employed.
Man, I'm serious. That is a great point. I had not thought about that one time that don't you think while people are mad at Nico, it also feels like universally our fan base does not care for the owner, and that's who would be making the decision for the next GM? Man.
That would be rough, wouldn't it? We think we have it bad now, and it goes to the saying, that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Because what if it is Michael Finley, who a lot of people are souring on because it does seem like he's kind of become the company guy in the worst way. I think it was Bobby who tweeted that over the weekend when they had the fan yelling at Nico, fire Nico, and he was standing right next to him. He was the one that alerted security. Michael Finley was. And security went over and told the fan about the NBA code of conduct or whatever. So he's kind of turned into that guy that's going to say yes to keep his job, and I might not like that. So who knows? That would be the ultimate failure there, is if he does resign for whatever wild reason, and then we have to trust Dumont to make good decisions after that. Can't already trust the guy who's in power now. Why would we trust the governor of the team that knows nothing about basketball? So appreciate that interaction there. We are up against it because of that presser, but I did want to run this because John Cena did win his record 17th World Championship at WrestleMania yesterday, defeating Cody Rhodes. He did take media availability. After the Elimination Chamber, he actually did take media availability this time, and he actually just gave the same response to everyone, even after well-thought-out questions.
Hi, John. Alex McCarthy from Daily Mail here. First of all, congratulations. History made. I wanted to ask about the aspect with The Rock, the alliance there that was seemingly formed at Elimination Chamber. Fans still have a lot of questions of how and why that dynamic works. Could you shed some light on how and why that came to be?
That's a clickbait question and lazy reporting. Next.
He did that to every single question.
Including, I think the third or fourth question was from ESPN. He goes, all right, ESPN, very reputable. Hopefully you've done your homework. And then he just donked on that person and be like, oh,
so
ESPN.
None of the questions were good?
No, they were all... Actually, I didn't think the questions were bad. I think that was just the decision that he made. And he goes, the only thing I'll say is tune into Raw tomorrow to see how I ruin wrestling.
And he did tell Pat McAfee today in an in-person interview, he said he plans on taking the title home with them. And they're going to have to make a new title. So he doesn't plan on losing it. He's going CM Punk.
And when you say that a title is the belt,
yep, the championship.
That's referred to as the title.
Yeah, and Vince McMahon didn't let you say belt because he said a belt is what holds up your pants.
It's true.
It's true.
Or a butt. Your butt can hold your pants up. if it sticks out long enough.
Yeah, if it's big enough, sure.
Yeah, got one of those nice point ones.
Got a shelf.
Do you think you could get big enough loops on your pants that you could actually put that WWE belt
That would
through
be
the
awesome.
loops?
That would be the dumbest thing ever. Oh my God, I want to see this now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from the Dallas Mavericks and Nico Harrison right here on The Fan.
Thank you for being loud and proud, Tolo.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, cool.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Freeman's Mysterious?
Basil Days.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe? No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for the Mavs and Nico Harrison.
They also didn't know who was going to play because of the revolving door. And so I'd just like to thank them. And then lastly, the players. They really, the never say die attitude. They embody that. Next man up, kind of all the cliches. Like, they literally lived that this year. And they ended up playing inspiring basketball. And it really showed their character. It was on full display. Injuries depleted this year, depleted our roster, from the start of training camp. But the players and staff never wavered, and it really gives us optimism for next year. Defense wins championships, and we are hanging our hat on defense. We're going to return one of the best front lines in the NBA, and we have one of the deepest and the most versatile benches. The draft this year is extremely deep, and we're excited to play the role that we are. We'll see where we go after the draft lottery, but we know we're going to get a really good player. And then we'll also use free agency to kind of shore up the rest of the roster. With the support of the fans, we are committed to coming back next year stronger than ever. Every decision we make this year will be through the lens of competing to win, and our goal is to bring a championship back to Dallas. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
Hey, Nico. In the few days since your roundtable discussion with some reporters and since the end of the season, some players have acknowledged, the challenge of playing through the post-trade noise. And, in hindsight, they and Jason were the ones who primarily had to answer the questions about that over the last couple of months. Do you feel like the franchise and you specifically could have or should have done more to maybe mitigate that or deflect that away from them?
No, good question. Yeah, we could have been better. As I look back on it in hindsight, we could have been better. Our goal is never to run away from the media. That's part of the job, and that's the obligation. But also, we wanted to talk after we had our roster. Our plan was to put Kyrie, Clay, AD, PJ, Lively on the floor so that people could see the vision. And unfortunately, that actually never came. So there was never a good time for us to do that.
And Nico, Christian Clark with The Athletic, in the weeks leading up to the trade, how much discussion internally was about just, trading Luka for another player who up to that point had missed a lot more time in his career effectively, like trading a guy for a player who I guess was more injury prone. How much did you guys discuss that or think about that?
Yeah, I mean, when you trade a guy of Luka's caliber, you're not taking it lightly. So we discussed everything, but we really feel that defense is our calling card and what we're going to hang our hat on. And when we had an opportunity to get one of the best two-way players in the league, we jumped at that opportunity.
Over here, Isaac from Locked On Mavs. When
I'm sorry.
No, my bad. When Luka comes back to town, the Lakers game's happening, and you're standing there, and there's thousands of people chanting for you to be fired. That's an experience that none of us, no one's chanting for for us to lose our jobs. Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick, the leadership that we have is really elite. And you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
And Nico, you say repeatedly the defense wins championships. Are you saying it was impossible to build a roster that included Luka Doncic that was strong enough defensively to win a championship?
No, I think it's really doubling down on defense. And, like I said, when we had the opportunity to get Anthony Davis, who is one of the best two-way players in the league, we jumped at that opportunity.
Hi, Nico. Joey Mastretta with Clutch Points. Going off that question, you've made it very clear defense wins championships, and that's a very respectable mentality, an old basketball saying. Looking at Luka Doncic, he did get this team to the NBA Finals last year. When you look at Luka Doncic, do you consider him a championship-level player?
That's kind of an unfair question. Luka's no longer on this team. But what I am excited about is I do believe we have a championship-caliber team. And we'll show that next year.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News. Piggybacking off that a little bit, you mentioned last week that Dirk is no longer around the franchise. Obviously, Luka isn't a part of the franchise anymore, and they're two figures that mean a lot to this organization and the fan base. Obviously, it's severed right now, just with everything that's happened. Like, I guess, how do you repair the relationship with the fan base going forward?
Well, one, you mentioned Dirk, and so it's important to say, like, he's the single most important figure to the franchise, so that's extremely important. I believe winning will help repair the relationship with the fans, and that's what we plan to do next year.
Yeah. I know you said winning will repair it, but have you ever thought about what if it doesn't?
I'm an optimistic person, and I move by faith, not by fear.
Nico, Joe Trahan from WFAA. You said earlier you don't like to run from the media, but Nico, I am interested in your reasoning by having that roundtable discussion without any cameras or audio equipment, and then less than a week later having this meeting that we're in right now. What's your thought process behind doing it that way if you say you don't want to run from the media?
Yeah, no, it was a good question. It was a collective thought process. It was meant to be more of like a roundtable discussion. Clearly, it didn't have the goal that we intended on doing it, so that's why we're coming back here today. The goal was that I answered all the questions today. I could talk about the team as it currently is and then what we do going forward. But because it fell flat today, that I'm answering the same questions I answered last week because we didn't do a good enough job. The other part that we really wanted to show is the face of the leadership of the Mavericks going forward, which is Rick and I. And so those were the two goals.
Is part of the reason you're doing this today because you felt the fan base needed more and there wasn't an adequate response to why you made the deal? Is that why we're sitting here today?
No, it was, well, one, we do this every year. We do exit interviews. It's no different than what we've done in previous years. But because we haven't adequately answered the questions, we figured we would open it up as well right now.
And Nico, will Anthony Davis need surgery this summer?
No, he won't. He finished the season fine. He feels good about where he's at, and he'll continue to build and get healthy.
Will Derek Lively need surgery this summer?
I don't believe he will either.
And, you said defense win championships. We saw the Nuggets 2 years ago. I mean, they finished 15th in defense the regular season as kind of the one of the 30 guys who runs an NBA team. What's just your analysis of how, I guess, that Nuggets team won the championship?
I don't want to dismiss your question, but I'm not concerned about the Nuggets. I feel like we have a championship caliber team when we're whole, and we're going to hang our hat on defense. We're going to be one of the best defensive teams in the league, and I think that's going to be our calling card.
Nico, right here. Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. When you were kicking the idea of this trade around, and you had various scenarios planned in your head, did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level. But really, the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, go on and on.
There have been a million theories about why you did the deal. One of them was that you were told to do it, that Mr. Dumont said, I didn't want to give the Supermax contract, which is obviously very expensive, to Luka. Were you told that you had to trade him?
No, not at all. Patrick reminds me of the leadership that I had at Nike, and a really good leader doesn't tell the people that work for them what to do. It's a collective, well thought out process to make a big move like that. And then also, unfortunately, I'm super stubborn, so someone telling me to do something doesn't work too well for me.
Nico over here. Speaking of Patrick, has this impacted your relationship with him at all since making the deal? Has this frayed your relationship working with him?
Yeah, it actually strengthened it because we talk a lot more, and we're kind of linked together to this, and so it's made us have to have a lot more conversation. So I believe that we have a really good working relationship. He's came out publicly and supported me, and so I don't take that lightly. And so now I have to deliver on that.
What about you and Jason Kidd? You guys have been close for such a long time. How involved was he in this deal at the time, and how has this impacted your relationship with him as well?
Yeah, Jason, I've answered this a few times. Jason, I brought him in on the 11th hour. And the reason for that is because constantly during trade deadline, you're having tons of conversations. Most of the stuff never sees the light of day. And so Jason's obligation is to coach the team that he has right there. The last thing I can do is get him distracted by what could be, what may be. Jason and I are connected. We have a great relationship. We've had one for 20 years. And I know how Jason thinks. I know the players that he likes. I know the style of play that he wants to play, and we're connected.
Dorothy Gentry from Texas Metro News. Nico, how personally are you handling all of this? What keeps you in front of everyone? The fans are upset, almost hate. I have to say the word. How do you deal with that? How are you dealing with that? One, and then two, do you understand how they feel? I think they want to know that you feel their pain about losing Luka. What can you say to them?
Well, when you have 20,000 people in this stadium chanting "Fire Nico," you really feel it. I mean, I use the word awesome, but not in a positive way. Like, you can really feel how they feel. So yes, I feel them. How am I doing? I'm good. I said this last week. God's got me covered. I have an amazing family and an amazing support group to get through it. But no, I absolutely feel it. But I'm also, my job is to make decisions that I feel are in the best interest of this organization, and I got to stand by the decision, and some of them are going to be unpopular, and this was clearly one that's unpopular.
Nico, you've said over and over about defense wins championships, and you've been here several years with Luka before the trade. I'm wondering and he was pretty much a known product. He was who he was. At what point did you decide that you wanted to try to move him for something different?
Yeah, there was never, it wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back. When you live with someone for 3 years, you get to know their strengths and weaknesses. It was more about a change in philosophy in terms of how can we get a top defensive team that will help us win a championship. Again, this trade may never even have happened, but once the opportunity presented itself, we jumped on it.
So that wasn't something that had built over 6 months, 8 months, 9 months?
No, not at all.
Grant F. said DallasHoopsJournal.com. Over here. Yeah, right here. The organization had dealt with injuries, long before the trade deadline as well, but traded a healthy player in Quentin Grimes for an injured player in Caleb Martin, and it had hard capped the team at the first apron with 14 players. Did maybe the organization have any takeaways from that going forward about managing the salary cap in season, when injuries kind of mount and you need to sign a 15th player? Yeah,
absolutely. It's actually a great question. We looked at our managing of the salary cap is maximizing it to its full potential. So Caleb was one of the players that we were able to get that would actually just barely fit under the cap and the apron, excuse me. And so we took that, and we knew what we were giving up. We knew that we were only going to be able to sign one 10-day, but the chances of 10 players out of 18 available players being hurt, we took that risk to get a player of Caleb who we liked forever. And so we did it. And now, to your point, did we learn something? Absolutely. That, there's scenarios where you can have more than 10 players hurt, which doesn't typically happen. And so that will be something that we'll keep in mind as we move forward.
Eddie Sefko, Mavs.com. A couple of things, Nico. Along those lines, it was a horrific season for injuries, but what's your confidence level? I mean, these are older players who sometimes tend to get injured more or take longer to heal. Your confidence level that this was an aberration?
Well, one, before the trade, 90% of our injuries were contact injuries. So when you have contact injuries, by and large, those are unavoidable. And so it didn't matter if you were young or old. Contact injuries are contact injuries. So we have a great staff, and so I'm extremely optimistic that next year we'll go back to the mean, and you'll see a really good team out there.
Also, what thing or maybe things need to happen in your mind primarily to get this franchise back toward contending status and respectability?
Really, we just need to get healthy. I think the team that we're bringing back is a championship caliber team. And we fully expect to have Kyrie back with us next year when he gets healed from his injury, and we believe we'll compete for a championship.
Yeah, you mentioned Kyrie. What's the pathway to either a contract extension? I know he has a player option, obviously a decision to make, but what's your confidence that something beyond that can get done this summer?
Kyrie is a big part of what our future is, and that's not going to change whether he opts in or opts out.
Rashad Miller, Dallas Weekly. I know in your opening remarks you talked about this offseason, your goals for this offseason, but can you give us kind of what you're going to do for the next 2 or 3 seasons?
Yeah, I mean, our core actually is connected for the next 2 or 3 seasons, so I don't see much movement from our core. I really see how you shape around that, and it starts with the draft.
Nick Gang said, Locked On Mavs. You said that Patrick Dumont initially laughed at you when you brought him the Luka trade. What did you say to convince him to approve it?
It wasn't really it wasn't really a laugh. It was more of a chuckle. But really, it was just I'd said it out of the blue, and then as we started talking more, I gave him reasoning behind it. And we're a very process-oriented organization, and everything we do is without emotion and goes through the lens of process. And so once we had those substantive discussions, then he saw the vision.
Hey, Christian Clark again. Do you feel like, just to follow up on Mike's question, do you feel like Kyrie opting in is a possibility?
It's too early to speculate what Kyrie's going to do, but what I do feel is going to happen. He's going to be a Maverick next year.
And then he's going to be out a significant portion of next season. Do you feel like you guys have to do something to address just creation to get through that time, and how do you go about doing that?
I feel good. You can't replace Kyrie through free agency. He's too good of a player. We have a really deep, versatile bench, and some of those guys will have to create. They'll have to create the void. It's going to be by committee. We'll use free agency, and then we'll also use the draft.
Nico, Noah Weber from the Smoking Cuban. One thing you said a few minutes ago is you said, me and Coach Kidd are aligned. You know the player that he likes. But when it comes to a trade of this magnitude, obviously, it's the main player that led y'all to the finals last season. So I wanted to ask you, what did that conversation look like at the 11th hour when you told him that y'all would be trading Luka Doncic? And do you think it was fair to him to have y'all's entire team built around Luka, but then in the middle of the season, him having to pivot to a completely different player to try to make the title run again?
Sure, I think there's some difficulties anytime when you do a trade that big during the middle of the season. I mean, we saw it when we traded for Kyrie a couple years ago. Sometimes trades take a little longer to you to really see like how good of a trade it was. But I also know his connectivity to Anthony Davis. He won a championship with him with the Lakers. I know his admiration for him as a defensive player, and so I wasn't worried about that.
What did y'all's conversation look like when you let him know?
It was really brief. I just told him the reasoning behind it and let him know, and he understood, and he got geared up to start whiteboarding to get ready to see how we would play with Anthony Davis. I don't think it's about agreeing, but he aligns with how I think in terms of defense wins championships. That's how he feels. So he also aligns with the philosophy of versatile style of play. And so it wasn't really about agreeing or disagreeing. It was about, I see the vision, let's go.
And the defense has been one thing that's been talked about so many times when you're referring to this trade. When you trade Luka, it's, in a way you're betting on Anthony Davis to help you guys, but it's also you thinking maybe Luka would help, or that AD would help more than Doncic did. Outside of defense, why are you betting against Luka Doncic not being able to bring y'all a title when he was here?
Yeah, it's more about AD than I'm not going to bet against Luka or speak negatively towards him. He's not here anymore, but it's the belief that I have in the guys that are in this locker room.
Nico, Russell Scott, News Radio 1080 KRLD. Did you say you did not foresee the fan reaction with the trade? And what would going public with the trade have done? I don't quite understand. What would have happened if you would have gone public?
No, I said I did see the outrage, just maybe not to the degree of that it actually ended up being. But I also think part of that is because we weren't able to put a team on the floor that was day in and day out winning. I think if we would have put the team that we intended to put on the floor, I think that would have quieted some of the outrage.
Nico, Brad Townsend, Dallas Morning News again. Just kind of piggyback off my first question. So during the Western Conference Finals run 3 years ago, and then also during the Finals run, you weren't really out in front of cameras. You were really letting the players and the coaches take the credit. But I wonder if this year has been a lesson to you in terms of, as you put it, being a public face of the franchise, in terms of standing up during times of crisis. And because it feels like this franchise was in crisis mode these last couple of months.
Yeah, it's we always at the end of the year we evaluate everything and what we could have done better, and clearly we could have done a better job with that, and we take that and we own it, and you'll see us be better going forward.
Nico, back here, Sam Gannon, Fox 4. Luka recently did a sit-down with ESPN's Malika Andrews, and he was asked about a question that was posed to you last week about whether or not you believe that you could contend for championships with Luka at the centerpiece. You said defense wins championships. Luka was quoted as saying, "It's just sad the way he's talking right now. I never say anything bad about him, and I just want to move on." How do you react to that quote?
I feel the same way he does. Like, I've actually never spoken ill of Luka at all, and I just ready to move on with this team that we have.
You having fun? There's been quite a bit of speculation that one of the reasons that you made the trade was that you guys just couldn't get along in terms of he saw things and his team saw things that he's going to do it this way, and you wanted him to do it that way. True or not?
No, I worked at Nike for 20 years, and there's like superstars. They have teams around them, and you have to cater to them, and that's part of the job, and they've earned it. So I don't worry about getting along with people. I can work with anybody.
Then the other observation is not necessarily that you made a big trade, but what you got in return. What did you feel like prevented you, and maybe that's the wrong word, from getting more in return when we've seen other NBA trades? The one that stands to mind is Rudy Gobert, what Minnesota gave up to acquire him, that you couldn't necessarily get more from Los Angeles than three assets.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, and I said this last week, if you don't value AD as an all NBA player and an all defensive player, then you're not gonna like the trade. We targeted AD, but if you don't like him, then there's nothing else we get that's gonna make you excited about the trade, and we value him.
All right, just 2 more questions.
Dylan Reed, Ticket in Dallas. Are you worried that the Luka trade is going to hurt you guys in free agent negotiation moving forward? You know, it feels as though, and at least he's highlighted as much, that he feels as though maybe it really was done behind his back. Are you worried that moving forward, other players that come here might think, well, if I go there, what if they trade me without knowing? Is that a concern you guys have?
Not at all. You know, when I first got this job here, I was told that the Dallas Mavericks, you know, struggled to get free agents, and one of the things I said is we're going to get free agents. And it's not just about me, but you have Hall of Famer Jason Kidd. You have a bunch of amazing players that, you know, Kyrie Irving, like people want to play with him. So I think we have a lot that's in our favor, so I don't worry about getting free agents. That's the least of my concerns.
Okay. Rashad Miller again. I know you talked about, you know, staying optimistic and things like that, but what are some of the worst case scenarios? Like if you can't acquire the assets to build a winning team?
I think we have the assets already. It's just building around them. So I'm sorry, but I'm not capable of looking at the worst case scenario. It's everything about what we do is about how do we continue to get better. We're coming back already with what we feel is a championship caliber team. So now we'll use the draft, we'll use free agency to add to that.
Thank you.
There you go. Nico Harrison right here on 105.3 The Fan. And guess what?
Got a good draft class on the way.
A lot of thoughts.
Oh.
I agree. This is a good draft class coming up. A lot of people have thoughts. If you want to tell us your thoughts, go ahead. We'll hit it on the other side and hopefully talk a little bit more about the Stars as well going into Game 2 tonight. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola B product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Duchesne couldn't stop Harley. He scores! Another overtime winner for Thomas Harley.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If we get overtime tonight, you might be drifting past midnight or so. Is Thomas Harley the X factor not only for Game 2, but for the rest of the series for the Stars? Plus, people have lots of thoughts about all the things that Nico said. There was a couple things that stood out to me really quick because obviously my answer is yes, I think Thomas Harley is the X factor. But Luka's not on the team anymore, so we're not going to talk about him. I loved that question. When you talked about defenses winning championships and championship players, did you not think that Luka was capable of being a championship player? I loved that question.
Did you feel like that was a sidestep?
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah. And he was like, look, he's not on the team anymore, so we're not going to discuss that. And then when he said it like he never badmouthed Luka, that depends on where you think like some of the information came from. If you think Nico fed it out, then you're never going to believe his answer. If you don't, then you might be like, that's a fair point. He just made the trade. And other people will say making the trade was all of the badmouthing that you needed.
Yeah, I mean, it was, as he kind of said with the AD thing, look, if you don't like AD, you're not going to like this trade. If you didn't like Nico, oh my gosh, if you didn't like him, none of what he said was going to change your mind today. And it probably wasn't going to change your mind anyway. That being said, I like Anthony Davis. I still think you had more out there. There was more meat on the bone, if you will. There were picks that would help you with what you're doing right now. And there were other options. There was another player that could have been thrown into it. Now, that's another question of, well, we didn't feel like the money, whatever there. But there's still more to this whole thing. But I feel like he was very different than all these other things that we've gotten so far. In just the way that he approached this. I didn't feel like he was just complete open book. Not at all.
Right.
But he did answer questions more straightforward, and I'll be damned. The media asked questions straightforward.
Man, good job, Dallas media. I was proud of them. And what was it, like the fourth or fifth question? Why should you not be fired? That was a tremendous
and that can be asked of every general manager after
we've asked
they don't win the championship. After you don't win a championship or you don't get in the playoffs, you should definitely be asking yourself that at the end of that year.
And if you're just looking forward, a few things. No anticipated Derek Lively surgery, no anticipated Anthony Davis surgery, and whether he opts in or opts out, Nico made it very clear that Kyrie, all of their intentions are for Kyrie to be back, and that's part of the team. Just the one issue I would have with that when it comes to defense is Klay Thompson is not a particularly good defensive player anymore, and Kyrie has flashes, but he's never been known as a defensive player. And so when you talk about your presumptive starting five that will lead us to glory, and you're like, defense wins championships, only 3 of your 5 players are realistically known for semblances of defense.
Yeah. Luka was 2 big holes, significant, right? Whenever those 2 were out on the court. I mean, unless Luka was committed, unless he was in the mindset that I'm going to play defense, and then he was better. And that's something that really is probably never going to get discussed. He wanted to answer questions about this future Mavericks team, not about what was in the past, but he understood what was happening today. But the thing that'll never be discussed is, did you believe that he was a different type of player, that he could grow into this? And they didn't. They obviously didn't.
And the other thing I learned by listening to this is, I guess people don't really care about the undercurrent story of Casey Smith, because that was a huge chunk of Tim McMahon's
for sure.
expose article. Not one question. Even when it was brought up about the staff, there was a perfect opening for somebody to be like, speaking of the staff, blah, 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 blah. Not one question got asked about that. So it is fascinating to see, like, at least the media's lack of interest in that. But I think you said it. I think you said it great, Corey. For people who are against this, they're going to rail against this. Like, I have a feeling, I don't know what time the segment will be. Tomorrow, I'll go ahead and pencil in Bobby dislikes everything that Nico has to say. I feel comfortable with that, because he said, if you don't value AD like that, then you're not going to like the trade. And so I don't think he changed anybody's mind, but it goes back to what we said leading up to this. He's not apologizing because there is nothing for him to apologize in his view.
Yep.
Because he said, I have the better team now. I have a team that can win the championship. That is what he thinks. Whether you believe it, I believe it, Corey believes it, Alec believes it, Carter believes it, I'll probably stop listing people then.
Yeah, I know a lot of other names.
Is irrelevant. Mm-hmm. He is not going to apologize because he does not think there is anything to apologize for. He views this as, I upgraded the Dallas Mavericks. So what's the problem?
Y'all see a generational player. I saw an opportunity to make them even better than that.
Yes. I absolutely. But if you're just looking forward, I thought there were some really good questions about focusing in on the first round of the draft. No surgery for Lively, no surgery for AD, bringing back Kyrie regardless of he opts in or out. So if you're just looking forward with the team, I do think you got a good preview of what some of the things that they're going to be doing in the offseason. But I'm willing to bet that press conference frustrated a lot of people, and I just think that's the way it's going to be. I wonder if this will change anyone's perception of, all right, so I just have to accept it. That apology's not coming.
Mm-mm.
Maybe they win the title next year, the year after. Maybe they don't. That apology's not coming.
Yeah, the apology, though, could be a championship trophy. Hey,
it sounds like a lot of people won't accept that apology
because they're going to pick another team by then.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we list more names. But also, we talk more about the X Factors for the Stars tonight and in the rest of this series with the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
know that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Into the star zone, dropping it back off. Jump by Lehkonen, saved by Ottinger. They score! The Avalanche strike first.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing pretty good, Hagee. It's draft week.
It is.
Woo-hoo!
You have like a pull-away calendar and you just keep pulling the numbers down every day. Now you're only 3 days away.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I actually have a little advent calendar with a star. You open up the little windows.
That would be awesome.
Different legends.
Football guy. We need to figure that out.
Little
That would be
non-alcoholic
awesome.
beers are in each one of the little pockets that you get to.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you have two options here. I'll let you guys choose. Would you like to talk about the stars, or have you ever been in a situation where someone has worn something inappropriate or revealing at a family gathering?
Well, I would like to talk about the stars.
Okay.
You know, I know Corey's a proper stars man along with you guys, and I'm depending on you right now for optimism.
All right. So my optimism is this. The Stars have had a great deal of playoff success in the midst of losing game one after game one after game one. So if ever there were a team in the modern NHL that knows how to bounce back from a game one loss, it's this Stars team and Pete DeBoer. My concern is that the Avalanche got deeper than people realized at the trade deadline, and you can want to bounce back all you like. That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah, those bounce back star teams, they knew how to play 5-on-5 hockey.
Man.
And if you don't know how to play 5-on-5 hockey and get quality shots, and when you get quality shots, finish, you're not going to win this series.
Are you concerned about their lack of
Hell
ability
yes,
to
I'm concerned about anything you say. Anything you say.
They can't control the puck worth a damn.
No, and it's funny. It's just they even when they have opportunities, they can't. Like I say, they can't finish. They can't create chances. You know, so I mean, it's frustrating. And Colorado, you're right. They got better. They got better at the trade deadline. It's a different team. You know, I'm sitting there thinking, oh, look, they got a goalie from like San Jose. Oh, we always beat San Jose. Guy looked like he was Patrick Waugh playing
Sure
the
did.
other night, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be tough, and Colorado doesn't lose at home. And so, yeah, I mean, I just don't think you can give away games. But, you know, you're in a situation, if you don't figure out 5-on-5 hockey, this thing is going to end quick.
And you were very concerned, like before we even got to game one, about this matchup, right?
Yeah, I under my breath said Avalanche in 6 when we were out there at the
you did. I'll take the under.
Yeah.
You're saying it with full chest here?
I just said, hey, we were talking, I said Colorado in 6. I mean, it just, to me, this team is the injuries have been a huge part of what's going on here. But yeah, they have not figured out they have not figured out how to play or finish games in the third, too, is another thing.
Will that be a wrap for Coach if that's how it goes down?
Yes. Yeah. And
You think so?
I do think so. I think they have to do something. And it's unfortunate. They got a bad draw with Colorado, who might very well be the best team in the West right now. I think Vegas is also going to have a shot just because they're the opposite of what the Stars are, and that is so big and strong in the back line. Their defense is built for playoff hockey. Jim Nill has to kind of also go back to the drawing board about how he wants to build this team. And I mentioned this last year when they got eliminated. The Stars are always going to be out-hit in every series they're in. They're built as a speedy, puck-handling unit that really, if the forecheck's not going, they've got no physicality whatsoever. And they've got Liam Bichsel, sure. I mean, he's a bigger defenseman, but if it wasn't for Chris Tanev last year, like Lindell, Heiskanen, even Thomas Harley, a lot of these guys are more offensive defensemen than they are, I'm going to lay the body down on you.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got to figure out a way to get a little bit bigger, add some size, add some more physicality, because kind of the smaller, quicker skaters that they've been putting on the ice. I mean, they traded Stankov, and Mikko Rantanen is a guy that does have size.
Okay.
This clearly isn't working out.
Why is their fourth line the one creating chances? Why are they the ones that the forecheck and pinning the Avs and they're in? And
okay,
is anybody else not seeing this?
So you look at the construction of the team then. Here is my question. You said Jim Nill goes back to the drawing board. Since Jim Nill has been here, he got Lindy Ruff, now Ken Hitchcock, Jim Montgomery, Rick Bowness, and Pete DeBoer. I realize that some of them left for other reasons, but that means he gets to pick his sixth coach? At what point are you like, hey, you get a lot of talented players, but it's not constructed to go all the way? Is that fair?
I mean, it could be fair. Maybe he hasn't done the best job finding coaches, but he has done such a great job assembling the talent. You know, we're here and we're frustrated because of the great work that he did raising expectations.
I agree with
so
that.
much. And right now, I think the locker room, the city, maybe you're a victim of those expectations rising so much, and now you feel it slipping through your fingers. And I think the players are in a bad spot right now. I think morale is low. I think confidence is low. And then you add a couple of key injuries to it. It's just it's a recipe to get swept out and have, you know, a really come to Jesus type of offseason.
Yeah, well, let's be honest too. Kicking the damn puck into the goal, you know. I mean, it wasn't a kicking motion, but you know, guys, you know, I mean, to me, they had.
I agree.
That goal should have been waved.
They had some bad breaks.
The flukiest damn thing I've ever seen.
It's crazy, but they still, you get to the point where they just cannot find ways to come back the way they need to, and like I say, the third has been really, really bad period for them. They just have not, the last 2 weeks, have not done a very good job in handling those situations.
Zach, how you feeling about just game 2 tonight?
I mean, I'd love to just say that the Stars are going to get it done. Game 2 has been good for them under Pete DeBoer. Last year, I guess, was the exception, the opening round against Vegas. But right now, Colorado looks quicker in all aspects. They're so good up the middle. Defense. I mean, they've got 2 of the top 5 players in the world with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. So I don't. This has to be like the most desperate version we've ever seen of the Stars tonight. They've got to play like this is Game 7 for them. They can't go back to Colorado down 0-2, or else this is probably going to be a sweep.
8 straight losses.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you think that room's feeling right now? You think
apparently very confident.
You know, that's what I'm saying.
Apparently they're not shaking.
Yeah.
Beach looks good right now.
Good for them.
Must be stirred, Ben.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. I would like to draw your attention to a double guest 4. You got Eddie Olczyk previewing Game 2 at 4 o'clock and the Chris Young Show at 4:20.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It's a Game 2 Stanley Cup playoff Monday here on The Fan, and we got a really big show coming up. Let's talk about it. General at your service. The draft is 3 days away. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion here. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there here, 75 and Fitzhugh, ready to go 5 flawless, radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Okay, no Rangers baseball tonight, so you're not only going to get 5 hours of us, but you're going to get Fan After Dark tonight as well. Brian, you're living in a sports paradise here on the Fan.
Gotta love that, bro.
Yeah, and Rangers will be back in action tomorrow. They'll be visiting the Oakland A's, so probably a chance to get a sweep.
You just went ahead and said Oakland, didn't you?
Oh, that's right, the Sacramento A's of Northern
I thought
California.
it was just the A's.
I'm looking forward to getting that full report.
Something
on what's
I never
it like.
had in school.
Going back to that minor league feel. Is a medical cart going to crap out on him in the middle of a on-field injury? Who's going to be prairie dogging from the clubhouse over to from the dugout to the bathrooms? There's going to be a lot of wonkiness.
Did you see, speaking of minor league park, did you see Judge's home run? They hit that thing into the trees, and they called it foul. Did you guys see the highlight?
Did not see that, no.
Yeah, they're playing there at the Yankees minor league park. The Rays are. And so, Judge just slams one into left field.
Couldn't tell where it went?
They couldn't tell where it went. They lost it in the trees and stuff over there. They called it foul, and then the next pitch he struck out. And, Boone lost it.
That's hilarious. I'm looking at it. Yeah, that was definitely in the brush somewhere.
Yeah, they're like, whoa, wait a minute. We lost that one in the trees.
Last season I played organized softball. It was a co-ed media league in Portland. Hit a bomb into the right field trees. It wasn't really a bomb. It was more like a pop fly, but for some reason, the right field fence was only 220 feet.
It was like Fenway Park
The
over
left
there?
field was 275. So I just totally closed off my stance and hit a pop fly to right field. It was a last home run of my career, but it got the win. It was a big year for us.
You ever play in those leagues? I was in a restaurant league one time growing up.
Restaurant league?
The restaurant league where the visiting team was responsible for the keg?
No, never played in an actual keg league.
Yeah,
we were usually in charge of bringing our own cold beers.
Yeah, we had a deal where, if you were the visitors, you had to wheel the keg in there, and both teams got to benefit from it.
I think, slow pitch softball is some of the most fun you can have in your 20s and 30s, when it gets to the beer
hurt.
and the camaraderie. Yes, the injuries are coming for you eventually.
Father
It could
time.
be a rotator cuff. It could be an ACL. It
Get
could
hit
be
with
an
a ball,
Achilles.
break a hand.
There's all kinds of
All kinds of
injuries.
pulled muscles.
But until it ends, you're still somewhat capable there in your 20s running around making plays. And I always love that. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. Wolchuk's top 10 is coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. What's the subject today, buddy?
Well, it's draft week, so I've got the top 10 most surprising draft moments. And I'm sure anybody listening, 877-881-1053, if you've been a fan of the draft or just listening and watching over the years, you've probably got one. I put it out on Twitter.
Number 8 was when Dallas almost ran out of time.
Yeah.
Was that on the one?
It's going to be on the top 10.
Is it really?
It is. A lot of them.
The Roy Williams trade.
Oh, that was that draft.
Yeah.
It was the Vikings, and they didn't put
Vikings
it in the card,
and Kansas
everybody's
City.
scrambling.
Yeah.
That was a crazy draft moment. The gas mask has certainly been one that's been chimed in quite a bit, the Laramie Tunsil gas mask. That was pretty jarring.
I'll never forget that, dude. Because that was on draft. That was
night.
That was right
all of a
before.
sudden, what the hell's going on?
Yeah,
We
you
had
have
one
this
too.
Crazy.
Warren Sapp evidently failed a drug test, and the information got to us right before he was picked. And Ron Wolf picked up the phone and started MFing the NFL front office security people. They literally put out there that he failed this test
right before
the draft. And
was it just a little weeds situation?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Right.
But back in the day,
Yeah, that would get you sent to the second or third round back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day, we were all like, "Ooh, he's a weed guy."
Oh no!
We put a green sticker on him, because a weed guy.
Why can't he just be an opiates guy like that Favre?
Yeah. We didn't have a sticker for opiates, man. All right, we needed to have the green sticker for
Did you see
the
that
weed.
picture of Justin Blackman that started? He got
that was
arrested
sad.
again.
I felt like that before.
Heartbreaking.
Have you
man.
seen
But
that?
just bloated and
and drunk and miserable.
That was me.
Coming down
Probably,
off a crossfade for the ages.
Gosh.
100 pounds overweight, probably.
Really bad. It's so sad.
Yeah, it's tough. My favorite draft moment, Drew Pearson, probably of all time.
The announcement was epic.
Oh, that's the best.
The Mo Claiborne trade up was such a huge surprise that it was fun.
Yeah.
The year that Dez was there, I think the Cowboys had to trade into like 24. They had to trade back into the first round to get Dez. I think that's how that worked out. I don't think they were just sitting there at 24. That was awesome. But the CeeDee Lamb pick might have been the most insane because you're thinking, is this going to happen? You know, and then it's going to happen, and then it did happen. It was total pandemonium on our draft show, which is a great time to promote our draft coverage, which is going to be Thursday night. And our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. You can join us at all the Pluckers locations across DFW. We're going to have draft night parties with fan hosts positioned at the different Pluckers around DFW as Brian and Wolchuk and the guys have draft coverage for the ages. The best draft coverage you can get anywhere in the world just happens to be here on your favorite sports radio station, 105.3 The Fan. It's the kind of coverage no other radio station's even capable of. But due to the greatness of Brian Broaddus, it all becomes possible.
Thank you, man.
How many players could this be? I was interrogating Brian there before the show started. McMillan, Golden, could be one of those two guys.
Yeah.
They would love Genty to get to 12, but that's just not happening.
Yeah, I talked to some Jacksonville's got that thing. It sounds like buttoned up there for they like that. Jacksonville's got. They've been everybody's been mocked that Graham, the defensive tackle there. They're going to take Genty. Is who they're going to take there. They really they like Mimbu from Missouri. They like Campbell. Not enough. If they were trade back, New Orleans is a team they might be looking at. That they could get to at 9, that would be Warren, the tight end from Penn State. But I do believe that Jacksonville's going to take Ashton Genty.
Man, what then does Vegas do at 6?
They might take Tet McMillan.
Tet would make a lot of sense there. That would stink for Cowboy fans. Does Vegas and Spy Tech really just go full in on the we're drafting running backs high? Do they pivot and take a Travion Henderson?
Oh, that would
Marion Hampton.
That would be McMillan and Genty are gone. They're going with Golden. Would you bet on that, Wolchuk?
The Cowboys?
Yeah.
Right now, I'd probably bet on that. I do think offensive line is in play here.
What do you think about the possibility of an offensive lineman, Brian?
I think he's right. I think that's in play. I think you have to maybe think. The sneaky one is what happens at Carolina at 8, and if Walker's involved. The linebacker edge from Georgia. They, like we talked about last week, they snuck a couple of coaches down to Athens for a private workout. They took the linebacker coach and defensive line coach down there. So they're trying to maybe get a determination, but I think that would be one of those things that you would, like I say, if there's going to be a surprise, I think it might be Walker, if in fact he doesn't go to Carolina at 8.
Okay, so the Jags take Genty, the Raiders take McMillan, Walker goes to Carolina, then it's easy, they're taking Matthew Golden?
I think Golden would be a big possibility there, but you got to think what other those offensive linemen are there too.
Could it be Tyler Booker from Alabama, who's a plug-and-play right guard?
Yeah,
maybe Justin Simmons, the offensive lineman from Ohio State.
He's a 30-visit guy. They do like Simmons, though, quite a bit, the tackle.
That'd be a left tackle. That'd be a guy that would start over Tyler Guyton.
It's not going to be Omarion Hampton, though, at 12, the running back from North Carolina?
I do not think so. No, sir.
It's Genty or nobody as far as running backs go at 12?
I would not, and I've had some discussions with some folks that have told me don't pencil in running back at 44. If that's the case, they might try and carry this thing into the 3rd round.
Well, they might not have a choice now with all the cornerback buzz that's coming out. These cornerbacks, like all of a sudden, if Trey Amos, the corner from Ole Miss, goes in the 1st round, you get Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky maybe going in the 1st round. That sounds like there's going to be a run on corners here. If the Cowboys want to get one that they think can be a day 1 starter, they're probably going to have to target that 2nd round pick and take the corner there, which means you got to wait on running back.
972 is Todd from El Pollo Loco.
Hello,
and he says, "How can I get you guys food tomorrow?"
Oh, we met Todd at Shell Shack last week.
Todd's the one that came back and told us Bobby sucked.
Yeah, he did. He came back.
We're here all week,
specifically,
right?
It was Bobby can kiss my ass.
Except for Thursday.
Wow.
But yeah, El Pollo Loco tomorrow. I guess he's trying to bring it in. We'll text you back there, Todd.
How are the rolls at El Pollo Loco?
Ooh, Can't speak on the rolls. I think I went there once or twice whenever I was in college in Denver.
Sounds damn good.
Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic Mexican food.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it might be chicken. Because of crazy chicken.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of chicken options.
Okay, it's like a Spanish speaking golden chick is what I got in my mind. Okay, that's what's coming to my mind.
Now I got that golden chick song in my head from the Rangers game.
I really didn't know where you were going with the rolls. I thought maybe there was a joke there that went over my head, which happens quite a bit.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, it's going to be a fired grilled chicken situation. That's going to be the protein, but everything else is you're going to get like it looks like rice and beans and whatnot.
Sounds wonderful. Stars and Avalanche tonight at the AAC after a Game 1 5-1 Colorado victory. I think it's tough right now to harvest some optimism, but we were here just last year.
Yeah,
just last year, they appeared to be done and they rallied. For me, maybe I'm knee-jerk guy, maybe I'm over-negative guy. I'm sure the text is going to remind me of this, but I think it's different this time around because of the injuries. And because of the momentum late in the year, I don't know if the coach is the problem, but I know he's not the solution right now. If your team has lost 7 in a row, you're getting ready to play up the playoffs, and you can't get them
8 now, isn't it?
Right, but getting ready before the playoffs, it was 7.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
They're not coming out with their hair on fire, like clawing people's faces off to try to get the puck.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll tell you what, though.
I hear you on that.
But
that's just a tenacity factor.
I tell you what, I was enthusiastic after that kill. That when they went down 2 minutes, I was thinking, man, please don't, because you just know when you go down 2, like, okay, you're in a situation right now where if they score early and they there's just gonna be a lack of confidence. But I'll tell you what, the Stars did a great job. They did. They killed it off early. It's just, to me, it's all about these open opportunities. I just can't generate enough of them. They're not doing anything to, like, the puck movement. To me, it looks very, very just static. It looks dumb.
Like they're missing a superstar.
Yeah, it's like it's like they're trying to kind of get guys back. Sagan's trying to get back into the mix. They're trying to shake some lines a little bit and see, if they can get that to work. They just don't have, when they play on even strength, it's just clearly, and I'm going to ask Enzo about it too when we have him on. Like, how do the Stars generate more opportunities 5-on-5? 6 of their shots came on the power play the other night. They had 1 shot before then, and Colorado had like 8. You just can't, they can't survive this playing like that.
Yeah. I hear you, man. And so now we need a spark. We need something to change our minds tonight, and we're standing by hoping for that. I mean, hell, they won 7 in a row 2-3 weeks ago, so why not?
Seems like 7 years ago.
It does.
Yeah. It's just annoying when you get a Colorado goalie that comes out and is stellar.
Oh my gosh.
And you're thinking
first playoff performance.
Like Blackwood was just unbelievable in that game. Like, I thought the Stars matched the energy early and they had some good chances, and Colorado's goalie just took away all their heart and spirit, and then things obviously just derailed in the third for you. You get a couple empty netters.
Kick, puck, deflection, you go down a couple of goals. You just feel like it's kind of like watching the Rangers play. Rangers go down 1-0. You're kind of like, well, how are they going to get a run here?
Yeah.
How are they going to get a goal?
You just didn't think generating offense would be the issue for them. It was, okay, are you going to give up too much? I thought they'd be able to keep pace. And Colorado is a team that's going to score a lot of goals. They've got arguably the best goal scorer in the game in Nathan McKinnon. And right now, you're just not getting enough from your forwards, and they should be. Like, you need Mikko Rantanen to step up. You need Jamie Benn. You need Duchesne. You need Marchment. Like, these guys have to figure out a way to get it done. It can't be Thomas Harley drilling one for you from the blue line on a power play that sets up Rupe Hintz for a deflection.
Right? Sweaty goals. Not a good sign. 469, shout out to the draft coverage that y'all put out. It's become one of my favorite sporting events.
Thank you.
If not my favorite, because of y'all's coverage. Really looking forward to Thursday. Thanks for the work. That's Ryan in Ennis. Nico said a lot today. The press conference last hour here on The Fan. Just annoying stuff, pretty much, just rehashing it and updating his opinions of stuff. I think yes.
Yeah, if the team does not have success next year, then Patrick Dumont does need to fire him.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's what he's hanging his general managership on their ability to have their team back healthy and then go win games.
It definitely makes sense that he would be looking at this like, okay, next year, if it works, then bravo.
Yeah.
But you've put it on the line now.
He has.
And I think the most interesting thing that we've seen around the Mavs in the last 24 hours is Tim Cato, writing about how maybe Patrick Dumont is actually starting to get annoyed. There's been reports of how much money this has cost him, but he's positioned himself in the month 6 weeks after the trade that, hey, defense wins championships. It was in lockstep, but now he feels like, wait a minute, what you told me might not have been what we should have done.
Yeah, what's unfortunate for him is that he doesn't know if it's pumped up or stuffed.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And Nico took advantage of that.
Oh, yeah.
Nico said, hey, this is what we're going to do. And instead of saying, you're effing crazy, bro, we're not going to do that, he went ahead and got it done. He convinced Patrick after last year, the run that they had, Nico had bought some credibility with him. But Dumont just he didn't know. He just didn't know. And I think where he's feeling sad right now or pissed off, whatever you want to say, is the fact that he let it happen. That he didn't know any better. I think that's where he's really upset. That how could I let this happen?
Yeah. And we have to hope that this story will evolve for Dumont deciding, wow, now I need to educate myself so this can't happen to me again in the future. And how do we get out of this? Because right now my worry would be that Nico needs to try to see this thing through for a championship so bad to be proven right that he won't blow it up. Because right now the best thing to do would be to see if it could win a championship, and if it's not working February of next year, you trade Kyrie and AD to get some picks back so you can start a rebuild at some point. If you don't do that, you are going to be an NBA hell for a half decade.
Yeah, too. And as I'm sitting there thinking about Dumont, he was here last year. He saw the run. He obviously knew, being here in the city, how much Luka does mean to this town. And I maybe that's,
you would think, but they clearly didn't.
Yeah,
Nico's lending voice to that now. I knew we cared about it.
We underestimated this.
It's embarrassing.
We got to run, G-Bag Nation. We're back with Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Buddy, where are we going again?
Let's get draft excited. Top 10 most shocking moments in NFL draft history. What was a moment that hit your jaw on the floor? That's next in the nation.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3. The Fan segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. I would like to tell you that tomorrow at 11:30, we're going to have a Cowboys draft press conference here on The Fan. The Jones boys, Shoddy, Will McClay, they'll be up there. They'll be talking draft plans. They'll be talking team building, and you'll be locked in right here. Should have another great batch of audio and quotes to react to tomorrow when we get our show going at 2 o'clock. Well, Chuck, I know you're fired up for this draft week.
Absolutely, man. This is what it's all about. I'm putting in the work on this one. Looking forward to the 3 days of coverage that we have, breaking this whole thing down. Thursday, we'll be at Pluckers in Plano leading into the draft, and then we'll head over, Brian and I, to the Star in Frisco. It's going to be awesome, and we got a great crew for this, and thank you all for all of your support. Draft 101 was awesome on Friday. So top 10, we're keeping this at 220. This is the official move now.
Yes, sir.
Couple people asked, so that's good to know. Top 10 at 220 now.
That's right. G-Bag of the day
fixture
at 5:30 right here, right now. It's Woolchuk's top 10 at 220. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Sweet. Let's do this. So we'll do the top 10 most shocking moments in draft history. 877-881-1053. What was your most shocking moment? We've got a lot of draft rumorooskies that are coming out now as we get closer and closer to this thing. Shefty saying the Saints have made exploratory calls about trading up in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Does not appear Shedeur Sanders is on their radar.
No, they're looking. Yeah,
They're Jackson Dart fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not in on Shedeur. Now, what seems to be, and we had E.J. Stewart of WFAN, and he is also the producer for Maggie and Pierloff on Infinity Sports Network. When we were doing Bet Nation yesterday, he jumped on with us. There's a split right now, I guess, with the Giants. You do have some people that want Shedeur, and the Giants have been doing more homework than really anybody on Sanders. Here was Tom Pelissero this morning with NFL Network giving the latest update.
Shedeur Sanders and the Giants have been linked literally for like a year. The Giants had somebody, a scout or Joe Shane, at every open practice, at every game of Shedeur Sanders. They brought him out to New Jersey for a visit. They went to his showcase. Now they do a private workout. There's no team that's done more work probably on one player in this draft than the Giants on Shedeur Sanders. If the questions persist, are the Giants actually going to take him at number 3, or could they take, whether it's Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, the guy that the Browns do not take, at number 2? We know this. It's a really important year for the Giants. It's a really important year for Joe Shane and Brian Dable. They have to get this pick right one way or another. And Shedeur Sanders is one of the most polarizing prospects in this draft. We all see the highlights. We know the production at Colorado here, but there's a lot more the teams are digging into in terms of how exactly he's going to fit. The Giants have dug in as much as anyone. Did they take Shedeur Sanders? We'll find out on Thursday night.
No, I don't think they're taking him at 3. I still think this is going to be Abdul Carter, as we've talked about.
Him or Hunter, if he doesn't go
and it seems like Cleveland's kind of locked in on Hunter at 2.
Sure.
Unless something weird happens. We don't know for sure.
Yeah.
But I think all of this is we're going to get movement in the back end of the first round. This is where you're going to get teams that are trying to trade back up and possibly look to make a move. Now, the other thing in that audio clip was, did we have a fart?
Some movement in the back end.
Yeah, more important.
Somebody on the set there definitely tooted.
So that wasn't one of you? I was wondering if that was from the audio or in studio.
I think that was in the audio.
That was an audio fart.
100% in the audio.
Now, it might have been somebody off camera.
Is it Bush? Pellicero and anybody else?
Pellicero was on site.
Okay.
So I think it was back in the studio. Whoever he was talking to that was hosting.
Let's hear it.
Kay Adams.
Probably on one player.
That'd be a queef, right?
Probably on one player in this draft than the Giants on Shedeur Sanders. If the questions persist.
Wow, dude. You can tell I'm trying to hold it.
Then the Giants on Shedeur Sanders.
That's definitely
Shedeur
him.
Sanders.
Yeah.
Then the Giants on Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, Tom let one out there.
You sure that wasn't a
No, that's a fart.
That was a button.
I think we all know when we hear one. In fact, my wife, and happy birthday to you who's listening, just texted me and asked me if I farted on air. My reputation
Then the
precedes
Giants
me.
on Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, that's clearly him.
That was a force.
Racing for the clinch and the push. I've been there.
I've been there, man.
I don't think you can talk and push at the same time. It's good breath control. Wolchuk has tried that before.
Yeah, and you can tell that the force is happening.
Yeah.
It was not with me.
Oh, man. Pellicero out there doing a live shot. Hopefully
Shout out
he
to
was
Tom.
Outdoors.
Then the Giants on Shedeur Sanders. If the questions
bro.
It sounded very like a
That's not how you want to kick off draft week if you're Pellicero.
You're going,
Shoot, bro.
877-881-1053. Was that a or was it a straight up fart?
Then the Giants on Shedeur Sanders. If the question.
That's a fart.
That's cheeks, bro.
That's breaking wind. Yeah, that's breaking wind right there. Some other quick draft buzz.
Like a whale call.
It was, yes, very much so. Free Willy style. Before we get into the top 10, some guys that could end up going a little bit higher than we think. We could end up getting 2 Texas Longhorns here in the top 15, according to Shafty.
2 Longhorns. Quinn Ewers and who else?
Kelvin Banks Jr. That would be Jahdae Barron and Kelvin Banks Jr. Okay. Quinn, who knows? Maybe Quinn's going to end up getting in a late first-round pick. If Shuck's one of these guys that he's saying multiple teams have as their top quarterback, who the hell knows where Quinn Ewers is going to go?
He's the guy whose career I'm most excited about because you have people talking about him like he's the best quarterback in the draft, and then you have others that are laughing you all the way to undrafted free agency. And it's just, I can't wait to see how this guy shakes out.
It's nuts. Armin Membu looks like a top 10 lock. Raiders and the Jets. Look out for New England. We had, I was talking to some people. Vrabel is one of these guys that's big on the arm length, so a lot of people put Will Campbell there. He was one of those that had like the shorter arms.
His arm length changed every time they measured it.
I don't care. The tape's good on him, but maybe Vrabel is one of those sticklers that isn't going to get off of that, and he ends up going for Membu, who does like physically fit the profile a little bit more. But what New England does at 4 will be interesting, and then Carson Schlesinger, one of the UCLA linebackers that we've advocated maybe the Cowboys should consider at 44. League circles think he could even sneak into the first round here, according to Schefter. And then the Broncos are a team that's maybe been making calls to try and trade up. I mean, they're running back hunting. I don't know what this would be for other than like, could they go up and get a Genty?
Well, Sean Payton has a history of this. I mean, he will make some big swings at this thing. I sent him a text today, kind of telling him, "Hey, I'm hearing whispers. You're they're trying to get this thing up the board, and he didn't get back to me. So maybe he's working on something.
Well,
he just won't let me know.
Hey, if we hear, you'll hear it here first.
Absolutely.
Brian Broaddus is connected, baby.
Yeah.
We're investigating. Okay, top 10 most shocking moments in the history of the draft. We did get a lot of the mask from Laramie Tunsil, and that is an honorable mention on here. The gas mask is one.
That was an honorable mention, huh?
Yeah, it didn't even
That was
crack the
shocking.
top 10. I mean, we've got a history. That was really shocking.
It was.
I think that actually could be in the top 10, maybe belongs in the top 10, but honorable
Top
mention
3.
here. We've got the Falcons last year, came in at 20 on the list, taking Penix after you just paid Cousins. It's a little bit of a
shocking.
A little bit of a surprise. How about the Bills? They traded up twice to get Josh Allen in the same draft. They move up 2 different times and they get their guy. Kudos to them. It's worked out. But at the time, people were wondering, oh my God, what's Chicago do? Or what are the Buffalo Bills doing? This is nuts. Browns taking Whedon, 28-year-old quarterback in the first round.
Goodness gracious.
Probably not a good idea. I was pretty shocked about this, too. The Broncos moving up to get Tebow.
Yes.
That was like Tim Tebow, a first-round pick.
And John Elway.
All of us, I think, were stunned at that one. The Darius Hayward-Bay selection in the first round for the Raiders.
What are you talking about? The guy ran fast.
Oh, my gosh. First court wide receiver off the board in a wide receiver draft that also had Michael Crabtree, Jeremy Maclin, and Percy Harvin. And they took Darius
I don't know, man.
Hayward-Bay.
It sounded like they kind of maybe picked the right guy.
He was the worst out of all of those. They did not pick the right
Dude,
guy.
Percy Harvin was amazing.
He was.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
but
the concussion
Short
sucked.
shelf life, but that dude was a beast. Hayward Bay, let's not try and justify Hayward Bay.
No. Crabtree,
You
Maclin,
guys
and
are
Harvin were all better
idiots.
than
I knew what I
Hayward-Bay.
was doing. You guys don't know anything.
How about
Pipe down, Al.
Mario Williams going over Reggie Bush and Vince Young? This was a stunner with Houston picking number 1 overall.
Sean couldn't believe that one because I remember talking to him about that when I said, "Man, you're about to get Reggie Bush here," and he goes, "No, we're not. I'm going to take him." I'm like, "I'm serious, man. I'm hearing the Texans really like Mario Williams." And sure enough, though, it worked out. It worked out good for him.
Yeah, I mean, we found out the night before because that was when you were still getting the contracts, the mega contracts. So that was the huge thing on ESPN and Sports Center.
Yeah.
Houston signing Mario Williams. We're all like, what the hell's going on? Houston, Vince Young's a Houston native, just won a national championship. Reggie Bush. That was just a whole crazy deal there. Shout out to the 940. It's mine and my twin's birthday as well. So tell your wife I said happy birthday. Thank you. I will. And happy birthday to you and your twin. Number 10, we've got the Rodgers fall in 2005. Could have gone number 1 overall.
That was a good shock.
And then he ends up just sitting
McCarthy.
in the room.
McCarthy killed him in that one in San Francisco.
Yeah, he did. Going with Alex Smith. Packers
Try
ended up
around
getting
Mike
him.
listening. Yeah, it was your fault.
That was my first draft at a sports bar, I think. And I remember you speak about shocks, how surprised I was at the entrance that felonious Raiders fans could make in a sports bar, you know?
Oh, man.
It was unsettling.
I believe it, dude. I bet that got ridiculous.
That was probably crazy to be a part of.
That's one of my earliest draft memories.
I mean, they
for
came
sure.
in
Yeah.
dressed up as the people in the deal, you
Yeah.
know, in the NFL films.
They're crazy.
Looking for fights, you know.
Yeah.
Spiked shoulder pads
And you were happy to
everything.
do it, right?
Ready to go.
They brought the black
Yeah,
hole
I
into
was
the
like, I'm
sports
your
bar.
Huckleberry.
Yeah, give me
Let's dance.
7 more of these Coors
Bring
Lights.
it.
Watch me.
I'll tell you the
There.
most surprising draft thing, though, in retrospect, in 2008, when Jerry traded back because he didn't want to pay backups like they were starters. He thought his roster was so good that anybody you could possibly take in the first round was just going to be an overpaid backup.
Yeah, it was the special teams draft. And like none of those guys were on the team a year later.
Nobody.
It was brutal. 2003, the Bills reached on Willis McGahee. This was fresh off his torn ACL, MCL in the national championship game.
Yeah.
So nobody thought he was going to go in the first round. Bills then took him 23 overall. And Larry Johnson was still on the board at that point. You've got the Vikings passing on their pick twice. This was 2003, Brian. This is what you were talking
This is
about.
for caps situations.
They had 15 minutes on the clock with the 7th pick, and they didn't make the pick. They get passed by the Jags, who took Byron Leftwich, then again by the Panthers, who took Jordan Gross, and then finally Minnesota went ahead and took Kevin Williams. So they ended up getting a great player, but I've never seen such craziness as like all of a sudden clock goes, next teams shuffle in, and the Vikings are just getting passed and passed. It was wild.
I think it was the mandate from ownership to trade down, get more picks, and still get their guy Kevin Williams, but they couldn't get a dance partner, so then they just end up punting on picks. They still get the guy they want, but That's ownership meddling too much.
Hey, there you go. Pick 9. The Ricky Williams trade. Pretty
That was
big
crazy.
shocker.
Dude.
Donovan McNabb getting picked by the Eagles in 99, and the Eagle fans were livid, and they're booing him. That was a stunner.
Andy knew what he was doing.
92, the Broncos drafting Tommy Maddox. Well, they still have John Elway in his prime
The
coming
heir
off an
apparent.
AFC Championship game. Yeah, the 25th overall, they take Tommy Maddox out of UCLA. That was wild. You've got the Bucks fumbling the bag on Bo Jackson. They had the first overall pick in 86, and it would have made sense for any team to draft Bo Jackson. But after flying to Tampa in a move that prematurely ended Jackson's college baseball eligibility and infuriated the two-sport star and dismissing Jackson's willingness to actually spurn football for baseball, the Bucks went into the draft with a Bo or bust mentality. And he, I guess, said, I'm not going there. He turned down Tampa's offer, opted to play baseball after being drafted by Kansas, the Royals, and they ended up not being able to get
I think
Bo
the Raiders later got him for like a 5th-round pick.
That's a hell of a steal.
Yeah.
The Raiders
Yeah.
came out big there.
Yeah.
3, the Dan Marino slide.
Yeah.
There were false rumors of party lifestyle and drug use that caused him to end up sliding down the board.
From Elway to Marino, right? Wasn't that a famous 30 for 30?
Really good
Oh,
30
yeah.
for 30.
Yeah.
They thought he was like a Johnny Manziel type dude, huh?
And then the top 2 are really anytime kickers go in the first round, which I think is
Raiders.
always going to be shocking.
Raiders did this.
Yeah, we had Sebastian Janikowski go in 2000, and then before that, it was the New Orleans Saints taking
Russell Erxleben.
11th overall in the first round. What is going on? But number 1, most shocking, Ray Guy in 1973, a punter, going
Raiders.
23 overall. Now that guy,
Southern
I believe,
Mississippi.
I believe he's the only punter in the Hall of Fame.
He is.
But
What a
still,
jerk.
So
Wait,
how do
maybe
you
Gerald Wilson.
classify that? Good pick,
Pretty
bad
crazy.
pick?
I
You
don't
made
know.
that-
It's
I
still
drafted
punter.
a Hall of Famer. Dang it!
But a punter at 23. Anytime you're getting kickers going in the first round, that's going to be a stunner.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on The Fan. G-Bag of the Day. If you missed it, it's been moved to 5:30 right before LA Live every afternoon here in the midst of the Expressway. Okay, best of the weekend coming up next, Chief. What are we doing?
What if I told you the best moment from the AAC this weekend wasn't on the ice?
But let's...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Some more takeaways from Nico's presser. A draft preview coming here for you at the top of the hour. Here's the Chief.
Okay, I hope I'm not betraying any trust, but shortly before the microphones turned on, Broadus alleged that Meat Church's Matt Pittman was using Broadus techniques for a crawfish boil this weekend.
He did. Matt and I,
Easter crawfish boil.
Yeah, Matt and I talked on Saturday. And we were throwing some ideas out there and
giving him some tricks of the trade.
Man, he's got some really cool things too that he does. But yeah, it's just some of the things to do with how to get the vegetables broken down in order to get all that flavor into your boil. And he tried it. He did something. I usually, when I do the mix, I talk about making when you do the onions, the garlic, the celery, and all that. When you're mixing it all together. Usually make it like the form of like a margarita mix. So I use water. He actually used liquid boil. He used to make it instead of water, the little bit of water you use in the blender. He actually poured liquid boil in there, and it made it so it gave it even more flavor. So I'm like, oh, I just stole an idea from you.
Outstanding.
So yeah,
I
think he's actually going to post it. He's
going to post the video.
Yeah, he's going to use. He's got a thing called the 2-pot method. So he's got the cook in one, and then you seep in the other one. So yeah, he's
cook and seep.
So yeah, look forward to. I'll post it when he gets it out.
That's fantastic. I think it's a good time for us to go around the room here, see who ate. What was the best thing you ate this weekend? Because Easter, we actually had it was a pretty impressive spread. Everybody just kind of potlucked it.
Bragging right now?
A bunch of crap. No, I'm not even bragging about anything other than the fact that I had a sourdough like blueberry lemon scone with like a glaze on top, and it was out of this world, unbelievable.
Scones are delicious.
When scones hit, they're amazing,
dude.
A blueberry lemon
with like an afternoon cup of coffee.
That's delicious.
When the Sunday afternoon nap was creeping up yesterday at about 2:30. Let me tell you something. That was probably the highlight.
I don't know if I can do any better than that. I've started to make these fried potatoes where I take like the big baked potatoes and I slice them sideways pretty thin. I throw them in a frying pan with some oil and some garlic and
French
frying and salt and pepper. And it's my favorite thing right now that I'm eating. Right,
you're off the leg side, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't know how much you tore it up.
Feast. I probably had 5 Easter cupcakes, but I think those are store bought. They were still pretty good, though.
Yeah, I believe it.
Did somebody come over and bring those? Did somebody like come over and visit you guys and they brought the store bought ones?
Remy had insisted on them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were making a run through their grocery aisle, and she
I didn't
reached
know.
out and
Sometimes
trying, so
You weren't going to say no to that.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's if
You were the
show-
big winner there.
Can I get a ruling on if you stop at the grocery store and just bring the store bought cupcakes?
I would say don't.
Like a half-ass attempt kind of thing?
I just kind of was just asking the question.
I'll never forget the time my mom won a pie contest by just simply running through like Kroger or something on the way there because she had she had lost track of time. She ends up winning the entire
Do you take it out of the the box and put it into
the presentation is not going to be some clear with a sticker receipt still on it.
And clearly, Mrs. Chiafalo knew that day. So I think if you're at the grocery store, you're running behind, you forgot that you had to get a dessert, you get that, but then you go to the Tupperware aisle and you buy something to put it in. Pretend that you made it.
You eat with your eyes first, brother. Savage but smart.
Oh, I know. I told Pittman that today. I'm in a situation where, like, if you stop off and get like the carrots and the broccoli, and those that containers that that kind of
like the veggie board,
the veggie thing. There's a lot of give up there, right?
Oh, absolutely. Of course it is.
That's a give up. If you're trying to serve somebody cold, crunchy broccoli as an appetizer thing,
nobody wants
with the little disposable tray of ranch.
That's what I'm saying, man.
It's supposed to be a loving. This is Resurrection Sunday.
That's
what the party favor you're gonna
I
bring?
noticed at your church, you guys, I kind of see that you guys got a backdrop where you can here, stand next to the palms. And then, look, we got a backdrop with our church name on the back of it.
Absolutely,
it's like a little TV action.
Straight out of Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah, like we're going to do a stand-up here at church,
Social media opportunity here.
Am I right?
Yeah, right up until my wife was like, no, I didn't like the way I looked at that photo, and she just abruptly deleted it. I was like, okay.
But am I right, though? You kind of stood in front of a backdrop.
Nice little photo area. Because
is that for a holiday card situation, or what are we doing there?
No, I've never done a holiday card. I don't take the time to do that. But, just as a keepsake. It's like the one Sunday, maybe other than
2025. Look, we went to church.
You're dressing up.
It's a good opportunity.
Dressing up.
Your family was dressing up. I don't know what you were doing.
Family pictures. I was tucked in, dude. I was tucked in with a button up. I was getting it done.
That's a big deal.
Lucius, best thing you ate this weekend?
I had some tacos.
Lucius.
Taqueria Montezuma, something like that in Irving. It's pretty damn good.
I bet it was awesome.
Hey, I bet they were gossiping about your mama, though.
Yeah.
Yes, the women's. I bet they was gossiping like, there's no way she made that.
My mom hates
no way she made that, girl.
Yeah,
a lot of people went home upset that day. They'd just been grinding all weekend, hands scratched, trying to get it done with the pies. And then my mom swoops in.
What kind of pie was it?
I'll have to text her and ask her to get the specifics on it. But delicious.
There's somebody still talking about that. Girl, I lost that damn pie cook-off. And I know she bought that from Kroger's. I know it.
It's so true. That's so true, Lucius. Okay, with the funniest things from the weekend, though, we have to start Friday night, where Broadus' Dallas Mavericks took a giant L.
Yeah.
And I was thinking all weekend how funny it was, the point of, like, man, the Mavericks were ready to win because they packed luggage to just be on the road.
They were. They were trying.
What else
they
were
were
they
ready.
What else were they going to do? Yeah. What else were they going to do? If they won that game, they were going to go to Oklahoma City and get their butts kicked. So it wasn't like they were going to have a time to pit stop it anywhere. That was just because they had dug themselves into such a 10-seed hole, they had no choice but to pack a couple extra clothes just in case they end up winning a game. But Anthony Davis gets shaken up, and the MVP of the weekend is ESPN's production leader, whoever it was calling the shots there in the control room as Anthony Davis is hobbling off the floor, which is a sight that we're all accustomed to seeing. It's like Groundhog's Day. And then all of a sudden you throw it to Nico. That's Emmy Award-winning stuff right there. We have the Nico meme of him side-eyeing, and he's being compared to like Scar from Lion King.
Side, it's so good.
He's fuming, and I don't know if that's self-hatred in that moment or if he's just P-wording Anthony Davis in his mind. But this is the bed that you made. Don't be surprised now when Anthony Davis is limping off the floor.
That's a 2-decade meme right there, is what we got out of it.
It'll stand the test of time.
That's the best thing we've gotten from this entire season.
That's true.
Do we know what the injury is yet?
I mean, he's
another adductor.
Just the usual.
Pulled adductor from trying to shoot.
Nico said he didn't need any surgery or anything. He said he's fine.
Should be fine.
Should be fine.
He's looking forward to getting healthy this offseason, which is another thing we've heard before. He's always looking forward to getting healthy.
Yeah.
Now, Saturday night, we had a couple of fun things. Let's start right here on your home of the Rangers, where Eric Nadel and Adolis Garcia met the walk-off moment.
Me gusta.
One ball, one strike. Yates is ready. He comes home. Adolis swings and belts one. Deep left center. Back goes Taylor at the wall. That ball is history. A 2-run walk-off home run for El Bombi. They stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of Adolis Garcia, who is enjoying his trip around the bases. He flings the helmet away, pumps his right arm, bangs his hand on his chest, and leaps into the pile. The Rangers have won it 4-3 in the bottom of the ninth.
What a top 10 call.
My God.
What a call.
Incredible call.
It is just so good, and we needed that. Thank you, El Bombi, for that moment, because otherwise this weekend would have been a touch more somber with the way the offense looked. If you would have gotten the sweep there to the Shohei-less Dodgers, at least for the first two games, that would have been a bummer. But Adolis met the moment. That was fantastic. CY 420. Obviously looking forward to that conversation. But Eric Nadel just
gets it done
still at the height of his powers. What a moment. Now we also had, I think this was the coolest thing that happened at the AAC Saturday night as the Stars were taking an L. Hopefully they're looking to even things up tonight at the AAC. But I would like for Carter Freeman to throw up what was the coolest highlight, which is when a Stars fan was seen chugging his booze, and everybody was trying to figure out what is the apparatus he's chugging out of. Oh, that's his prosthetic leg. He ripped his prosthetic leg off of his body, poured beer into it, and then chugged it.
Shooey.
How do you not win that game? You know, when something like that's happening. That's one
should have been the turning point.
Yeah, it really should have been. That's a guy that needs to get comp tickets for the rest of this playoff run for sure.
Yeah.
How impressive though! I've never seen a prosthetic shoey chug. How cool is that?
I've never seen that either.
Epic.
That's easily the coolest thing I've seen this weekend. Now.
That's a guy who's in playoff form, and hopefully the Stars will take a page out of his book.
That's how you get foot and mouth disease.
Leave it all on the line. Hey, whatever it takes to root your team on.
What if you like?
I mean, I'm taking in all the senses at once. That synthetic rubbery type of stuff that it fits into. It's probably got some like hockey locker room aroma to it with the mildew. There's just so much going on in that thing.
I drank a beer out of Eric's shoe. I think that's probably far worse than that leg.
Yeah, that was my sauna sneaker, dude.
Yeah.
That was like one of those deals where I thought you were going to need to drink like Tough Actin' Tinactin just for your innards. But you made it through, man. You're built different.
Built different.
Yeah, that takes the cake right there. Thank you, Chief. Best of the weekend every Monday at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We'll look at the Cowboy stuff, but the top stories of the day and takeaways from Nico's press conference earlier. That's coming up next here in the Nation.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit. Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Cowboys presser tomorrow at 11:30. They're going to preview the draft. So let's look forward to, what is to come here over the next, what are we looking at now? 75 hours? 75 hours till our draft coverage is underway with you boys on Thursday night.
Yeah.
We're going to be at all the Pluckers locations across DFW. Come join us and watch the picks be announced. We'll have a giveaway for every pick possible there on night 1. Hopefully the Cowboys do something amazing at 12. All righty. But the press conference tomorrow, a fresh batch of audio and thoughts from Jerry, from Steven, from Will McClay, and from Schottenheimer. You could approach this a lot of ways. I just hope when it's done, they have something that is elite. Maybe that's 2 elite wide receivers that you can hang your hat on. Like, wow, good luck stopping the Cowboys like you're trying to stop the Bengals wide receivers or something like that, or the Eagles, or you could go corner, and when Diggs is back, all of a sudden you could have 3 really good corners if you hit there. You could go defensive line, like the this guy at Georgia that they went to look at. If you have that and Osa and Overshown and Parsons, you could really raise hell. I just think it's important that you nail this pick at 12. And at 44 as well. But just 3 days from this deal, what do you guys expect to be on the board when we get to what is that going to be, Thursday about 8:30 or so?
I'm not really expecting Tedero McMillan to be available the closer we get to this thing. And honestly, he's a guy that should be a top 10 pick anyway. The slide that he kind of went on really from the combine on, that was puzzling and very, very odd, because the tape is tremendous, and even the 40 time that he ran is comparable to other receivers in the league, like Mike Evans, for example, that have gone on to have terrific careers. So it is interesting. Matthew Golden, like if Ted ends up going to the Raiders, does Golden end up going higher? Like, do other teams see Golden kind of the same way as other people do? Or, does that push him up the board? I do think Golden will be there at 12. I think the question just is, do they actually like him that much, or do they want to go with an offensive lineman instead, or does a Jalen Walker from Georgia slide?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of spots here. The more that we kind of progress through this work into the draft and get to the days where on that Thursday, I think there's a couple of spots now that we need to think about with Walker, who you looked at, Dawson, the edge linebacker from Georgia. I feel like he's he's a guy that they would absolutely consider that we're not really talking about nearly enough. But he's looking at right now Carolina at 8 and then New Orleans at 9. So that might take you out of that, where the question is going to be, do they feel good enough about a corner over Golden or an offensive tackle over Golden? So
you don't think they go right guard?
It could be Tyler Booker.
They brought Booker in as one of the 30 visit guys, and we've all kind of talked about in our times that, like, listen, hey, we love Brock Hoffman, but do we love Brock Hoffman for 17 games? Do we love TJ Bass? Yeah, we do, but do we love him for 17 games? I think, to me, that's a big question there. So yeah, could Booker be a guy in consideration at 12? Absolutely. But like I say, it's going to be, do they like this player, this position more than what Golden can bring? I think that's the questions that we need to kind of figure out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different options there.
That's if McMillan's not there.
5-6 different guys. That's if McMillan's not there.
If
McMillan's there,
if McMillan's there, I believe he'll be the pick. If he's not there, there's reasons for them to take Golden, but on their stack, and I'm kind of hearing some whispers, they've got 12 names.
12 first-rounders?
12 first-round names. So, try and do the math, try and figure out, do they have 4 wide receivers? Do they have 3 wide receivers? How many wide receivers do they have? Do they have a corner? Where do they have Hunter?
So it's going to be really easy for the Cowboys unless there's multiple first-round grade guys left.
Yeah.
They're going to take the one that's left.
I think so. And so if that's the case, but do they is their last guy is he the
But it's your belief they really like McMillan?
Yeah. No, absolutely they do.
Do you believe they would take Genty if he's there?
Oh, absolutely they would. Yeah.
I don't see any way Genty's out of the top 6.
How much do they like the offensive lineman that might be there?
Well, I think to me that's when you look at, I think Simmons is high on their list. I think that Campbell would be the next, and then M'Boue would be the 3.
And M'Boue, it sounds like, is a lock to go in the top 10 now.
Yeah,
but there's a chance.
But Jacksonville at 5 aren't in love with Campbell or M'Boue.
Yeah,
where they're picking.
New England at 4, I think, is going to possibly could go lineman. The Jets like Will Campbell at 7.
I wouldn't be surprised. This is just me. I wouldn't be surprised if New England at 4 took Genty.
I think their offense was so bad last year, there's no way you could go defense here and be like, we're going to be good with Dak, a poor right guard, a developing left tackle, and a running back here, that's not blue chip. I think you could say we can win with defense, but that offense was offensive at times last year. It's insufficient to even be carried by an elite defense.
I think to me, then if it was up to me, then I would look at Simmons from Alabama first, then I would look at McMillan next. If that's how I would play it.
Just based on if you had
just
your
on my
choices.
stack, just on my stack, yeah.
Well, it's exciting. The 12th overall pick is a place, where you can absolutely find playmakers and stars. And I don't know if faith in the Cowboys is high overall when it comes to the draft, or if it should be based on how the last 2 years have gone. But when they pick this high, they rarely miss. Okay, Nico presser 2 hours ago. What was the moment that stuck out to you guys? Maybe you were listening at 877-881-1053. The one drawing the most headlines. I did know Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't know quite to this level, was the quote from Harrison. I do feel like this is his last year. The story that we got earlier today was that Patrick Dumont might have started to realize what had happened, and the closed media event from last week might have been Patrick Dumont's decision to essentially make Harrison do that, to try to create some closure before this press conference. But Nico said, that didn't come together the way that they wanted to. He says it fell flat and we didn't do a good enough job.
Yeah, appreciated the self-awareness on that. But overall, at one point he says the words, unfortunately, I'm super stubborn, so someone telling me to do something doesn't work out too well for me. That was just one of those statements where you're like, okay, yeah, that explains plenty. Him not having an understanding of just how important Luka was to the city and to the franchise is no surprise because he made the move. And he's ousted guys like Dirk as well. So that's not really a surprise. And then I just thought it was funny. I think it was Isaac Harris who just asked him as one of the first questions of the entire thing is why shouldn't you be fired?
That's what I took. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he was asked that's the one that
just
got
put it out there. Why shouldn't
you? That was probably the best moments of the press conference, was these just absolute fastballs firing at his head.
Yeah. The thing about it started off kind of as a nice question. And then at the end it was, why should you have a job? Why shouldn't you be fired? And so, I thought that was, I do believe this. He is going to have this year, and that if they can't live up to the lofty expectations that he believes this team should have, then he should submit his own resignation, if that's the case. Or Patrick Dumont should ask for it. If in fact the Mavs are a play-in team again, don't even make the playoffs, then Nico Harrison should know there should not be a question. You built this whole premise on being better next year and competing for championships. And if you're not, then you need to be let go.
It's just embarrassing how blind he is to how flimsy his roster is. He keeps talking about how if we have all these guys healthy, we're a championship team. And it's This is no surprise that Kyrie, with an extra workload, ended up getting hurt at this age. There's no surprise anytime Anthony Davis has to go to the locker room or limp off to the bench. So to think that this has any sustainability is just, it's incompetent.
You don't find that suspicious?
And that's why I think he'll never resign, because he'll never be able to admit to himself how bad this was, because you would have to admit, I made the worst trade. I'm an idiot.
No, he'll be blaming injuries forever about how it didn't work out.
He's stubborn. And he's not one stubborn individual took a nuclear bomb and just blew it over the Dallas Mavericks.
But the great news is, and maybe I just glossed over it earlier, Patrick Dumont knows now. And we needed this to happen. This could have gone on for the next 5 years with Dumont and Harrison in their own insulated bubble of denial. Mm-hmm. Dumont's already out. As the story from Tim Cato, All City Dallas today, those team sources consistently express belief that Dumont no longer sees Harrison as a figure with irreproachable basketball expertise. Mm-hmm. Those same sources say it had some influence over Dumont's decision to make Harrison appear for last week's closed media event, which Harrison did not want to participate. It really plays to me like, or seems to me like, Dumont has realized it. He's like, okay, you got to go own it, right? You got to go try to go clean this up, have fun with that, and then you'll get an off season. And if it doesn't work out, then we're going to be going in a different direction. And like I said last hour, hopefully this is a point where Dumont can say, all right, I can't trust GMs like this anymore. Next time a big trade comes to my desk, I'm going to have other trusted people I can go to as advisors. Mm-hmm. And maybe I got to educate myself so I can't be sold a bill of goods without being able to critically think about it myself. Yeah. Maybe I should go to Mark Cuban and ask him, how did you figure it out? What do I do to try to get on the level of other NBA GMs so I'm not constantly at a disadvantage when it comes to trying to evaluate personnel decisions? And that's what being a successful sports owner is all about. You either want to, admit I know jack squat and have a board of advisors that you can call at a moment's notice to try to check up on if your guys are right or wrong, or actually do what Mark Cuban did and try to become as smart, and it really worked well for Mark until he got so interested by all of his, venture capital, health insurance, crypto ventures, and whatever else that he got into from Shark Tank over the years. But overall, I thought it was very interesting today. You not only had Tim Cato, but Tim McMahon and the Morning News writing about, hey, here comes a Nico press conference, and this dude is starting to look like he's on the ropes a little bit. So today, as he's out there, sure, he's in denial, and sure, what he said was annoying. Like the entire time I was listening to it, I was like, he's just rehashing and giving slightly different explanations for the same crap. But it's what's happening in the background and what was written today on the internet and in the local paper about the way that the ownership group now sees Nico that gives us a path out. And that path out has to be, if this doesn't work, we got to trade Kyrie and AD before they get to 34, 33. Whatever trade value they have right now is, not as high as what it was 3 months ago when they were playing and healthy. Can we get them back playing and healthy and either be like, okay, we're going for the championship, and if we win it, we're blowing it up, or just blow it up next February? You don't have control of any of your draft picks from 2027 through 2030. And that's the real terrifying thing. It's one thing if you trade away my best player. Okay, we suck now, right? We're going back into the lottery. We can hope to get the next transcendent star.
You go full Oklahoma City after they lost all their parts, but we've collected a ridiculous amount of picks, and then we will find a way to dig ourselves out of this with a bunch of lottery picks, picking in the top 5. Yeah. But the Mavericks aren't even set up for that, which is why this could be a disaster. And they're not going to punt on next trade deadline. I don't think they're not going to break it down then, because you will have just gotten the return of Kyrie Irving, and that'll be them saying, okay, this is the team that we envisioned. They're going to get a full season. And then this time next year, we can be talking about perhaps blowing it up.
Perhaps. Yeah, that's probably the most likely realistic timeline. We also have to talk about where does Jason Kidd fit in all this?
Well, he was apparently frustrated by dude, I just built this entire team around Luka, and now all of a sudden you're going to pull the plug on that, and now we got to circumvent the way we go about doing things as I find out about this ridiculous trade at the 11th hour. So you're finding out that Dumont and ownership are now trying to distance themselves from Nico, and I don't think Jason Kidd is super fond with the trade from the beginning, and then just all the fallout since. So you have all those things playing, and then the fact that too, like, we thought Nico was just, I mean, you could tell he's a bit of a bleep hole with the tone deafness and all those different things, but it felt like just incompetence at a high level. But when you get the Casey Smith story,
golly,
where you guys are at the Hall of Fame, Dirk Nowitzki
man.
Stuff, and then everything seems fine. You get back, and Casey Smith is going to Florida or wherever to be with his mom, who is deathly ill, and so you set up a Zoom meeting and fire him that way.
Yeah,
a guy who is beloved in the organization, and not only just a trainer, but is now he's an executive in the organization. He's beloved by everyone, one of the best in the world at what he does. And Nico felt threatened by him because he was the guy that was stepping up saying, like, this Christian Wood trade.
Yeah.
He was like, dude, we can't be doing this. This guy is like a cancer in the locker room. That's going to be a disaster. And Nico right there was like, you know what? Okay, remember, he's stubborn. I'm not going to be told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So Casey Smith, be gone. Even if it's, even if you're at your mom's deathbed and I'm breaking this news to you over Zoom after 20 years in the organization.
Yeah, maybe we should have known then. I thought it was real curious and it was suspicious that all of a sudden Casey Smith, who was so beloved by everybody and had done such a great job. But I mean, until recently in this story, Nico thinks that they upgraded at trainer. You can't upgrade,
Dude, and then you find out the guys that you have in there don't even like each other because you hired the understudy before you hired the guy who's running the whole thing. So those guys have a bunch of differences. Like, that's one of the biggest things from the article is just how much of a disaster class their training staff is right now because they're not even on the same page.
Yeah, which shows up on the floor.
And one of those guys isn't even fully credentialed in the up to NBA standards to be an NBA trainer.
Yeah, Billsboro. He's a glorified cheerleader, is what Tim McMahon wrote in the article.
Yeah, the Tim McMahon piece is an incredible. Lots of very interesting things revealed today, including the words "resented" was the term that Cato used to describe how Jason Kidd looks at the trade. He resents the fact that this trade was made, and now we have to wonder if this is also going to cost you Kidd, who I don't know how much credit to give to Kidd and how much to give to the players, but when they were in playoff series where it looked like they were done, they had the game-to-game adjustments like I've never seen.
Yeah.
They would go from being outmatched to all of a sudden they had all the answers to the test, and certainly part of that is Luka and the great roster that Nico helped put together, but you don't make those kind of moves in postseason series that turn a series on its head after being down 2-0 unless you're a really damn good coach. So that's where we are. Where are we headed next? I think is a lot more interesting now than it was on Friday because we know Kidd hates it, right? So maybe he can go talk to the owners about, hey, we really screwed up, and we know that Dumont is now, looking annoyed at Nico. All right, C-Notes coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening with just a couple of days to go until the draft. What is the expectation around the league about the last-minute homework the Cowboys are doing? We'll discuss that and more with you coming up next here, the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Got to tell you about Trajan Wealth, though. That's Traja.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and we are excited about draft week. It's Thursday night here on The Fan. Our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the DFW Pluckers locations for a draft night party where we have a great contest. Been doing it for years. And y'all win prizes and drink specials while we watch the draft together. Segment here of the nation is your Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. They only get paid when you win. There's no out-of-pocket cost. Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. We're only about 15 minutes away from Brian's Krusty's Corner, so looking forward to that. Also looking forward to the pre-draft press conference tomorrow at 11:30. What do you think they're going to have in that for us, Brian? Do they give anything away? They give anything good away? Are they going to tell us what they're looking at tomorrow? You know, Jerry can't help himself.
Yeah, Jerry might flash the big board.
Yeah, he usually does it after night one.
Yeah, you never know what Jerry's going to do. So it depends. You know, the questions could be really the questions can draw him into some things that maybe he doesn't want to talk about. I'm sure Steven and Will are going to be on point, making sure, hey, Jerry, don't talk about this, and Steven will probably laugh some things off, but a lot of it really does depend on the question. I think Jerry Jones has a hard time not telling the truth on this stuff. If you take him a certain direction, he'll give you an idea of maybe where those players do sit on their board.
Like those Nico Harrison style questions to be flying at the Cowboys' heads tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes those Cowboys reporters like to lecture the rest of the media on how you interview Jerry Jones. I think the Mavs reporters just gave a clinic right there.
Yeah.
That was outstanding. But let me ask you about this quote that's gone viral today. Offensive line guru Duke Manyweather.
Yeah.
He is he's a guy who works locally and works with some of the best offensive linemen in college and the NFL. He was asked on Twitter about Tyler Guyton, Cowboys' second-year offensive tackle. How will he perform next season? He says, honestly, don't know.
Yeah.
He's got a lot to figure out to take the leap. That's up to him. in all capitals. I like how he's putting it on him and says it almost like he's saying, listen, guy's got all the talent in the world. It's up to him. I can't tell you what he's going to do with it.
There's some questions about maturity, and now I have questions whether Duke is still working with him. Maybe.
Yeah, I can't imagine that he is, because Duke is usually going to bat for the guys that he's helping along.
And if there's things that need to be figured out, then Duke. I was talking with Duke this weekend though, just kind of, he was trying to kind of educate some folks on what was going on, and then you had people that were like, "Well, you don't know what the hell you're talking about," and I'm like, "Bro, you can't win. You just can't win doing this." So, it sounded like that kind of opinion. Maybe that he's not working with Guyton anymore. That's kind of what I think.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. But
maybe he's okay with that.
It could also be good coaching. Like maybe he's told Guyton that same message. Well, and so he's just being consistent with it in the public. I don't know.
Maturity. The questions. There was a lot of things that we were talking about during the season that that we were hearing that he needed to be more mature and take things more seriously.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay. We just got news here from the 214. There might be some Tiff's treats downstairs. And that would be insane. 214. Salute to you if that's true.
Good for you, bro. Man. That's a good call.
That sounds like just what the doctor ordered right about now. But to me, if Duke Manyweather is saying that, it is saying that, it's just pointing out the guy has not reached his potential. How are you looking at Tyler Guyton going into this draft right here? I would think can't count on you. Like the measurables, you need to grow up. This might take till you're 27. You're only 23 right now. So I need to build my team with developing you in mind, but I can't also rely on you right now. We got an aging quarterback here. We got to run the ball better. When our quarterback gets good left tackle play, like we saw from Tyron Smith from time to time over the last 5 years, you're looking at an MVP candidate. The moment we take away good left tackle play, we get troubling interception totals. So I can't risk it. That's how I'm going into this. And if a player is there at 12 that can be an immediate upgrade and give me a chance of having a good left tackle for the next decade, I'll develop Guyton. Maybe I put him at right tackle when Steele's contract is over. Maybe he's just a swing tackle for his career. And if he's really good and then we have an excess of him, maybe we could trade him. But I can't go forward without a left tackle here with Dak at this point in his career.
Well, that's what I would be. If I'm the Cowboys, they know better than anybody. So if you've got doubts on if this guy's going to be putting in the work and the commitment right now, and you have the opportunity to take a Justin Simmons out of Ohio State at 12, I'm absolutely working the phones, and I would try and get ahead of and move it. Even if that means I'm sacrificing, this is a guy that I drafted in the first round. The value's not going to improve if, one, he's out there playing and doesn't play well, and then two, what do teams think if it's like, okay, I'm just not going to play him? That means obviously you don't think he's very good. So maybe there was a team that had a high grade on him just a year ago, and if you end up drafting a dude who's going to start at left tackle for you at 12, I think when you look at some of the other GMs in football, being able to say I made a mistake and quickly reacting to that, could I get an extra third-round pick, which is going to help me maybe get a runner or a corner this year or a defensive lineman? I'd be looking to try and do that.
That would be interesting. Could you get a 3 right now for Guyton? I
don't know what the value is, but I would a 4? I would ask. I would call.
Maybe, I think I'd be interested in a 4, but I'm also interested in just having him on the team because he's tall and he's strong.
Yeah, I'm not quitting on the guy.
Growing up happens, and you never know maybe he gets worried about the career is going to be over next summer and just absolutely turns into beast mode. You don't know. So I wouldn't want to be giving him away, but the trade possibility is there. But more than that, I don't know how many years of Dak I have left. And I know that when he gets hurt or has to try to escape from pressure, the likelihood of injury goes up significantly. Okay. Meanwhile, speaking of first-round picks, we go to SI here. Cowboys still suffering from most haunting first-round NFL draft flop. They're not talking Guyton. They're talking about Mozzie Smith. Where are you guys with the big run-stopping defensive tackle going into this draft? Do they need to get another one? And what's the latest you could do it and still get an upgrade over Mozzie?
Well, there's some information getting out now about some of the health of some of these defensive tackles with these one techniques. And so we are going to need to really dive in and see how this might shake out. And Collins from Texas was a guy that we've talked about maybe as a defensive tackle, one technique that maybe you'd have to pick at 44. there's some things medically you're going to have to deal with there. Harmon from Oregon, similar things that you're going to have to deal with him as well when it comes to medical. If you see a couple of guys sliding, both those defensive tackles, you'll know why. That the teams have some questions about their medical that's not great right now.
So I did some digging on Harmon, and at least from Oregon, the word is it's the weight. It's the weight with him. So he came out, like if you watch the Boise State game, that actually does show up on film. One of the first games of the season, he was not the same player. So he came out overweight, was a little bit sluggish. The body then is not bouncing back and recovering as quickly. They just need to make sure you monitor and get his weight where it needs to be, because he definitely got better as the season went. But he's a guy you might need to watch out for. Does he show up to training camp over 345 pounds? And we've got an issue here.
But I do think the need for an upgrade over Mozzie Smith is one of the biggest priorities in this draft, because your defense can only be so good if your guy's getting pushed to the first down yellow marker. That's Mozzie Smith. Yeah. I mean, he had a couple of better games, but we're grading on a huge curve, and it was not sustainable throughout the rest of the season. It was like Brock Hoffman. Hey, man, you popped up a couple of times versus weaker opponents. Cool. But that's not a guy that you can depend on as a starter, and Mozzie Smith isn't that either. So they have got to find a way to upgrade that.
Seems like some games he was sufficient, like it was the division rival games.
Division games, he was actually, those were his best games, but the games where he was playing against the other opponents, he wasn't as consistent.
Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know how much you prioritize that right now, considering they have needs at other spots, but you're not going to be really great at stopping the run until you have a great one of those. Daniel Jeremiah, talking Cowboys draft plan, says the word around the league in his circle is they've done a lot of work on the interior offensive linemen. We've talked about some of their candidates at 12. Does it stretch into the second, third round? Like if you're thinking right guard or if you're thinking center, can they find plug and play on day 2 and beyond, or do we need to get that guy at 12 if there's going to be an offensive line upgrade, Brian?
Well, to me, it kind of drops off. And I'm looking at it as, and I'll ask you this, Zach, do you think Donovan Jackson makes it to you at 44?
I would love it if he did. I don't.
Okay. If that's the case, and likely you're going to have Booker, Jackson, Gray, Zabel, whether you play him at guard or center, is going to be off the board. Then it turns into some guys that are, I don't know if necessarily some plug and plays. Marcus Mimbao, and then also though Milam from West Virginia.
Milam.
Yeah, and then Ratledge from Georgia, Frazier from LSU. I don't know.
Jonah from Zona?
Yeah, Jonah from Zona. Those are all kind of like fourth round guys, third and fourth round guys. I don't know how much plug and play that you would get out of those guys myself. And then it kind of dips pretty good. I know you like Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech.
Well, the Cowboys did a lot of work on him. Yeah, Caleb Rogers and Luke Kandra, the guard out of Cincinnati, would be another guy I like quite a bit in the 5th round range.
Yeah, I had him at 202 on my board myself.
Path to Draft coverage brought to you by Pluckers. Night 1 is Thursday. Round 2 and 3 on Friday, and then your day 3 extravaganza there with 4, 5, 6, and 7. And, of course, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, DallasCowboys.com crew going to be dominating all 3 days, and we absolutely cannot wait for it. Okay, now, Brian, so what's coming up next?
Yeah, I've got a mock draft from a friend of the program, and I'm interested if Zach really believes this could happen. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Stars get even with the Avalanche? And we'll ask Reddit during the...
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's
We all want a little bit more Choppy in our lives. Let's get our fan ambassador Chops adopted. She's a trained, lovable, low-maintenance pup. She's going to be your best friend. Check her out online. The gorgeous pics. What a doll she is. 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this as well. I thought this was this time of year you get some interesting mock drafts, of course. The closer we get, the final ones, I think, are the best ones. When somebody says, okay, this is, say, 4.0 or 3.0, whatever they say, that's the one. The other ones, I think, in the media, folks are just moving players around to try and just create buzz. So if you've followed along somebody who does mock drafts, I'm going to say just take the last one as being the one that they did the most research on. They're not trying to mess with it. They're really trying to get those picks right. So, but I want to talk about a guy who's a friend of the program who did a mock draft. And I think it's a guy who knows your team pretty well. It's John Owning.
Oh, John.
John Owning from Pro Football Focus did a mock draft. And everybody was assigned a team. And John just happened to be assigned the Dallas Cowboys, which he follows quite extensively. Wouldn't you say that there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. John knows.
John knows your football team. And we've talked to John a bunch about the Cowboys, and John's really always done a really nice job of giving his opinion on that. But I want to run through this, Zach, and from your notes and what you think. And I want to point out a couple of players he might have passed on and see if John missed the boat on this one, if I could.
Okay.
All right. With the 12th pick, though, John, and this is with Ashton Genty on the board. With Genty on the board at 12, he took Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State. Now, McMillan was gone before, but with Genty on the board, he went ahead and went with Egbuka. And what happened was the Dolphins at 13 right behind you took Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
Possibility of that one?
Look, I'd be advocating for Egbuka at 12 right now if Tet was gone.
Sure.
I've got Egbuka right behind Tet and then Golden. That's how I have the receivers ranked. So I would be fighting for Emeka Egbuka. But the first thing in the Brian Broaddus Draft 101 school is don't window dress your board.
Sure.
And if I've got Ashton Genty as the third best player in the draft,
sure,
I'm not passing him at 12 for a guy that I've got as the 12th best player in the draft.
Right. I'm with you on that, and I appreciate you listening. With the 44th pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Braden Swinson, edge from LSU.
Ooh.
And his reasoning is, with DeMarcus Lawrence's departure, the Cowboys need to find an edge to complement Micah Parsons. Swinson's 22% pass rush win rate in 2024, which ranked in the 97th percentile, suggests he could be perfect Robin to Parsons' Batman on the edge.
I love that pick. And at 44, I'm not sure exactly who else could have been there, but I think Swinson's one of these guys that you talk about just natural bend, the first step quickness, relentless pursuit. He's never quitting on plays. And he had 13 sacks, 8.5, 12 quarterback hurries, and 13 sacks last year. So I think he's a dude that is an absolute stud that's ascending. Now, he's an LSU Tiger, so I'm sure you know him well, rallies to the ball in the run game. I love him. And in terms of a pass rusher, If you can't get a guy like Mike Green in the first round, who would be my top guy for Marshall, in the second round to get a guy like Braden Swinson, 6'4", 250, yeah, him and Micah would be a lot of fun together.
Do you have him in the second round on your board?
I put him in the third.
I do too. So that would be rich for me at 44. At 76, he's got Alfred Collins. We talked about Alfred Collins and some of the defensive tackles and some of the issues that, like I said, I don't know if John knows completely all the things that Alfred Collins is dealing with right now, but at 76, I think that would be a really, really good pick.
I'd love it. I mean, I've got Collins in the second, but you're right. Some of the injury stuff that we don't know about, could that end up knocking him down? But I'm a huge fan of Alfred Collins' game out of Texas, and if you want somebody that's going to be helpful against the run, he certainly is that player.
He's absolutely very helpful against the run, but again, we'll have to check on those injuries and stuff. I just want to make a point, though, at 77, he had New England taking Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. So he passed on a runner.
So he doesn't have Cowboys going running back at all if they wanted to.
Yeah, he doesn't. He does not. So even at 12, and then he doesn't have it at 44 or 76. So he's kind of taking the Eric Chiafalo approach here. He's going to wait till the 5th round to try and get one of these running backs. Is what he's going to do.
Just got to hope some of them slide. I mean, maybe you can get lucky and a Taj Brooks hangs around there for you out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, he's a grunter.
As at 83 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. R.J. Harvey went off the board. Okay, so now you've lost Sampson and Harvey on my board. Those would be like 2 third-round guys. Those are 2 guys that I would have absolutely considered at 76. I might have considered Collins before I knew everything at 44 instead of Swinson, but here we are. At 149, he's taken Brashard Smith.
There you go.
From SMU.
Yeah, you got yourself a runner there. And Brashard Smith, converted wide receiver. Locally, I'm sure people know him a lot. He transferred from Miami, played 35 games there, was second team All-ACC. Can also return for you. But the quick cuts, super elusive in the open field, really good receiving back. I mean, that translates. He could be the Tyrone Tracy Jr. type player that the Giants were able to get in the 5th. That was a converted wide receiver, played a year at running back. I mean, the ceiling is really, really high for Brashard Smith. 5'10", 194. The size is there. Angles are exceptional with him. He's not the most physical runner. He's definitely a guy that is not going to necessarily run over you.
Yeah, he's a wide receiver playing running back.
He's difficult to tackle, man. He really, really is.
Yeah. At 174, they take Denzel Burke, the corner from Ohio State.
I think that's a steal, don't you?
I absolutely think this is I think this would be a great pick. This guy right here is a guy that plays a lot of zone coverage. He could play nickel. You could put him inside. He gets his hands on a lot of passes. He doesn't have great deep speed, but the lateral agility, the ability to stay with people and stuff, it's just a problem when they go vertical on him. But carrying routes and things like that, I was pretty impressed. At 174, this guy could plug in and play your nickel for no problem at all. Am I
Played
right
in a ton of big games, and he's a strong tackler as well.
At pick 204, he's on a roll here. He takes linebacker Teddy Buchanan from Cal. This is a pick you got from the Detroit Lions, by the way. I think Teddy Buchanan's more like a third-round player, and to grab him at 204, what do you like about Teddy Buchanan?
I mean, he's definitely, I guess if we're going pet cats in the draft, he's one of mine. I mean, this guy at 6'2", you can't watch him, like even when you're trying to watch other players there at Cal, it's just Teddy Buchanan that you notice. He just makes every single tackle. Sideline to sideline speed. I think he's good in zone coverage. He's just smooth. The way that he's able to cover ground in a hurry, I love Teddy Buchanan. He does, and it could be the hair, but he does give me just the way that he plays and makes every tackle. It's Eric Kendricks.
Very much of like an Eric Kendricks player. And this guy can cover really, really well too. So when you start to put him in some situations, he can make some plays that way. At 211, he takes Jarquez Hunter, the running back from Auburn.
Okay, so now you got a good 1-2 punch here because Hunter is what Brashard Smith lacks. Hunter is, I'm going to move the pile. I'm going to bully through you. Maybe doesn't have the most elusiveness in the open field. The speed's not a huge problem with him either, but that's a nice tandem right there, Smith and Hunter, to double down in the second day if you don't end up taking running backs on days 1 or 2.
Yeah, so you feel good about the situation of passing those guys.
I like that pairing.
To get the player. I do too. I think it's a good pairing, but I just wanted to be known that like I say, Sampson was one of my favorite guys from Tennessee. So, but Hunter and Smith are all right as well. At pick 217, he takes Holland Pierce, the tackle from Rutgers. I don't know.
I saw that guy get undressed basically every rep at the Shrine Bowl. He's top heavy.
He doesn't move his feet.
He doesn't move it well at all. I mean, look, you're talking about a flyer where I'm just taking a dude he's a massive human being. But if there's a guy like Isai Pohl out of Washington State, who I think could be a swing tackle,
much better
guy,
pass sets and stuff like that.
I'm not a huge Holland Pierce guy.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan there at 217 either. That's a pick you got from the Tennessee Titans. Just to give you an idea, at pick 228, the Lions. This pick came from the Cowboys, by the way. They took Ollie Gordon, running back from Oklahoma State.
Okay. I mean, that's even later than I've got him going.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I've got...
Would you have taken Ollie Gordon before Smith, or would you have taken him before Hunter?
I've got Smith ahead of Gordon. I think I've got Gordon and Hunter both in the 5th round. I was a little soured by watching Ollie Gordon. He just looked a little stiff to me.
Yeah.
But I think he is a bigger back that if you can get what he was 2 years ago when he clearly trusted his offensive line more, I'd probably go Gordon over Hunter.
At 239, the Cowboys, this is a pick they got via the Packers. They're going to take safety Jordan Hancock from Ohio State.
That's good value, too. And you need yourself a safety. I mean, Jordan Hancock is a physical specimen from Ohio State. So that's certainly, I mean, you take these Buckeyes, man. You've got Ransom is another guy that they've got that's pretty damn good that should go way higher than that. I mean, I'm surprised that he's fallen.
Yeah, I am, too. I think this kid makes a lot of plays. I think he's super tough, too. But
really tough.
To get him at 239, I think is an absolute steal. And then at the last pick at 247 for the Cowboys, this is a pick through Kansas City, edge Johnny Walker Jr. from Missouri.
Yeah, so we exchanged edge rushers there. So Swinson was a guy that John told me about, and then I told him about Johnny Walker Jr.
Yeah.
And both of them are big fans. I don't know how much the Cowboys like Johnny Walker Jr. I think there's a sense like this is a guy that isn't super powerful, doesn't set the edge.
Yeah.
But as a pass rush specialist, I absolutely love him.
What traits did you like? Because that's usually what you're hunting there.
Yeah, it's the bend with him.
Yeah,
he fires off the ball. He's able to dip and get underneath offensive tackles. He's just very difficult to get hands on, and he keeps his chest clean.
Yeah, the pick that we seem to have the most problem with, though, is the 217 then with the Hollis.
I wouldn't take Pierce personally.
And then you were also okay, though, with Swinson at 44? Or
it was a little high. I mean, that's probably the only one that I don't think he got great value for, but you might have to. I mean, teams value that. They covet the traits that Swinson has.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Every day at 3:40 here on The Fan. Chris Young Show's coming up at 4:20. We're talking hockey with Eddie Olczyk next in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks for hanging with the G-Bag Nation.
You can feel it.
On 105.3 The Fan or on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerico.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ronald Acuna Jr. criticizing on social media his manager, Brian Snitker, for the double standard of running out and hustling on a fly ball is spot on. It's not to say that Acuna shouldn't have hustled several years ago. It's that if you're going to apply those standards, especially as a Braves manager trying to hold up the rules of baseball, it has to apply to everyone. Good for Acuna Jr. for calling out the hypocrisy. I'm Bill Ryder.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. I spend a lot of time talking about gimmicks, but one thing that's not a gimmick is getting your AC system tuned up before the summer. You wouldn't drive your car 100,000 miles without an oil change, right? Well, your AC system works just as hard, and without regular maintenance, dirt and debris causes your AC to lose about 5% of its efficiency per year. That could be over $300 alone in electricity. Regular tune-ups decrease your chances of a major repair by over 60% and prevents voiding your equipment warranty. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of.
But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation here, 105.3, The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. It's a big sports Monday, and we got a Game 2 tonight that's it's a must-have, as Eddie Olczyk joining us now, the United States Hockey Hall of Famer. Had a great 16-year career, had a record 18-game point streak in his prime, which was a
bad
record.
Man.
Yeah. And now with the NHL on TNT, of course, Eddie, a good afternoon. Thank you for joining us once again, buddy. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Salute to you. Now, what can you tell us? What's gone wrong for our Stars?
Boy, well, actually, it was their best game that they've played probably in, 3 weeks, 3.5, 4 weeks. Everybody knows going into the playoffs, they were obviously limping in, not winning in 7 games, going 0-5-2. But I think it even kind of stretched a little bit past that when they were on that great run where I think they got points in 10 straight games. And we were in there for with TNT. I think the Blues were in town, and we talked to the terrific head coach of your Dallas Stars, Peter DeBoer, and you can kind of just tell in breaking down coach speak, I think is the verbiage I used in that game, is, yeah, we're winning games, but I took it as like there were stretches in quite a few games that were concerning where they just weren't playing the way that they needed to play, but they were finding ways to win. And I think what ended up happening is at the end of the year, that caught up with them. And look, they played a strong game the other night. I mean, they were right there, a 2-1 game, and an outstanding use of the timeout for maybe non-hockey fans. You only get one timeout in the National Hockey League, and they're down 2-0 on the power play in the third period. And their top power play unit was out there. They didn't have anything going, and they used the timeout, and they scored a goal, and they were back in it. The crowd was in it, and they just ended up. Obviously, it wasn't a 5-1 game, but it's 8 in a row now. And having played as long as I did, and stood behind the bench for a couple of years, a bunch of years ago, and now broadcasting, it is tough to get off this roller coaster sometimes when it's going either way. Now, obviously, you love it when you're winning 7, 8, 9, 10 games in a row and you're getting points. But when it goes the other way, it almost seems like the train is going faster and faster. And yeah, we know Jason Robertson, and yeah, no Miro Heiskanen. But I think the mindset's got to be for this team is let's try to win a game 2-1 and give Jake Ottinger all the help you can and see what happens. So it's dire times. There's no doubt. I said the other night in our TNT broadcast, I know Peter DeBoer said that with their history recently is, they've had tough times in game ones of series. It's way different, or was way different in my opinion, because somebody had asked him, like, do you think this is a must win? And, and of course he did not. But I thought that maybe it wasn't a must win in capital letters, but it was in lowercase, that's for sure, because you want to stop the bleeding somehow, and obviously they weren't able to do it. But I think they can grab from what they did is that it's one of their better games in a long time, and you got another chance to get back into the series because the Colorado Avalanche are the real deal, and the Stars got to find a way to win a game, let alone get in the series. They got to win a hockey game because it's been way too long for this team.
Eddie, you made a great point on the broadcast tonight about Peter maybe mixing up some lines and stuff like that.
Yeah,
is that something that you've kind of gone the whole entire season, and is it something that is that simple, or is it just you got to try something when you're not playing well right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. Look, and as I said, Pete's he's had a lot of success in this league, and he knows his personnel, and look, unfortunately for him, he's seen a lot of different combinations here over the course of the last, just go back to the Four Nations face-off where, you got people coming in, you got people going out, you've got guys not playing, you got guys coming back. I mean, so they've had obviously lots of different looks, but I think most coaches, when you are going in a situation where you haven't scored and, you're looking to just kind of shake it up a little bit, right? And he moved the lines around a little bit. And I think all you're looking for is you're just looking for that one combo. And I'm talking more specifically about the trios up front, the forward units of, can I get I think he went to Hintz, Ben, and Rantanen, I think, in that third period at some point. You're just looking for a line to shake it up a little bit, just to get everybody's attention, but just also look for some kind of a combination. Look, some coaches like to move just the left wingers, and maybe they move the centers, and they move the right wingers. I mean, there's lots of different philosophies, but I just think when you are in desperate times and you haven't found a way to score, look, the Stars had chances. They did. Yeah. They had chances throughout the game. They just weren't able, to cash in, right? I mean, on two of the goals for Colorado the other night, the Stars had unbelievable chances right before that. They weren't able to score, and then Colorado comes right down the ice and gets a couple of goals. So just think about the swings in momentum within the game or within the shift where you think you're going to put one into the back of the net. And I mean, I think it was Marchman that had the unbelievable chance at 2-1, and then all of a sudden they come back the other way and, they end up scoring and make it 3-1 and eventually win 5-1. So I just think it's all about feel, and Peter DeBoer certainly knows his team best. But I think you're in a situation where if you see or recognize that, hey, 2 or 3 guys aren't going, and maybe they're all on separate lines, well, maybe you sit there and go, well, you know what, I got to put those 3 guys together, and I got to get some other guys up there and those particular lines and maybe help those other guys that are going. So, I thought Matt Duchene was one of those guys that had a real strong game from the seat I was sitting in the other night at American Airlines Center.
Eddie Olczyk with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You mentioned Miro earlier. From a Stars perspective, we're just praying to the hockey gods. Can we please get him back at some point in this series? But a huge boost for Colorado could be Gabriel Landeskog, who is now active. He hasn't played in 3 years. I mean, is this more of an emotional lift here? Do you know any more of this? Is he actually going to go? And how good could he be? He hasn't played hockey in forever.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because there is, at this time of year, there is a lot of propaganda. There is a lot of, verbiage coming from all different camps in the National Hockey League. And, when it was reported that, that Landeskog was going to go down to the minors and play a couple of games, which he did, and then he comes back and he's with the team and he's around and he's on the ice at practice and he's traveling with the team and he's in the locker room. There is that unbelievable moral support. I mean, they're the only ones. Like, we asked the question to Jared Bednar, the head coach of the Avalanche, and, he was very coy and, he's on, he's here. And without really saying anything, it's just one of those things where at any given time, when will be the right time where he, where they do give him a shot. Now, there's lots of different philosophies when it comes to playoff hockey, is that as long as everybody's healthy and, you win a game, you very rarely see line changes. So am I expecting him to play tonight without hearing anything or whatever? I mean, I would lean more no than yes. But you turn around and sit there and go, well, if you're going to get him in, wouldn't this be a great opportunity to get him into a game before they would go home and see how it goes? So any inside info, absolutely not. The Avalanche were very tight-lipped. I think it will be that way until he gets an opportunity to play, whether it's in this series or the next one. But think about it. The last time he played, he was hoisting the Stanley Cup for the Avalanche some 3 years ago.
So if we look at this series in retrospect and it plays out, you don't get Miro back, you don't get Robertson back, they lose. Would you think, boy, we got to retool this thing, maybe less forwards, more help on the back end, or would you just think we got unlucky and hit a rough patch and then got hurt?
I would lean more towards because I think Jimmy Nill and his staff, they've done an amazing job here. I really do. Look, when you do lose an impact player, like Heiskanen on the back end, it's a trickle down effect. Now you're asking guys to play way above where they probably should consistently. Most teams you could get by for a couple of games or a stretch, but especially when you're going up against a team like Colorado. I mean, but that's the hand that's dealt. Look at I would describe it as the Stars are playing 5-card stud with probably 3.5 cards right now. And sometimes you might get dealt 3 Kongs. You might, but you're asking for a tall task for the guys that are out there to be able to do it. So you need the guy in goal. You need Otter to be perfect. You need your specialty teams to come up large when you do get the opportunities, and you cannot give the Avalanche or any team you're playing, doesn't matter what the situation, you can't give them any freebies, right? You can't give them any clear opportunities where they could be prevented with, your lack of puck management. So look at if it goes sideways or continues to go sideways for the Stars, I would look at it long term and go, look, they got some damn good players there. I mean, you're going to have to make some decisions on a couple of guys that contracts expiring. But at the end of the day, I think the foundation is there to make a run. And look, you don't bring in a guy like Mikko Rantanen and commit to him like you did, and all of a sudden sit there and think that you're going to continue to make massive changes on the ice because you do have a heck of a foundation there already. But at this time of year, you got to step up, and nobody's going to feel sorry for you. So I think for the Stars, it's just worrying about winning one game right now to get off the schneid and then give yourself a chance to get to Colorado tied up at 1.
Yeah, the big concern for us, Eddie, was just the Stars defensively. I mean, even if you had Miro, I think that's definitely been a weakness for them, why they haven't been able to advance to the Cup final and losing some series to Vegas and then to Edmonton. Sure. So, I mean, if you look at how they're constructed, even if you have Miro, do you think they're good enough defensively? I mean, I've just been struggling to find where do they have an edge in this series outside of goalie?
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, no team. There are and people would maybe argue this. I mean, there is no perfect hockey player. I mean, there are some unbelievably talented, and you got one on the other end in Colorado and Cale Makar, where you start looking at numbers and what he's doing. I mean, for maybe some of the younger listeners, I mean, take a look at the numbers and what Bobby Orr did in the National Hockey League for so many years. I mean, that's the comparison to a guy like that. I mean, Bobby Orr was as perfect as a hockey player that maybe there ever was on the back end. But I feel like, I mean, what was one of the reasons why they brought in Chris Tanev last year, right? I mean, because they were able to help him. He was able to be that defensive type of guy that all teams would love and need. So, I mean, whether that's from within of drafting or, trading or looking for a free agent, yeah, sure. I would not argue that, the Stars could probably use another defender or two, but those guys are hard to come by. And, maybe you have to take from your offensive guys up front, and maybe you have to move somebody like that in order to bring another back end guy. But look at Jimmy Nill and his staff. I mean, they addressed that last year, right? And obviously they came up short. But that guy, I mean, Chris Tanev obviously would look unbelievable, back in a Star sweater with how he performed last year, and now obviously he's in Toronto. So I can't argue your concern or your point about the back end. Yeah, could it be better? Yeah, hell yes. But when you do have the puck a lot, and I think you can probably talk about this with your football team there, right? The best defense in the world is when you have the rock in your hand, right? Like, that's the best defense in the world. Like, you control what's going on, and I think the Stars certainly have that ability when they're going good and they're playing really well, is when the puck is on their stick, regardless if they're scoring. There's no better defense in the game of hockey, is that when you do control and you have the puck on your stick.
All right, Eddie, enough this hockey talk. Tell me about this horse journalism at the Derby.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about this. I need to know.
I will be there. This will be my 11th year working for NBC. I will be there with the TV coverage the first Saturday in May. And if you want to follow some of my picks over the whole weekend, you can go to twinspires.com. That's twinspires.com. I'll have a lot of my picks over the course of Derby and Oaks weekend. And journalism will be the favorite. I think he's probably going to be in that 7-2 to 4-1 range. So for people that like to invest, if you wager 100, you might get back $480 or $500, which is a pretty good bet. He looks like he is the real deal here. Like, he just looks like he can be close to the lead. He can come off. He's had some adversity. Now, it's a 20-horse field when he gets to Kentucky Derby, but I can tell you right now that I am going to be investing quite a bit on the horse journalism. I'll give you a couple other horses, too. I'll give you one, the name Tiz-tastic, and the other one I like is Sandman.
There you go.
And then the other one I like is if the horse gets in. The horse is on the also eligibles, but the other horse I think you got to use underneath is Baeza. So journalism, Tistastic, Sandman, and Baeza would be the horses if the Derby was running tomorrow that I would be picking and getting my feet wet on our NBC broadcast on the first Saturday in May.
I think your hockey coverage is secondary to your horse racing coverage, by the way, sir. I really do. I mean, you are.
That's very kind of you.
No, you are awesome. I love when they go to you standing there at the board and you're walking us through it. It's my favorite thing.
That's very nice. I appreciate it. It's been a passion of mine. I've been playing. I went to the racetrack as a kid when I was 12 years old, and I've been wearing out a pass to the so-called pitcher's mound ever since. I've been going to the racetrack for, considering I'm an old guy, I'm 58. I've been going there for 46 years, and I'm not going anywhere else. I know that for sure. So I thank you for the kind words, and hopefully we can make people a little bit of money on Derby weekend at Churchill Downs.
You're the man, Eddie. Enjoy the Derby, enjoy the Cup, and we'll catch up with you real soon.
I will be in Colorado for Game 4 with the Stars and Avs on TNT, so looking forward to getting back on that series.
Nice. Let's go. We look forward to watching Eddie Olczyk there on TNT here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, now, when we come back, it's time for the Chris Young Show, all right? So we're talking with the Rangers president of baseball operations as we hold our breath, hoping for a great Stars performance and victory tonight to even up this series, and we're back with all that here in the nation.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's time for the Chris Young Show here on The Fan, home of the Rangers. It's brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, Chris. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm still watching Langford get called out here at second. I don't understand what the guy was looking at.
Well, look, I disagreed with the call. It's not the first call I'll disagree with, and certainly wish we had at least gotten a chance to see Berger finish his at bat. But the bottom line is we didn't lose that game because of that call. We just didn't really put up any runs, and that ultimately, we had a couple chances there and never really got any big hits, and that cost us the game. So I can't make excuses. We got to score to win, and yesterday we didn't do it. So as much as I'd like to say that stolen base may have cost us, ultimately I'm willing to self-reflect and say we can play better baseball, and if we do, we probably come out on top.
How much better is your expectation of the offense than what we're seeing production-wise right now?
Yeah, significantly better. I mean, I think that we all know this is a group of proven hitters that have a track record of hitting, and we're just off to a really bad start offensively. It doesn't change the confidence that we have in the group. Like I said, they're all established. They've got track records of proven success, and we've got to help them get there. And when they do, I think there's a lot of positive regression coming, and the lineup is going to carry us for periods of a time over the course of the season. But right now they're off to a slow start, and my hope is that we get hot here soon.
When do you look to maybe make a change? I mean, would leadoff be a consideration? I think that's a question we get asked a lot. Like, we would love to see Wyatt Langford in a leadoff spot.
I think evaluate all aspects of ways we can get these guys going, and lineup construction is a big part of that. And so I think that we are going to really talk about different ways we can position these guys within the lineup to succeed. And the way we've been going about it the first few weeks of the season hasn't necessarily produced the runs at the level that we're expecting. So Boch and I have had those conversations. The hitting coaches have been involved, and we are very open to making some adjustments here. Just trying to spark the offense and get them going. And it doesn't mean, again, that we don't have confidence in these guys. It just means that when we're not performing, we need to be fluid and make some changes that are going to get these guys producing at the level that we expect.
See why you always give credit and praise to those that work for you and work with you. You have to tip your hat, though, to your medical staff and what they've done with DeGrom and with Malley, and to get them, at least at the start of the season here, pitching at a very, very high level right now.
Yeah, I'm so happy you mentioned that, because it is something that I think gets overlooked at times. And I think we have one of the best medical staffs in all of baseball. It starts with our head athletic trainer, Matt Lucero, our director of performance, Napoleon Pichardo, our team doctor, Keith Meister. He did the surgeries on both Malley and DeGrom. He's overseen their rehab. Our entire medical group, physical therapist Regan Wong, Jacob Newbern, Sean Fields, comprises our medical staff at the big league level, and they have all invested a tremendous amount of time in each one of these players. And I'll throw Kamar Rocker into that mix as well.
Yeah.
Tommy John surgery and rehabs with our rehab coordinator out in Arizona, Keith Comstock, who is just tremendous. It's a collective effort. Our group deserves the attention that they're receiving right now by keeping these guys on the field. And we've got a long way to go, but our group does a tremendous job of keeping those guys out there. And in fact, I think it's a big reason a couple of these guys have signed with us, is that their familiarity with our medical staff and with Dr. Meister, and it was an important reason for them wanting to be here.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, you've signed some great pitchers here, and Tyler Malley appears to be one of them. What can you tell us about these first 5 starts? Not many guys have ever had a 5-game stretch like the one he's opened the season with here.
It's been really fun to see. Tyler has worked so hard to be out there. He has been a proven successful major league pitcher in the past when healthy. And health has really been the only thing that's held him back. And we've seen firsthand how hard he's worked, the time, effort that he's put in to make it back. We got a little taste of it last year when he made a few starts coming off Tommy John. But he worked hard this offseason, and he is dialed in right now. I mean, his fastball command is so good, the command of his splitter, mixing in his slider. It's just really fun. He's pitching with confidence, conviction, belief, and you add the command to go with it. The results are really impressive, and our hope is that it continues over the course of the year. But he's been so important to our good start here.
What's the plan for Jack Leiter?
Yeah, Jack's making a rehab, and at which point he'll slide back in the rotation sometime next week. Whether it's Sunday in San Francisco or Monday at home against the A's. But Jack is on the mend. His finger feels great. Going to make a rehab start. And we should see him sometime in the next 7 days.
CY, how about Dustin Harris making the most of his opportunity? You talk with us a lot about performance-based, and he gave you quality at bats. What are your thoughts on his performance and what you think you could get from him in the future?
Yeah, Dustin's earning his playing time, and he's done a great job. He's stepped right in. He's really, to me, sometimes it's hard for young players when they come up to play with just a passion and a confidence that takes a little bit of time. And Dustin has been able to step right in and exude that. He's not afraid. He's out there. He's knows what he has to do to succeed, and it's been fun to watch. And the performance, obviously, he's gotten a few hits. He's gotten on base. He's played very good defense, and he's earning his playing time. And our expectation is he's going to continue to be out there and continue to receive more playing time. And if he continues to perform, it'll be hard to take him out of the lineup.
Hey, CY, this is the weird scouting thing in me right now, and I used to be an advanced guy. You're going to this Sutter Health Park, which you guys keep stats and things and numbers on all these parks and stuff and how they play. How does that work when you're going to a place like that you've never been before and playing meaningful games, not exhibition games, but games that count?
Yeah, it's a good question because we've done some analysis on the park itself. Obviously, the Pacific Coast League is known as a tremendous hitters league, that the offensive numbers traditionally in the Pacific Coast League, AAA, are very favorable to hitters. That said, Sacramento leans towards being a pitcher's park based on the data and the analysis that our group has done. So that's part of it. And the other piece of this is that today, or tomorrow, the first day of a series, that our guys get out there early, get on the field. They start, they take ground balls, they take fly balls, they play balls off the wall. They get familiar with the dimensions, the bounces. And if you ever come to a big league game early, you'll see this the first game of a series, that the outfield coach will have the outfielders out there and they'll hit balls off the wall and figure out the trajectories and really just how the park is going to play and what weird quirks or bounces you can expect. But that's all part of it. And certainly the home team should know that better. Given that the A's have just moved to Sacramento, I don't know the level of their familiarity with the park, but our guys, we've done the analysis from an R&D standpoint, and then the on-field analysis will come pregame tomorrow when the guys show up for batting practice.
Is that even level like where the lights like fly balls into the lights and stuff like that? Maybe in minor league parks the lights aren't as high and things like that. Is that playing into that?
Well, it's a great question, and it goes back to my days working at Major League Baseball. One of the things that our group oversaw were the playing conditions, and we had lighting studies in every stadium to ensure that the lights were equal across all 30 ballparks. And so it is one thing that Major League Baseball monitors, and their lights are up to Major League standards.
Okay.
Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, could a hitter's park be just what the doctor ordered for Jock Peterson this week?
No, I think so. I mean, Jock, I feel for him because it's tough. And Jock is a professional. He obviously a proven track record of success, and he's making his impression on a new organization, a new fan base, and nobody wants to start this way. And to Jock's credit, every day I come down and I ask, I said, how's Jock? How are his spirits? And every single coach, manager, everyone tells me, hey, he's the same guy. He's upbeat. He's positive. He's being a great teammate. He's doing everything you could ask. And so you hate to see somebody go through this. But we have complete confidence Jock will get through this. He's going to break out. He's going to get hot. He's going to carry us when he does. He's so good. I just hate that this is his start to his Ranger tenure here, and I hate it for our fans who obviously had high expectations for him. That said, Jock is going to get through this, and he's going to be great. He's going to help us win a lot of games.
When you have guys that maybe you didn't intend to have everyday roles like a Harris or a Pilar or I guess even Josh Smith, although he's pretty much every day. But then you have guys who you had in mind for those roles that aren't performing. How do you balance that as far as letting the better hitters play right now, but you got to give Jock time to get his groove back?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that I don't have a perfect answer because obviously we need Jock, and we're going to need him over the course of the season, and we need to have him in the lineup to work through some of these things that he's working on. But we're also trying to balance that with winning games. And so I think yesterday was a good day for Boach to really give Jock a breather. We have an off day today. So really it means 2 off days in a row for Jock to kind of reset, maybe clear his head, get away from the game for a day, and come back on Tuesday with a fresh and clear mind. And I think that's just as impactful as keeping him in the lineup. And sometimes by keeping him in the lineup and showing confidence, maybe we're making things a little bit worse. So I think just a balance of, determining what the right point is to pull back, give different guys different looks, and maybe play somebody who we weren't expecting to play. But really what it comes down to is over the course of the year, we're going to have periods where we need those guys that you weren't necessarily expecting, that you don't start and finish with the same 9 guys you break spring training with. We're going to need 13, 15, 17, up to 20 position players who are going to contribute and make an impact on our club. And when you get those performances like Dustin Harris, who steps in and helps us win some games, maybe picks us up when somebody else isn't going well, that's what winning teams do, and that's our expectation for our group, and it's been fun to see thus far. But we want to get our main guys going as well.
Speaking of all the guys that you could need, I know it's early, but if it came to it in a couple of months, is the organization still in a position where you could make moves to get a bat if it gets to that point?
Well, I think just to be determined. We'll see where we are and how our guys are going. I hate looking that far ahead and saying that because it shows to some degree a lack of confidence in the guys we have. So I think the best team we can assemble is the 13 players that we have on our big league team right now. And I really believe that. I believe in the group we have and what they're capable of doing. And I'm not looking ahead. I'm not looking and saying, I wish we had this or I wish we had that. I believe that our group is good enough. And I think this weekend was a great example that we went out and went toe-to-toe with the LA Dodgers. And we're really right there in every game. We could have easily, swept the series. I think we could have easily been swept as well. And so I think that, it just shows that the talent level of this group, we can compete with the best teams in baseball. So I'm not going to look too far ahead and say, I wish we had this or that. What I want is just our group of players right now to perform to the best of their abilities. And if they do that, I think we're good enough to beat anybody.
You're right. It was exciting to watch you guys go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. The pitching was great. The walk-off from Dolly it was an amazing weekend to lose the series. Very entertaining. Anyway, thank you so much for your insights once again, sir. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Have a great week.
Cheers. Yeah, there he goes. That Dolly walk-off was amazing. And the call by Eric Nadel
was great, yeah.
It was beautiful. I mean, that was like a 30-second call, and it just kept getting better.
I know.
He's like, I'll just add to this masterpiece for another 15 seconds as I describe the action.
Painting the picture Picasso style, dude.
It was.
Nadel's unbelievable.
And there were a lot of Dodgers fans there. That surprised me how many. I guess the World Series championship will do it. Everybody wants to come out and see their team, but wow.
Remember when we were broadcasting, I mean, they opened the doors and all I saw were like Dodger jerseys.
They travel really well.
I mean, they really, really do. Their fan base is incredible.
It was fun to break that Shohei news to him on Friday.
Yeah.
That was classic.
I was told he played yesterday.
When a guy in the men's room was like, "What?
Yeah.
Really?" He like pulls out his phone. I'm like, "Yeah, you don't have him today."
Not getting ball sacked in this men's room today, sir.
Yeah. All righty. It is draft week, and we have a lot of that coming up, including football's finest. Up next, Chief, what's in store?
The Cowboys are enamored with a player in this draft, and it's going to put a smile on all our faces next in the nation.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. And thanks to Chris Young for joining us. Brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. Highlights of Nico's press conference earlier is coming up at the top of the hour, and what I think is actually the first reason to be excited about something Mavs related in 2.5 months. We'll get you that at the top of the hour. Here's Chief with your finest.
Okay, your sports quote of the day comes courtesy of Minnesota Vikings running back Aaron Jones on playing the running back position now in his 30s. Quote, age is just a number. I've been saying that ever since I was a little kid, trying to get older women.
There you go.
Just being very, very honest about that. Now, we also have the news from Mike Silver about the Niners and George Kittle far apart on contract talks, and Kittle is unlikely to report to offseason programs until a deal gets done. So the Niners have been in this for the last couple of years where they have one of their guys that's looking, now Kittle's looking to sort of get repaid here because he has gotten a big contract in the past, but the tight end numbers have gone up and up and up a little bit more. And now Kittle is going to be a potential holdout for the Niners while they're still trying to get a grip on the Brock Purdy deal. So definitely less than ideal situation right now when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, they're no longer in a let's go for it and run it up. They're in a crap. We went for it. It didn't work. And now we got a penny pinch for a while to get things back in order while we're trying to pay our quarterback. I don't think they're going to be competitive for a while.
They also got to get Fred Warner done. He's been trying to get an extension, and that supposedly could be a big one.
That's the guy that's got to be on the priority list. I mean, still in the prime of his career. But it's tough because you're right. They've been so close to a Super Bowl, but they haven't gotten there. But now they have all these aging stars that want to get paid, and they're kind of looking around going, crap, we didn't even get the Super Bowl that we wanted here, and now do we want to try and keep this thing together or blow it up like a little bit earlier than we were anticipating having to? Paying Brock Purdy's obviously going to constrain them quite a bit. But, Kittle, add him to the list of frustrated Niners.
The Eagles guys got old right around the turn of the decade. After they won the Super Bowl, they're getting old. They're like, crap, what did we do? They went on this monster drafting run and then threw money at it. And unless the Niners do the same thing, that they won't be in contention for a while. They need to stack up back-to-back drafts to even consider it. So I think the NFC is more for the taking than it's ever been.
Speaking of the NFC and those Eagles, Harry Roseman credits Big Dom for being the best dirt finder in the NFL when it comes to trying to get the scoop on these prospects and guys that they want to stay away from. Doing all, I mean, I know Broadus has some pretty amazing stories.
He wasn't around Butchie. I mean,
maybe he learned from Butchie.
He might have learned. He remember I said Butchie's name.
Yeah, he lit up.
He knew Butchie. Yeah,
that was his. He probably did teach him all of his tricks.
Yeah, that's I tell you what, you've got some people in Philadelphia that can figure out some of the stuff on these players. They've got really good resources for these things.
Private investigation.
Oh, geez, it's amazing. It really, really is.
Sounds like sources in the police department to me.
FBI.
Yeah.
Didn't stop him to draft Jalen Carter, though.
Right. A lot of the
Every once in a while, you're just like, you know what? The talent.
Howie's been on like this tour about, we're not taking red flag guys. We're only taking great model citizens. Like, Howie, if the talent's there, you're looking the other way like everyone else. Shut up.
Yeah.
You guys looking to make a booty call this week?
Excuse me?
Josh Booty, John Booty. Who are we talking about, Booty?
Kayshawn
Booty.
LSU Tiger. Yeah. Could be available for trade during the draft weekend if the Cowboys don't get the wide receiver they want. They're down to throw some picks at some
underachieving youngsters.
Probably rather try Jamison Williams. I saw his name floated out there too, the Lions wide receiver. He's got a contract coming up.
Yes, I saw that Albert Breer was reporting that. And Jamison Williams, a heck of a talent.
That's speed right there. You want to add speed.
Yeah, you are going to have to pay that man, though. Now, Peter Schrager, formerly of NFL Network, now at ESPN, said he was on the phones all weekend trying to figure out what's going down with this draft. And he says 2 names who will go higher than where the consensus mock drafts have them going right now. The edge from Georgia, Mykel Williams, and the tight end from Michigan, Colston Loveland. Plenty more to come this week, he says, but those are the 2 guys right now that you can expect to go much higher than what the mocks are telling you. Even though I don't think Mykel Williams had a great workout the other day, and apparently he's still dealing with a bit of an ankle issue that dates all the way back to during the season.
Yeah.
It's kind of that's a bummer. I mean, I know you're trying to like get yourself ready for the draft, but when you're banged up, fighting through that, I don't know, trying to like the rest, but also being able to work out and do what you want to do.
If he gets selected before Dallas, watch the epic pin throw I'm going to have.
Yeah, Brian's going to be really happy.
Can't wait for that guy to go off the board, not to Dallas.
And I'll just be like, I'll just.
The win would be Carolina takes Williams over Walker.
Yeah. That would be the
and
rule.
then you get Jalen Walker maybe then he's in play.
Walker is in play. You just want options there for that. Yeah.
But they supposedly love the 2 Georgia kids, but Walker, I guess, is their priority right now.
Yeah. So Albert Breer has a couple of injury notes when it comes to these guys. Abdul Carter, who's going to go super, super high from Penn State.
Foot still, huh?
Got the foot stuff for sure, but he says that he apparently has a low lean body mass number, which some teams use as a predictor for injuries. So that is something that when you're looking big picture,
Luka, what?
Yeah, lean body mass. I don't know. He, when you look at him, he looks like a guy with plenty of lean body mass.
He's
but
lean.
There's something there that apparently teams are nervous about.
Is that the tightly wound guy that we talk about, like our guy with the, with our baseball player?
Josh Young.
Yeah, but I think it's the opposite, where it's like you don't have enough lean body mass, I think is what he's saying there. Like the number's low. They want him to have
muscular?
less fat, more muscle, I guess. And that's a predictor of future injuries. The Michigan corner, Will Johnson, the knee issue we know about, but they think less in the short term and more about just the longevity of his career. That's the issue with the knee there. Mentioned Mykel Williams.
I learned this. He never ran a 40-yard dash in high school at all. When he was getting recruited, like 40 times.
So he's always been scared of his 40.
He's never, in high school, college, and in the pros, have never run a 40-yard dash.
So this is weird on Abdul Carter, like low lean body mass. He doesn't have enough muscle on his frame. How much does he weigh?
He's like 259 pounds.
How could that be possible? How could he be that athletic at 260 pounds?
I got him at 250. I'm sorry, 250.
Dominating college football.
250.
I know. I mean, Von Miller's playing like 230. He had plenty of lean body fat mass. I just saw something where Aaron Donald, who's obviously not lacking in the lean body mass department, was talking about when they won the Super Bowl, he weighed 258 pounds.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
Get wore down as the season goes along?
Well, they went and won the Super Bowl, and he was a super beast.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But yeah, that probably is it. He just lost weight throughout the season.
I got you.
I would worry about Bryce Hunter being similar, something like that happening to him.
Travis Hunter?
I'm sorry, Travis Hunter. My bad. Travis Hunter, yeah.
Ohio State offensive tackle Josh Simmons, who Broadus and Walchuk will say is the best tackle in this class. He had the patellar tendon issue in October, tore that. He went through the combine, check-in. Impression teams have gotten is that it'll be August before he's fully cleared to play football. So that's part of the reason why you don't see him going super high, because I think if he was an uninjured player, you'd probably be talking about him as a surefire top 5 or 10 pick. But Nick Harris, in his Star Telegram report today, said that as this draft process has gone on, the Cowboys have become more and more enamored with Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
So the offensive tackle from Ohio State, Broadus has been on from the jump, Walchuk as well. Dawson, you're trying to get Tyler Guyton replacement. Yeah. Maybe that's more likely than I just have kind of disregarded it because it takes a lot of self-awareness to admit in 1 year that you're
we were wrong.
Somewhat done, wrong with a guy in Tyler Guyton.
Could you blame it on Mike McCarthy and the offensive line coach from last year?
Yeah, you could definitely blame it on the offensive line coach for sure. And honestly, they've got a play where you could just kick him to the right if you wanted to, and you can save some money on Terrence Steele. So, there is ways that I guess you could convince yourself if you're in that room, like, we can do this.
Guyton just needs one more year of practice.
You know, he's going to be great. This is going to be a perfectly good offensive
And then it could be your Terrence Steele, concession plan or whatever.
Now,
Nick, in
that article,
gosh, dang it, I'm thinking about food.
My bad for correcting you. That
Nick
was rude.
stacked the options like if it's not a wide receiver, and he said this is pretty much the order that he thinks that it would be. Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, the edge. Michael Williams from Georgia, also the edge. Brian's
pen throws.
Here's another one, Brian. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. Wow. Kelvin Banks and Josh Simmons. So
That's in order?
Yeah, he said largely in order. So maybe I'm hoping really Simmons is number one.
Hopefully it's in a reverse order.
Yeah.
So you're infatuated with Josh Simmons, but not as much as Kelvin Banks and Will Johnson?
Maybe he's just trying to help his source.
I love the info that's coming through that it appears to be more likely than at any point in months offensive linemen still in consideration. I do like the sound of that. We're going to kick off the 5 o'clock hour coming up next. The Expressway at 5:20. G-Bag of the day at 5:30, but highlights or lowlights, if you will, of Nico's press conference here for the Mavs, and what I believe is the first reason to be optimistic for MFFLs in 2.5 months. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. All right, and LA Live at 5:40. It has been a horrifying 10 weeks of personal hell for MFFLs. Surreal at times. It's almost unbelievable it's been so long. But the end is now coming into focus. We'll get to that here in a few minutes. Cowboys presser tomorrow morning at 11:30 to get you primed for the draft. Steven and Jerry will be joined on the stage by Will McClay and by head coach Brian Schottenheimer. Big draft starts on Thursday night. Our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. And here's one of the top stories from the national world of sports. NCAA Board of Directors proposing 153 rules that have been long-standing that would allow schools then, once they're deleted, to share financial benefits directly with players. So the translation on that is the NCAA is getting ready to clear the path to directly paying players from the university, which would, make it easier for the players to get paid, and perhaps, I think, for the universities to do contracts with the players.
Yes.
Which would allow the coaches to have more certainty.
Yeah.
Right now, it's pretty much year to year. Every time we get an open transfer portal, like a third of the players are leaving, right? And I like the era of player movement, player empowerment, player compensation. All that is good, but maybe there's a compromise that can be reached that can, give the universities or the coaches some sort of assurances that we're going to be able to build this kind of program for a couple, 2-3 years. And I think the fans would benefit from that as well. Although it is pretty cool every time your team has a significant need that you could imagine maybe we can get one of the best players in college football to come through here. By the time I get to the spring game or whatever, or to fall camp, we could have a great player here. So I don't know if player movement is bad for the fans, but I know it's so annoying. It kind of seems unsustainable for the coaches in some of these programs.
Yeah, I think that's the. If there was, I think you and I talked about this. Maybe we talked about on the show the 1-year contract, the 3-year contract. To where you can, like, if I'm a coach, a recruiter, and I know, okay, I'm only going to have this player for 1 year, or I'm going to have this player for 3 years. And in 3 years they get compensated. Let's make sure it's fair for everybody. But the thing about it is, if I just have a better understanding. I mean, I'm at Tennessee and I'm thinking about. Got my quarterback. I think I got him taken care of. All of a sudden, we get to the spring game, and now I've got 3 months before I start fall camp, and I don't have a quarterback.
Yeah,
that's a little unsettling right there, especially when I
hard
felt,
to coach like that.
Especially when I felt like that I agreed on a deal, an $8 million deal with this player.
Yeah,
I said, listen, I'll give you $8 million if you come play quarterback for us here at Tennessee. And the player said, sure, be happy to. And then all of a sudden he starts to see the landscape of what's going on. Even, it's so funny how these coaches are kind of making fun of, what's going on, like, with Miami and
Lane Kiffin direct shot at Carson Beck.
Yeah, I mean, he just like
been a bad day for Carson Beck. Between Lane Kiffin and his ex-girlfriend going viral, talking mad ass.
Yes. So that's kind of, but if you just knew, like, okay, here are my 1-year guys, here are my 3-year guys.
Yeah, everybody gets a clearer picture. And think about the kid who's the junior, who's been grinding away for 3 years. He thinks he's about to start, and then all of a sudden, boom, after the spring, some dude transfers in, and now your job's taken.
I gotta go. Yeah, I don't want to leave.
So it's just, it makes the most sense to have these contracts. Everybody understands where they stand, and you still get the player movement. You'll still get guys moving. It just won't be the most random thing ever, and everybody's caught off guard, and now a team's losing their quarterback, or a guy who thought he was about to start is now going into the fall going, oh, crap, I've been here 3 years trying my butt off, and this was my time, and then boom, in the blink of an eye, this guy just came right in.
Yeah, and now I feel like the players can negotiate for a piece of the university revenue as well. You don't have to depend on them having rich alumni that own a company that's going to pipe some endorsement money into you through an advertising deal. Now you can just be like, hey, can I get a percentage of the gate, right? And as a collection of players, we want half, which is what the NFL and NBA, Major League Baseball gets. I also saw in the proposed legislation, including sports-specific roster limits. It would allow full scholarships to all student athletes on a declared roster. The NCAA said this would double the scholarships available to women's sports.
Yeah,
that's great.
So, and I didn't know how all that would reconcile with Title IX. It felt like football was kind of supplementing women's sports for a long time, and if that dissolved, would there still be enough revenue to support women's sports? And at least with this model, it would double the amount of scholarships. That's amazing for girl dads like me, Brian.
Yeah, I know. I don't know all the universities, but I know where I went to school at LSU that there's the women's basketball team takes care of itself. I mean, they've got that kind of support and following and attendance, and so they there's programs. It used to be where football was taking care of a lot of the other sports, but it's nice to know. I think baseball at LSU and I think women's basketball are the ones that kind of take care of themselves, that they don't need the support from the football program.
Takeaways from the Nico press conference. He did make it clear Kyrie is going to be back one way or another. He said he didn't know if Kyrie was going to opt out and do a new deal or just stay on the current deal. But the way Nico was talking gave me a ton of confidence. Kyrie's going to be back one way or another. Cut 12. Nico, did you underestimate the reaction to trading Luka from the fan base? Here he was at the Mavs presser earlier today.
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it would have. I mean, I was well on my way during that Houston game to just being like, okay, the Luka trade really sucks, but man, this is going to be an amazing spring to watch and maybe summer to watch this team play basketball. But I mean, the reason it's not is because you bet on super injured guys instead of likes to drink beer guys, And I want to call BS. I think you had to have known. You saw, what Dirk meant and what Luke was a continuation of that, the loyalty component of the culture. You were with the team during the finals. I think he knew. I think he just hated working with Luka.
Yeah. I think it was personal, and he wanted to get rid of Luka at any turn he could. And it was a perfect storm where you have an ownership group now that is just totally checked out and unaware of the NBA and unaware of the team and city in which they've just purchased a team. Yes. And Nico took advantage of the control and power that he had and was able to move forward with a move that he felt he probably does in his mind really believe this. That's like the narcissism and disgusting part of this. He really does believe I made this team better by adding Anthony Davis and subtracting a Luka Doncic.
You could never admit it to yourself. Because you would have to admit that I'm incompetent, and I just think pride and ego for most of us, but for Nico, absolutely. You mentioned that though, and how Dumont is looking at him, and I think one way or another, Nico is going to be held accountable for this fairly soon. As I tease, for the first time in 2.5 months, we actually have reason to be positive, as the story from Tim K to Wall City Dallas says the team sources have expressed belief that Dumont no longer sees Harrison as a figure with irreproachable basketball expertise. And those sources say it had influence over Dumont's decision to make Harrison appear for last week's closed media event, which Harrison did not want to do. Nico did not want to do that event last week. I believe this is Dumont saying, well, I mean, you've made this giant mess. You massively misled me. I'm a very inexperienced owner, and that is now starting to crystallize in Patrick Dumont's mind. And he's frustrated with, he's got to make Harrison the fall guy now, because his family is looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue as a result of this. And that's not something you can go back to your in-laws and be like, yeah, it was totally my idea. It has to be Nico's idea. Mm-hmm. Or you just cost the family a fraction of $1 billion, maybe $500 million. I need to look this up. I'm being irresponsible here, but I think he's also, some of the decisions he's made on the business side have cost his
family a lot of money. They put him in charge of certain things.
So this is a pattern of behavior. He screws things up.
Yeah,
has to find a fall guy.
Yeah, he's not the. He might not be the guy that's the best to lead the ship. Put it that way.
They might have put him on the basketball team to get rid of him. Watch some basketball.
Go watch some basketball. Will keep you out of the business side.
He found a way to screw that up too.
Oh wow, massively. Yeah. What's the worst he could do with the basketball team? Trade away your golden goose. Okay, cut 20. Here's more from Nico on the team maybe getting healthy next year.
Really, we just need to get healthy. I think the team that we're bringing back is a championship caliber team, and we fully expect to have Kyrie back with us next year when he gets healed from his injury, and we believe we'll compete for a championship.
I mean, Jason Tatum won a championship with the Boston Celtics last year. The Mavs were in the finals after not appearing to be a favorite. I don't believe the league is conducive to being able to build a roster that is going to just dominate. So I say all that to say I could see this Mavs team, if they stay healthy, being in a championship window next year, or having the ability to play for a championship next year. I don't fully disagree with what he's saying there.
Yeah, but I mean, to mortgage your entire future on this team being healthy is one of the most foolish mistakes anybody can make. As soon as the trade was made, we knew how this was going to end up. You traded for a guy who's synonymous with missing games in Anthony Davis. You're going to be leaning too much now on a 33-year-old Kyrie Irving. Boom, the ACL blows. We talked about it weeks before it all happened. This is happening exactly the way that any person with common sense would imagine it would happen. You're taking older, often injured players and trying to microwave a championship and punting on the next half decade plus.
Yeah.
And he's just going to point to that forever when inevitably this thing falls apart due to injuries. He's like, well, man, if they would have just stayed healthy.
Yeah.
Well, why would you bet on any of these guys staying healthy?
The only thing that makes sense to me is that you hate Luka so much, you got to find some sort of a rational explanation for why you're going to do this. I think if you hate the superstar that much, and what I believe Dumont is going to learn right now is pro sports is totally different than any other industry you could be in, whether it's sneakers or casinos. The CEOs walk around those halls like they are absolute gods, and people shiver and are afraid of making eye contact with those kinds of corporate entities. And I just think that when Luka refused to go on that trip, when Luka's refusing to talk to you, coming from the background that you do, you don't realize that in pro sports, unfortunately, you got to let the superstars be absolute divas. They're rock stars. They're making tens and tens of millions of dollars. They could legitimately walk away from you right now and have enough money to live with generational wealth for the rest of their lives and beyond. So it's just a completely different ball game than any other kind of, business that you could be in. And I would expect Nico to know that, I would expect, especially because Nico worked with so many superstars, I would expect him to know that, but I wouldn't expect Dumont to know that until now. Right. I also can gain some confidence or optimism from the fact that Jason Kidd apparently resented the front office's decision to trade Luka Doncic, and he felt like he'd been asked to reinvent. Nico has danced around those questions and kind of made it sound like Kidd was complicit in some way. But I think the fact that you have a super smart basketball guy there in the organization that can talk to the owner can give us hope. But it's amazing that they wouldn't have consulted stronger with Kidd, that he couldn't, have blocked it at the time.
Well, because they didn't want to hear no. Nico didn't want to hear no. So the only person that knew about it was Nico. And then when Dumont had to know about it, he knew about it. And then right when this thing's at the finish line, okay, Jason Kidd, you can know about it as well. When at this point, the deal's already done. The hay's in the barn. He didn't want to welcome in other voices because he wanted to be the lone voice, and he knew that every other voice would say, no, this is not what you should do. So he strong-armed it, and he used the power that he had, that Dumont and them gave him, and now they won't look at him the same because of it.
Yeah,
because they all have egg on their face.
Don't you agree, though? It's starting to set up like they're going to make Nico the scapegoat out of this.
Totally.
The way the Tim Cato, the Tim McMahon articles read today, it's basically
It's the only way this thing ends.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he kind of did it. He did it to himself. I don't think that he's a scapegoat. He put himself in this position.
Yeah.
You're not a scapegoat when you're the one that orchestrated all of this, and you took advantage of all the parties to get what you wanted. So, yeah, I guess if he's the one that loses his job, sure. But it's well-deserved. He's the one that is at fault here.
Absolutely.
And I get people that want to push back. Well, Mark sold the team to these. I don't think Mark Cuban had any thought that anybody in their right mind would trade a Luka Doncic, who was considered an untouchable.
Yeah.
Well, they did, because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And now in hindsight, they're like, well, crap, we listened to this guy. We didn't realize. And now, they're probably going to move on from him if this thing doesn't go perfectly and Kyrie's recovery goes beautifully and Anthony Davis somehow stays healthy and Derek Lively, who hasn't been able to stay healthy, is able to be on the court as well. There's so many things that have to just kind of go perfect for them. And now you don't have that killer that can just take over a series, to where every series you're in, even if you don't have a roster around him, you're like, we've got the best player.
Yeah.
When they went to the Western Conference Finals, that team had no business being there. You had a dude who dragged your ass there. Anthony Davis isn't doing that. He's never been that player.
It was almost like how LeBron dragged the Cavs for the first 9 years of his career to relevance. The Tim McMahon article about Casey Smith, it does make me wonder, like, if Casey Smith had never left, would Derek Lively be more healthy throughout his career? Would Luka have stayed healthy? And then the fact that not only did Nico chase off the best trainer in the world of basketball, but he brought in two dudes from tackle football. The main guy is described in Tim McMahon's article as more of a personal trainer than the standard in the league, which is more of a medical practitioner. So they're operating at a very significant disadvantage, and Nico believes he's actually made the training staff better than Casey Smith, which is further evidence of the ego and the delusion there. And apparently the end for Dirk was a couple of years ago when they got rid of Smith. He already knew it. And Nico insisting that these guys are somehow better as your team really can't stay healthy.
No, the Derek Lively bit in that McMahon story is jarring.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of the quotes in there is like somebody should have lost their job because of that. You got Derek Lively doing hardcore workouts when he's got a stress fracture.
Okay, we'll hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. Latest on the Stars and Rangers as they get set to resume action as well. Coming up next here, it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, though, because if you want to feel like that younger, greater version of yourself, you know how that felt with all that energy. Well,
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Was it Saffron's Hall?
Electrical service call from A-Star. Our pros bring the power with fast, friendly service. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 5 minutes. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Are texters going on defending Nico? They got to be trolling you. That's hilarious. Okay, Damian Lillard upgraded to questionable for Tuesday's Game 2 against the Pacers. The team announced today. He was talking all kinds of trash with Halliburton and the Pacers during Game 1 when he was sitting out there in a Bill Cosby sweater, but they lost. So he's definitely feeling like he wants to get back. The playoffs so far right now are fascinating to me, the NBA playoffs. I couldn't get enough of it, and I look forward to watching more tonight. But, of course, Stars Avs tonight at the AAC, the 5-1 Game 1 victory for Colorado. I think people might be losing confidence right now in this hockey team, but I'm going to give them to the end of the night before I call this thing, guys. If they don't win tonight, I'm willing to do it. We talked with Eddie Olczyk last hour, and we were just talking about, hey, you're at a 2-1 game, then things get away from you late, but you did a lot of good things. Maybe that was the turning point, and this team's about ready to show us who they really are. But I don't know how you could feel that way after 8 straight games, like actually being optimistic. I just got hope right now. I think probably injuries have done them in. And then this Rantanen storyline where he really only played elite with McKinnon. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
he's in Carolina. He's here. His numbers are just like, okay, he's good. He looks like a damn superstar when he's on the ice with McKinnon. Now it's just like, I don't know. I don't know if he can be the straw that stirs the drink. Wolchuk, Brian, what do you think?
I'll tell you what, McKinnon does a great job of getting his guys shots.
Second best player in the world.
I mean, you watch when they bring the puck up and how much open ice that those guys create.
He's so fast
for each other. I mean, it's just a burst. It's a blur. You just hold your breath and hope that, but they just do a great job of attacking your defense. And I could understand. I mean, I think there's a lot of guys that would play very well with McKinnon and that crew. They're just really good at setting up and being really at the right place at the right time for some of these shots.
I mean, some of the analytics I was looking at said he's like 30% less impactful if you take McKinnon. Sure. It's something to look at.
McKinnon makes he's very much like in this way like Luka as far as getting you open shots.
And it doesn't matter who's on the ice with McKinnon. That guy's going to be dialed and do what the Jock Peterson slump becoming historic. His 0.55 average, the lowest of any player through a team's first 20 games in MLB history. The worst among all players with at least 50 ABs this season by nearly 40 points. Well, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? I hate to laugh about it, but I can because the Rangers are above 500. They just went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers.
It's shocking.
It is. I can't believe it. Every time he goes to the plate, I'm like, really? And I can't imagine what's going on between the ears. Like mentally overcoming something like that, even as a veteran, this is really, really awful.
Did they pitch hit for him the other night?
I know he didn't play last night.
He didn't play yesterday.
No, but like 2 nights ago. Did they? I think they pitched hit.
Pilar.
I think Pilar came in.
That's the right thing to do here.
Dodgers. It might have been because the Dodgers, the lefty-righty situation.
They probably threw a lefty. I think that would make a lot of sense because he doesn't hit against
I thought he got pitch hit for, but it might have been because of the lefty-righty situation.
I mean, sometimes they have pitchers who are like coming back from an injury or they're just not pitching well and they're kind of hanging out. Maybe they're in Arizona, but they're not technically in the minor leagues, but they're like throwing live BP. This is the kind of situations that Jock just needs to go. If you don't want to go to the minor leagues right now, I don't know how to give you the kind of reps to allow you to play back. We got Pilar hitting the ball. I don't need you as a DH. I got a dude literally hitting 6 times better than you. And Pilar over here.
Get this guy to the keg league that Broadus was talking about earlier. Let him see one go in.
Good.
How am I supposed to put Jock? I got Josh Smith sitting over here. Right? He's a manager's dream, does everything the right way. How am I going to sit him down for a .055 hitter? So I don't know how you plug along. I guess you stay in the cage, and Jock Peterson's a vet, but I would also say, and I couldn't bring myself to ask CY. I apologize for not asking this question. I know I talked about it earlier. I would, and I will. But isn't it very possible that at that age, having that dad bod is just a no-go? Can't do it. Right? In your 20s, you can carry dad bod and, still be a silver slugger caliber offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
You just passed the tipping point on that. Welcome to 32. It sucks, right? But Father Time is undefeated, especially if you strap a boiler to your midsection, Brian.
I'll tell you,
figure out where that weight room is, Jock.
Yep.
I'll tell you this, though. Jock Peterson struggles. I think there's a lot of guys in this lineup that are probably looking at Jock Peterson's struggles and saying, oh, well, thank God it's him because they would be focusing on me.
Yeah.
Jock
you go ahead and take those arrows, Jock.
Jock Peterson's standing up there, and there's a lot of guys in this lineup that aren't hitting.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of like, as you mentioned, he's taking the arrows, and I'm sure there's dudes like, well, hey, honey, if it wasn't for Jock Peterson, they'd be talking about me on the radio right now.
Hey, I got 3 basically no-name guys on my roster. We don't need to see Simeon. We don't need to see Berger. And we don't need to see Peterson and at least consistently until they start showing signs of a turnaround. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Y'all could have kept going, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I'm reading these Shannon Sharpe receipts right now. My God, bro. My God.
Is it bad?
Baby Gravy? Baby Gravy makes an appearance.
That's in a lawsuit.
That's a
direct quote.
Bro.
This lady was wild.
Put
bro.
a big black baby in me? Oh. That makes the lawsuit. This is an interesting read. Where does he find these freaks? Hey, I guess he's countersuing or standing his ground or whatever the case may be. He says it's a shakedown. I got a little bit of that in LA Live. I'm not going to get too much into it because you would have to read the whole receipts, and they're fantastic.
No, this isn't Michelle, is it?
This is not Mama Theo. This is Gabrielle Zuniga. Boy, where does he find these freaks? All right, let's see here. When we last left off,
$100 million finds him. That's how you get them freaks.
Yeah, the lawsuit's pretty nicely timed, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, right after he gets that money, then.
Yeah,
that little Bugsby boy, he's something else. He is something else. All right, comedian, and his name is Mike Goodwin. He is our winner and champion of G-Bag of the Day from Friday. Took you into the holiday weekend, the Easter weekend, with some perspective with a joke.
Grandma says the only two things in life that you worry about, whether you're healthy or whether you're sick. If you're healthy, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you're sick, you got two things to worry about. Whether you're going to get better, whether you're going to get worse. You get better, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you get worse, you got two things to worry about. Whether you're going to live, whether you're going to die. If you live, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you die, you got two things. Whether you're going to heaven, whether you're going to hell. If you go to heaven, you got nothing to worry about. You ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you go to hell, you got two things. Original or extra crispy?
His delivery on that is so dang good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Hoo-wah, hoo-wah, hoo-wah. All right, I've been sitting on this one for a while. Peyton again.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah.
Song. RJ and Choppy Show producer. Which one of these fools is Chomp? RJ and Choppy Show producer Peyton Russell right here. He broke down in a song. I mean, he showed his heart right here. Listen to this.
What would I do without the morning show, boys? They just tear me down. Oh, where is the joy? They've got my head spinning. No kidding, I'm just an innocent boy. Sean Sharif doesn't show up no more. He's always gone, he's killing the core. And Bobby, where do I start? Your football takes suck, and you smell like my fart. RJ, please don't forget me when you're gone. I love you even when you're wrong. 'Cause all of me loves all three of you. Love your screaming and your yelling. Your passion is never dwelling.
It's so bad, bro.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history. And that song helped put him over the top.
Bless you.
I felt like it was a diss song, but from an abused child.
Yeah.
What would I do without the morning show?
What did I do at the morning show? Sounds like it was written by Jim Henson. That is great. All right, UFC fighter Paddy Pimblett. Am I saying his name right there?
Paddy the Batty.
Paddy. Pretty good neighbor. Great dog owner, I guess you could say. His dog took a poo in someone's driveway. He said a sloppy one. It was a sloppy one.
Can't pick it up.
So he goes to the door cam and talks to the person. Check this out.
Hello, look, my dog's just had like a sloppy outside. I was just wondering if you got some water. I don't want to leave it outside the front park. It is.
I'm 5 minutes away from home. Don't worry, I'll clean it.
Just, like, you sure? I feel terrible. You know what I mean?
You're terrible.
No, it's all right.
It's just had the proper sloppy and I can't even pick it up with a poo bag. Know what I mean?
Don't worry, I'll clean it when I get in.
Thank you very much once again. I'm sorry about that. I hate doing stuff like that. That's why I knocked on.
Go on, I'll see you later. Ta-da!
Good neighbor.
It's a good neighbor, bro.
Yeah.
They don't pick up after their dogs in my neighborhood.
No.
I hate them.
Did you put one of those signs out there?
Yeah, there's
It's a
a
no
guy.
poo zone.
Yeah, we got those signs, and there's a guy that goes around spray paints them with the so you can see it. It's
Wow.
orange spray paint.
Oh, circles them.
Yeah, he gets them out there. But people don't pay attention. They still let their dogs poo on the concrete, on steps, and everything.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Parking, it's crazy, ridiculous. Let's see what else I got for you boys here before we go to LA Live. Oh, it's not in here. What happened? Hold on. What my
Peyton got it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. All right, yesterday was a church day. A very fantastic church day. Pray you got your blessings. There's a blessing out here for you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes at Friendship West Baptist Church. We got a praise team right here that was struggling during Easter service.
So good is in Him. No matter what we're going through, no matter what we're facing, it's all about Jesus. It's all about the love that He has for us.
Hold on. I'm sorry. We started in the wrong key. Is it okay if we start that again? We're in the key of G. We're in G.
For Jesus.
We started that in the wrong key, and I can't. That was just terrible. So we've got to restart it. So let's clap.
Let's clap.
And let's sing it. Come on.
Just the key or the rhythm?
Not it either.
Hold on.
Melody.
We're gonna do it one more time. Do you trust us?
No. Trust the
Let's
G.
just play it. Just us. Just us. Here we go. You ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Had potential there for a second.
Sounds a little.
That sounds a little off. That's what you want to say. It's a
Little
off.
pitchy dog. Praise team struggling during Easter services at the UFC fighter Patty the Batty.
Patty the Batty.
If you like that, Patty, you got to get Patty the Main from that Rogue Hero show I was telling you about with the SAS troops from UK. It's a good show. Is it Peyton Russell? What would I do without the morning show? Or two things to worry about.
Without the morning show. Reminds me of Kermit the Frog, man.
I'm going to vote for the UFC fighter. How about you, Chief?
Give me the champ.
Lucius?
Yeah, comedian Mike Goodwin.
Mike Goodwin's the vote. 2 for 1 here.
We're going to go Patty the Batty.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Peyton.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie. Jump on to at G-Bag Nation. That is where we settle ties in the G-Bag of the day. We jump online at G-Bag Nation. You can follow us all when we get there. And I'm going to create an Insta poll. It's only going to be up for 5 minutes. Who is your G-Bag of the day champion? About halfway through LA Live, we'll announce the winner. So let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
I have a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right to the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
Why do you give me a hard time about Dallas? Oh, because everything is so fluty tooty and the food is so, oh yes, and then you look and a sandwich is $75.
Yeah.
Oh, mother, that's okay. This is such and such a place. Well, and you act fluty tooty, and your car is fluty tooty, and Dallas is fluty tooty, and I live in there.
Fort Worth. Well, you live in Hearst, but you grew up in Fort Worth.
Well, I know Fort Worth isn't Rudy Tooty. It's nice, a good, great place to live.
Yeah.
Dallas is everybody over there, they're all, something's wrong with them.
Yeah, something's wrong.
That's right.
And I mean, you can't even, they don't even, you can go anywhere and just to eat lunch and it's going to cost $200.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know. You just sort of get in there. Well, we need to go to some Oscars and have his Oscars a la or whatever.
Oscars a la S is hilarious, bro. This is LA Live for Monday, April 21st, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time listeners. Hope you had a restful and great Easter weekend. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday vibes is just some stuff I've seen over the weekend, by the way. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Did y'all watch the wrestling this weekend?
No. I've been catching up here with your replaying of it.
Yeah, I'm replaying yesterday because I didn't see yesterday. I was at the movies watching Sinners.
Was it awesome?
It's pretty good. Good movie. I wanted to watch it again, actually. It was a pretty good movie, man. If you if you're pretty good with American history, especially in that Delta area, it's gonna blow your mind. Voodoo, or as we call it here in America, voodoo. It's really good, man. Let's see. Yeah, I seen A Living Color brought out CM Punk with that Cult of Personality song. It's good to see them still getting spins off that 40 years later. I seen them at Epcot, Disney. Yeah, it's a fantastic record with a fantastic message too. People need to take heed to. And have y'all seen the shoulders on this girl, Bianca Belair?
Oh, she's ripped.
Oh, God. My goodness, she's stacked, dude. Put me in a headlock, bro.
I don't know any of their names.
Yeah, I feel you. Now, it's quite amazing.
Was she the one that was fighting Rhea Ripley?
I don't know who these people are. I'm just like Dawson. I don't know. I'm just been watching.
With the face mask on.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, man, but
wow.
Awesome to watch.
Wow.
Yeah, made me a fan. I'm not going to miss another little match that she's ever in. That's for sure. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Do y'all see some fool ran down on DeMar DeRozan at the sushi spot in Calabasas?
They did.
Yeah, man.
Y'all seen that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, got into an altercation Friday. Dude put a bright phone in his face as he was sitting down trying to enjoy his sushi.
Very invasive.
Very, very, very.
Wrong with people?
My man ended up on the ground with his legs in the air kicking.
Yeah, it was a bad look.
That's a bad look. That's a bad look.
Got taken out on a gurney, didn't he?
Bad look, bro.
Hey, as a younger brother, though, that move was pretty clutch. You know, if you knew you were going to lose, right, you drop back on that shoulder and just put that foot out there. It's hard to break through.
That's when you know you're in desperation.
That's that desperation, bro.
For dear life.
Yep.
If they try to dive bomb it, the other knee's coming up.
Yeah.
It's good technique.
Yeah, I ended a fight like that in high school. I think I was almost. I'll never talk about it, bro.
Dude, chill, truce.
Yeah, like 6 people seen it and one of them's dead right now. So marking it off. I'm just marking it off. Yeah, so I think it's kind of weird because my man that was giving DeRozan a hard time had a shirt on that said, "Homeless comedian writes a book, $20." Everybody in the comments was not talking about that. They were talking about, if you're a fan, you need to chill back and not be abrasive and all this other stuff. And I'm like, something's weird about this. He has a shirt that's promoting. And then I looked it up. I typed in that little phrase that's on his shirt. He's a content creator.
Yeah.
Also, he was really clout chasing on this one.
He's trying to promote his book.
Oh.
And he used that moment to promote his book. He was running around L.A. trying to find celebrities so he can get like a promotional drop, like say something about my book that's on Amazon or whatever. By the way, the title of his book, Black Rachel, Gay for Your Husband.
That's a lot. There's a lot to unpack there.
What? Yeah, he ran down on Jay Farrell. Listen to this.
No, I'm here with the legend. I'm here with the legend. Can you tell people to go buy my book on Amazon?
Hey, check his book out on Amazon.
Black Rachel, Gay for Your Husband.
Black Rachel, Gay for Your Husband. What the hell? Gay for Your Husband.
On Amazon.
What the hell? That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, bro. Huh. So watch out for that, man. That man is just trolling, going around to L.A. trying to promote his stuff. I'm not even going to give him any promotion, but I'm going to put you onto the game. Yeah, let's see what else we got going on here.
2 things wins G-Bag of the day. 60% of the vote.
2
things already?
2 things, yep.
Oh,
2-time champ.
You cut it that quick?
Yeah, I usually do 5 minutes. Maybe I can make it longer now that it's going to run into this LA Live.
You good, man? You good? You good? Speaking of LA Live, this is 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Okay, there's a man named Rana Man. His name is Rana Man. He's a super fan of the Starting Lineup. It's an NBA show on Sirius XM.
Okay.
He looks like he makes parody songs. He doesn't have a big following. There's only like 300 people following him. But this radio show loves him because he makes these parody songs. He made a song about Nico and Luka in the key of Keith Sweat. Nobody who can love you like me. Yeah, anyway. So he does two verses. One is Nico, one is Luca. I'll give you Nico's verse first. Tell me if it's accurate.
This is Luca singing duet with Nico Harrison.
Okay.
Nobody like Luca. Take it away, Nico.
We got 8 players injured. Carry out for the year 2. Wanted to show the Maverick fans that we don't need you.
Damn.
You got a dead body, and you're lily white. Thought Anthony Davis would